Chapter 6. He appears infuriated. How dare you kill him? At this moment, Tony was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. For a considerable period, he had donned the mantle of Iron Man, championing justice. He had rescued numerous individuals, people he would typically overlook. However, following his own brush with mortality, he had grasped the preciousness of life. Yet here stood this monster, brazenly committing murder before his very eyes. How dare you? His face contorted with rage. He fixed his gaze upon Bont, whose eyes seemed to reflect the visages of those terrorists. Why wouldn't I dare? Bont retorted. Did you think he was a good person? A cold smirk crossed Bont's lips. If Dennis Carradine were truly virtuous, his name would not be found in police records. In truth, Dennis was a criminal with a long history of offenses, robberies and thefts, with numerous arrests to his name, not to mention the myriad of crimes that had gone unpunished. Furthermore, he had engaged in gang conflicts, his hands stained with blood. Even if Dennis had once been a good man, Bont would not have spared him. To Bont, family was paramount. Bont was acutely aware that his actions could hardly be deemed just. He knew Uncle Ben and Aunt May would never wish for him to behave in such a manner. Yet he could not bear the thought that one day, his kindness might lead to the demise of Uncle Ben or Aunt May. As long as he could safeguard his family, he would not hesitate to have blood on his hands. And you, Tony Stark? How do you differ from me? Bont inquired. What? Tony exclaimed. Do you think the lives on your hands are fewer than mine? I kill terrorists. You know I am not referring to that, Bont countered, shaking his head. Isn't the prosperity of Stark Industries built upon the sale of arms? Or do you believe that one must wield the weapon personally to be a murderer? Tony fell silent. The sale of weapons was his gravest transgression, and he was indeed striving to atone for it. He had shut down the weapons division and was combating terrorism. He was doing his utmost to make amends. I never intended to sell weapons to terrorists. I was unaware, or simply indifferent. Bont scoffed. One could not deny that the future Tony Stark would emerge as a great hero. Bont had admired him in films. Yet, it was equally undeniable that before becoming Iron Man, he had been a rogue. He had failed to manage his own company. Allowing Obadiah to seize control, this could not serve as an excuse. Moreover, even if Obadiah had refrained from selling weapons to terrorists, Stark Industries had directly collaborated with the government. Was the warfare instigated by America truly just? What a farce. Consider the countless innocents slain in Gaza. Did they truly bear any guilt? Did you not consider, while manufacturing weapons, that these instruments of destruction might be used to invade foreign territories and claim the lives of innocent children? Bont inquired. You are not ignorant. You simply do not care. Bont's words struck with piercing clarity. What purpose do weapons serve other than to kill? Tony was acutely aware of the true nature of his country, masquerading as the world's police while instigating chaos across the globe. How many wars had they ignited? He understood all too well. Yet, it was only prior to the moment when a missile might strike him that Tony ever felt concern. The deaths of those far away held no significance for him. Would the plight of homeless children disrupt his enjoyment of champagne and the company of beautiful women? Certainly not. In fact, the larger the scale of war and the greater the death toll, the more profit Stark Industries would reap, allowing him to indulge in an even more opulent lifestyle. Every penny earned by Stark was purchased with human lives. That is why I shut down the weapons factory, Tony stated solemnly. However, such sins cannot be absolved. It is worth noting that closing the factory cannot be deemed an act of atonement. It merely indicates that he would refrain from such actions in the future. Just as a school bully ceasing their torment does not transform them into a good person, nor does it grant forgiveness to those they have harmed. Why must a virtuous person endure countless lifetimes of penance, while a villain need only lay down their weapon? Tony found himself unable to refute Bont's assertions, for he recognized the truth in them. It was only when he came perilously close to death in the Middle East that he truly comprehended the horror of war and weaponry, realizing how difficult it would be to atone for his past. No matter how many lives he saved, the living had no right to forgive him on behalf of the deceased. In truth, Tony harbored profound guilt and remorse for his former ignorance, which was why, despite being labeled selfish by Captain America, he ultimately sacrificed his life to snap his fingers. However, self-reproach is one matter. Being seen through by others is another entirely. Especially when the figure before him was a creature whose depths remained a mystery. Regardless, Tony could not allow the past of Stark Industries to absolve his adversary. I shall repeat myself. Raise your hands and surrender. As Tony emerged from his guilt, Bont was not surprised. Someone as self-centered as Tony could not be easily dissuaded by mere words. At that moment, Bont indeed raised his hand, but he extended it palm up. 3 minutes to resolve this. After uttering that statement, Bont sprang into action with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. In an instant, he leaped high, delivering a swift kick to the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Before Tony could react, Bant used his opponent's body as a springboard, executing a remarkable twist in midair, his black tail snapping like a whip against the left side of Tony's head. With a resounding clang, Tony Stark, along with his armor, was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the walls of the factory. Although the Flash Star possesses no formidable offensive capabilities, its velocity is its strength. A creature resembling a velociraptor charged at speeds exceeding several hundred kilometers per hour, and it was merely by the grace of Bant that Iron Man's suit was left intact. Not to mention the additional blow from its tail. Had Tony not been clad in his armor, that impact would have shattered his skull like a watermelon. In truth, even within the confines of his suit, Tony's head buzzed for quite some time, leaving him slightly dizzy and experiencing tinnitus. "Sir, you have a mild concussion," Jarvis remarked with concern. Tony dismissed him. "You brought this upon yourself, kid." He was seething with rage. The suit's propulsion system activated in full force. Tony charged once more. Evidently, the palm cannon had already discharged before he uttered a word. Boom. Yet Bant was well prepared. "You're too slow, Tony," Bant taunted. To be frank, the moment Tony raised his hand, it was already predetermined that he would not hit Bant. "Congratulations, sir. At last someone has remarked on your sluggishness," Jarvis sincerely congratulated. Chapter 7. I hope you have time to replace your steel heart. "Shut up, Jarvis. I've betted hundreds of cover models, and no one has ever said I was fast," Tony retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. His gaze never wavered from Bant. The creature's speed evidently surpassed the limits of his naked eye reaction, and any moment of distraction could lead to dire consequences. To be precise, its speed reached 300 miles per hour. Jarvis could not comprehend why Tony would fabricate such a statement, yet it had already calculated the Flash Star's velocity through computer analysis. 300 miles equates to approximately 400 kilometers. However, in reality, the Mark III's maximum flight speed exceeded that of the J-22, rendering 400 kilometers rather unremarkable. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the distinction that while the suit could fly at such speeds, it did not mean Tony could match that velocity. It is well known that most individuals who possess speed as a superpower derive their true strength not merely from their velocity, but rather from their reaction time. Why is the locomotive in the black cloak deemed insignificant? It is due to a lack of adequate reflexes that renders him woefully inadequate. It is akin to driving on an open road. Even if one accelerates to 200 kilometers per hour, it remains manageable. Yet if there are too many vehicles along the way, the driver struggles to react accordingly. Bant's ability to maneuver at such speeds within such a confined space demonstrates that his reflexes and cognitive speed far exceed that of an average person. If a genuine confrontation were to ensue, the capabilities of the Mark III would be wholly insufficient against the adversary. No, it must be said that as long as the suit operates within the confines of human reflexes, it shall never triumph over its foe. Moreover, 300 miles per hour is merely the Flash Star's standard speed, akin to the pace of human walking. His limits were such that they eluded the human eye entirely. Even machines had to slow down several times to catch but a fleeting shadow. What manner of monster was this? Tony cursed under his breath. After all, he had only recently donned the mantle of Iron Man, and to him, the world still appeared as it should. Those demons and monsters had yet to reveal themselves. Bant stirred his limbs, preparing to counterattack. Round 2, Tony Stark. He lowered his body, assuming a starting position, and the mask on his face sealed shut once more. Through the dark visor, his voice emanated with a chilling and stern resonance. For him, a few minutes of transformation felt interminable. He had ample time to engage Tony in a game. "Come on, darling dinosaur." Tony seemed to dismiss Bant's presence, continuing to taunt. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware that his reflexes could scarcely match Bant's speed. He had already instructed Jarvis to initiate the attack protocol and relinquished control of the armor. In his field of vision, Bant was completely locked onto by Jarvis's intelligent program. Simultaneously, the weapon systems in the armor's elbows and shoulders sprang into readiness. "You claim you can finish me off in 3 minutes? Let us see. There are 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining." Just as Tony was about to deliver a witty retort, a shadow of black suddenly engulfed his entire field of vision. No, even before this dark figure obscured his sight, Bant's attack had already reached him. It felt as if he were struck by a speeding bullet train. Tony sensed his ribs almost breaking under the impact. Tony understood well that his reaction time could not rival Bant's, so he had entrusted most of the armor's control to Jarvis from the outset, hoping technology could keep pace with Bant's movements. The moment Bant made a move, the suit would initiate an attack. However, he never anticipated that even the armor's cameras could not track Bant's full-speed advance. Even if Jarvis could keep up, it required time to maneuver the armor. Damage to Mark III reached 12%. Jarvis's cold voice resonated in Iron Man's ear, but he had no time to heed it. Bant did not release him upon impact, but instead seized the Mark III's head with his peculiar hands, akin to the claws of a toy grabber, and charged out of the factory with it. The acceleration in that instant was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Had it not been for Jarvis activating the retro-thrust mechanism in an instant to mitigate the acceleration, Tony might have lost consciousness immediately. Even so, he now felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, and his mind was clouded as if under the influence of anesthetics. Meanwhile, Bant showed no signs of abating his assault. After bursting forth from the derelict factory with Iron Man, he continued to surge forward at an astonishing speed, his slender yet powerful arms propelling Iron Man ahead. In a sudden movement, he forcefully slammed him against the adjacent buildings. Sparks erupted like a fountain. The concrete structures appeared fragile, as if they were made of mere tofu, shattered into a disarray of rubble. Even the titanium alloy of the Mark III sustained significant wear in an instant, the once resplendent paint on its back now in utter disarray. The damage to the suit reached a critical level of 26. Jarvis incessantly issued warnings. "Thank you. But why didn't you push him away?" Tony took a moment to regain his senses, and to his dismay, he realized that the previous jolt had caused him to vomit his breakfast inside the helmet, leaving him in a sticky mess. "I must prepare a vomit bag for the next generation suit," he silently exclaimed, then firmly grasped Bant's arm, engaging the entire propulsion system to its utmost capacity. Whoosh! Flames erupted from his back. Tony deactivated all the thrusters on the left side of the armor, retaining only those on the right, which disrupted the original balance. Bant's sprinting form immediately tilted, causing him to lose speed and, reluctantly, release Iron Man, propelling himself forward at an even greater velocity. At such a speed, losing control would result in catastrophic destruction, even for a steel suit. Yet for the Xenoflash tribe, this was merely a commonplace occurrence, akin to a running Earthling tripping over his own feet. Of course, if not handled properly, the outcome could be just as disastrous, leading to grievous injuries. Instinctively, he curled his body into a ball, adopting a spherical posture to cushion the tremendous impact. Even so, the experience was far from pleasant. Each contact with the ground left a small crater, akin to stones creating ripples on the water's surface, until the indentations finally faded, allowing him to regain control of his body and stand up, grimacing in pain. In that fleeting moment, Bant had already flown several kilometers away. Fortunately, he had initially chosen a path away from the city to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. "Now I understand why the Xenoflash tribe possesses such formidable healing abilities." He stretched out his limbs, feeling as if his body were disassembled. Had their healing powers been any less effective, they could easily have suffered fatal injuries. Meanwhile, Iron Man, having freed himself from Bant, swiftly regained control of his body, flames shooting from his hands and feet as he executed a spin in midair before coming to a halt. With 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining, "I suppose you won't make it to the zoo, kid?" Tony even remembered to keep time, although he might have merely glanced at the virtual display. "That's sufficient for me," Bant retorted with a smirk. "I just wonder if you have time to return to your Stark Industries and replace your heart with another steel one." Tony was suddenly beset by a foreboding sense. "What do you intend to do?" He received no response. Rather, the assault itself was Bant's ultimate reply. This time, he aimed directly at Tony's most vulnerable point, the arc reactor. In truth, the moment Bant uttered those words, Tony became acutely aware of the impending danger. He sought to evade, but it was already too late. Bant moved with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! The obsidian claw pierced through the outer shell of the reactor with alarming speed. Chapter 8. Why is it that the speedster always seems a step behind? Bant withdrew his arm, resembling a gun in its precision. Iron Man visibly convulsed, and a brief electric crackle emanated from his suit, while the light of his helmet flickered and dimmed. Thud! The weighty armor crashed to the ground, and a small breach appeared upon the Azure reactor, as if it had been struck by a pickaxe. "Sir, the reactor is damaged, energy leakage detected." Through the armor, Bant could hear Jarvis's voice. Without Jarvis's warning, Tony was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This reactor was not merely a power source for the suit, it was the very essence of his life. Embedded within Tony's chest, it was the energy provided by the reactor that enabled the electromagnet to hold at bay the tiny shrapnel pieces within his body, preventing them from coursing through his bloodstream and reaching his heart. Bant's fierce blow shattered the reactor's casing, striking at the very core of Iron Man's existence. Though only superficial cracks appeared, preventing a total energy drain or the reactor ceasing operation, The leakage of palladium from the reactor was poised to become exceedingly severe. Within mere seconds, Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms had intensified significantly. In response, Jarvis unhesitatingly reduced the reactor's operational rate, allowing it to sustain only Tony's vital functions. In an attempt to slow the palladium poisoning, I am attempting to reach Miss Potts. Don't. Tony, grappling with the nausea and dizziness brought on by the palladium poisoning, decisively severed Jarvis's call. He remained oblivious to Bont's true nature and intentions, and he could not allow Pepper to be put in harm's way. Let us see how much time you have left, Tony Stark. Bont, intent on a tit-for-tat approach, had no intention of continuing the assault at this juncture. Killing Iron Man would yield him no benefit. Instead, his gaze shifted to the Mark III, appraising the armored suit for several moments. This creation indeed held research potential. Perhaps Little Falcon could glean something useful from it. With this thought in mind, Bont acted without hesitation, planning to dismantle Tony's suit into components and take them with him. Throughout history, most time travelers who ventured into the Marvel Universe invariably sought to seize something of value upon acquiring their newfound abilities. Unfortunately, the hapless victims of such endeavors were often the meager wallets of street thugs. However, in this instance, it was Iron Man who bore the brunt of the misfortune. Yet, this was a consequence he had brought upon himself, as he had intended to capture Bont for dissection and study. Bont merely absconded with a piece of his armor, which was hardly significant. With resolute determination, he swiftly dismantled Iron Man's arm with a mere flick of his wrist. What on earth do you intend to do? Tony shouted, anxiety lacing his voice. Once the suit powered down, his field of vision became severely restricted, akin to a figure encased in a skin-tight suit, seeing only through a narrow slit. Yet, he could acutely feel the absence of his armor's protection on his exposed arm, laid bare to the air, which filled him with dread, akin to awaiting its lid to be pried open. Time is money, Tony. You've wasted several minutes of my time, and I must recoup my losses, Bont declared, forcefully tearing apart the armor until he eventually lifted Tony's mask. In that instant, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. Oh, Bont recoiled, as if the very air had transformed into a different hue, leaning back to evade the foul odor. Did you vomit inside your suit? How revolting. The can was indeed a can, albeit one containing pickled herring. He gazed at the steel mask he had removed. Feeling as if he had opened a jar of chili oil, his hands now slick with residue, he hesitated to discard it, for it was a sizable collectible, one that could even move. With a vigorous shake, he flung the repugnant contents back into Tony's face. Tony inhaled deeply, his complexion turning pale, his hair now damp with the aftermath of the encounter. Whose fault do you think this is? Bont retorted, of course, it's your own. Remember, I warned you not to meddle. He hastened to continue dismantling the armor. I must wash this thing 100 times and douse it in an entire bottle of dish soap. I have a better suggestion. Do not touch it. Silence. Bont interjected, delivering a swift punch. Within half a minute, he had completely dismantled the suit and now bore a towering stack of parts, nearly as tall as himself. With a cheerful farewell to Tony, he added, I suggest you call your little girlfriend, or you'll have to walk back to Stark Tower. By tomorrow, your current state will be the headline of every news outlet. With that, Bont departed, carrying the disassembled armor. Strangely, it seemed that the Flash Star possessed abilities akin to a force field, despite the numerous components and his astonishing speed. Not a single screw was lost to wind resistance or inertia. Indeed, the Flash Star must possess some form of force field, or else everyone he saved would have been cleaved in two by his velocity. However, he could not be that powerful, could he? Bant swiftly grasped the situation. Unless the Flash Star had acquired a smidgen of Spider-Man's abilities, using bioelectricity to attract those tiny components together. Upon contemplating this notion, Bant felt a surge of excitement. To think that after transforming into an extraterrestrial hero, he could potentially augment his powers with those of Spider-Man? How utterly marvelous. However, thus far, this remained merely Bant's conjecture. At least during his recent skirmish with Tony, his spider sense had not been triggered. Bant hastily inspected his armor for any tracking devices. The Flash Star possessed the capability to attempt millions of password combinations within seconds, allowing him to conduct a thorough examination of the armor in less than a moment. As a result, he indeed discovered a diminutive locator. After obliterating the device, he concealed the armor. There was no urgency in researching the Mark suit, after all. He had to wait until he transformed into the little hero again. At present, his foremost priority was returning to school. He spent another 10 seconds effortlessly arriving at the institution, evading every camera that might detect him, and spent a prolonged few moments in the restroom, ultimately transforming back into his original self amidst a flash of red light. It was at that precise moment that the school bell rang, and Bant dashed into the classroom just in time, racing against the clock. Perfectly punctual. Not quite. Bant Parker. The homeroom teacher wore a thunderous expression, standing at the podium with a sidelong glance, her face devoid of emotion as she raised her arm, declaring, "You are late." So, why does the speedster always arrive late? Chapter 9. Felicia Hardy. Bant returned to his seat. In a place like America, teachers would hardly punish a student for arriving precisely on time to class. In fact, it was a blessing that these students even chose to attend school. At that moment, a blonde girl leaned forward, taking advantage of the teacher's turn back, and whispered, "Hey, Bant, why were you late today?" "A second late is not truly late, Hardy," Bant replied, retrieving his homework from his backpack. Felicia Hardy, the school's renowned heiress, was undeniably beautiful. However, what captivated Bant's attention more was her other secret identity, Black Cat. Of course, Felicia was still unaware that her father was the infamous Cat and that she had yet to become the Cat herself. You always have a way to justify yourself. Felicia straightened her posture, noticing the homework Bant had placed on his desk, finding it rather unremarkable. Bant was quite diligent in his studies. Felicia had never witnessed him neglecting his homework or completing it half-heartedly. In academics, Bant put in considerable effort, yet regrettably, in this Marvel universe teeming with prodigies, mere diligence was of little consequence. Bant could manage ordinary coursework, but when it came to competitive knowledge, his intellect fell short. For many in this world, genius was merely the ticket to entry. Even with the brilliant intellect of Peter, he would still face criticism from Connors or Otto for not exerting enough effort. Not to mention the ordinary individuals. Felicia could completely empathize with this sentiment, as she herself was such a person, diligent, yet lacking in innate talent. Observing Bant, who appeared to be burdened with thoughts as he retrieved his textbook, she felt a profound kinship between them. Perhaps I should organize a study group and invite Bant to join, she mused, just as she was about to lean over to share this notion with him. Their teacher turned around, causing Felicia to hastily retract her head in fright. As for Bant, he remained oblivious to the exchange. From the moment he sat down, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the iron armor. Few boys could resist the allure of a suit of iron, especially one that was the genuine article, directly dismantled from Tony Stark himself. I could transform into a mini Iron Man and then disassemble it for study, Bant contemplated, although he had previously taken it apart. That endeavor merely involved dismantling components, whereas the mini Iron Man would allow him to thoroughly investigate the suit's structure and technology. Regrettably, the most crucial arc reactor could not be removed. He sighed inwardly. The arc reactor was, in essence, the most vital technology within the Iron Man suit. Fundamentally a form of cold fusion. Cold fusion was a concept that, in Bant's previous life, was nearly impossible to achieve. Yet here, Tony had realized it. Not to mention, the sheer magnitude of energy had been condensed to the size of a heart. Beyond the energy source, other aspects of the armor were also rife with extraordinary technologies. Bant did not possess a particularly strong interest in science. His diligent studies were solely to avoid disappointing Aunt May and Uncle Ben. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of researching the armor and crafting his own suit. If he could fully grasp the technology behind the iron armor, he could potentially design his own suit or even create a legion of mechanical beings. Just as Bant was lost in thought, a faint prickling sensation emanated from his mind, and he instinctively reached out to catch a note. "I am planning to organize a study group and intend to invite Gwen. Would you like to come to my house?" The note was signed by Felicia. A study group? Bant paused momentarily, then glanced to the side, discovering Felicia winking at him and mouthing the words, "You can bring your cousin, Peter Parker." That sounds rather appealing, he thought. Gwen and Peter were undoubtedly the top two students in their school, consistently occupying the first or second position in their grades. More importantly, both Felicia and Gwen were strikingly beautiful. If he brought Peter to the study group, it might facilitate an introduction between him and Gwen, which would certainly be preferable to Peter incessantly lamenting about Liz Toombs. But what relevance does this hold for me? I hardly have time to attend a study group. After school, I still need to delve into the research of the iron armor. Bant pondered. He could transform into a small hero and thoroughly study it. Or he could become a shapeshifter, inhabiting the armor to observe what changes it might bring. Perhaps he could leverage the characteristics of Gwen's metamorphic form, that is, the abilities of the shapeshifter, to upgrade the armor or craft a spider suit for Peter. Surely, he couldn't go around combating crime clad in baby pajamas, could he? With so many intriguing pursuits at his disposal, which task wouldn't be more captivating than attending a study session? Hence, Bant crumpled the note into a ball and shook his head at Felicia. "Apologies, Felicia, but I have matters to attend to after school." As for Peter, it seemed he, too, had little time lately. Bant spoke the truth. For days, Peter's thoughts had been consumed by spiders, Osborn, Dr. Connors, and his parents, leaving him little inclination to engage in study sessions. Moreover, if Bant recalled correctly, Gwen had club activities after school as well, having formed a small band with Mary Jane and a few others. Well, forget it. Felicia's tone was icy, tinged with irritation. She clearly did not expect Bant's refusal. She turned her head away, forcing herself to ignore him. She distinctly remembered that Bant rarely participated in club activities, always heading home immediately after school, claiming he had no time, a transparent excuse. If he didn't want to study with her, he could just say so. How infuriating. Once I invite Gwen and assemble our study group, and our grades soar, he will have ample opportunity to regret his decision. By then, it won't be so easy for him to join my study group, she thought, grinding her teeth, unless he clings to my leg begging for my favor. Additionally, Felicia resolved not to acknowledge Bant at least until the end of the school day to demonstrate her prowess. As for Bant, after declining Felicia, he turned his focus back to the classroom. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but during class that day, he felt as though his mind had sharpened slightly. Concepts that typically required time and practice to grasp suddenly seemed clear. Am I becoming smarter? He pondered in surprise. Is it because the spider abilities have stimulated my brain? Or perhaps, after transforming into a small hero, I have been influenced by that experience? Bant suspected both might be true. The spider abilities had significantly enhanced his physique, which could plausibly extend to a more agile mind. Although transforming into a small hero didn't permanently alter his genes, at least some physical knowledge lingered in his mind. Furthermore, the thought processes of the small hero might also be influencing him. Of course, regardless of the cause, it was improbable that Bant would become a genius instantaneously. For the first time, he felt as if time in class passed remarkably swiftly. The sensation of being wholly immersed in his studies brought him immense joy. For a fleeting moment, he even fancied himself a genius. Yet, in truth, if he were indeed a genius, he would not need to expend such effort to diligently grasp the material presented in class. For a genius, such knowledge would barely qualify as rudimentary. Take Peter, for instance. During his secondary school years, he was capable of developing spider silk materials that the technology in their world could scarcely conceive. In fact, it wasn't just Peter, even Dr. Connors possessed intellect far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, despite the apparent failures of his research in any realm. At times he resembled merely a backdrop to Peter or his parents, yet the ability to transform a human into a lizard man surpassed the bounds of reality. In contrast to them, Bant's intellectual capacity remained firmly within the realm of the average person. However, he harbored no dissatisfaction regarding this. After all, he was, by nature, an ordinary individual. Moreover, he had successfully activated, amidst millions of extraterrestrial genes, those belonging to exceptionally intelligent races capable of granting him transformation. The Gavins were but one among them. The crustaceans and the elusive spirits were also races highly adept in technology. Of course, the omnipotent Superman naturally implied omniscience and unparalleled wisdom. After an entire day of rigorous study, Bant felt a refreshing clarity, as if all knowledge was now coherent rather than a tangled mess, and he was entirely absorbed in his learning, having completely relegated Felicia to the recesses of his mind. As for after school, evidently, something far more significant awaited him. Just as he exited the classroom, he encountered Peter, who rushed out from another room with similar haste. "Hey, Bant," Peter exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Have you changed your mind and decided to join me in seeking out Dr. Connors?" He had assumed Bant was hastily leaving to catch up with him. "You're overthinking it, Peter," Bant replied with a slight shrug. "I've told you, I'm not interested in that matter." In truth, he was indeed intrigued by Connors' biotechnological advancements, as they were closely tied to genetics. However, how should one articulate this? Given his current knowledge, he is utterly incapable of comprehending the serum and the formula for its creation. Perhaps if he could transform into a diminutive champion, it might be conceivable. Yet, he cannot afford to reveal himself in the presence of Peter and Connors. It is pertinent to note that this morning he had just taken a life before Tony Stark. The Flash would undoubtedly be designated a target of considerable danger. In such circumstances, should any extraterrestrial beings appear, particularly those bearing their distinctive insignia, it would be nearly impossible to evade scrutiny. Not only must he be wary of aliens, but even Bant himself must exercise caution to avoid drawing attention to the worn watch upon his wrist. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that he has no need to engage in such actions. The knowledge of interspecies genetics resides within the briefcase Richard Parker bequeathed to Peter, containing the true essence of this knowledge. I merely wish to remind you that while seeking out Dr. Connors is permissible, Do not forget that you need to pick up Aunt May this evening, Bant solemnly advised. Peter instinctively nodded. All right, wait. How do you know I'm picking up Aunt May? His expression was one of astonishment. After all, Bant had not left home at the same time as he did this morning. Bant had departed much earlier. How could he possibly know that Peter had promised to retrieve her? That is not for you to concern yourself with, Bant replied. And please inform Uncle Ben and Aunt May that I will be home a bit later. Bidding farewell to Peter, Bant exited the school grounds and turned towards a convenience store. After purchasing a large container of cleaning solution, Bant slipped into a secluded corner devoid of surveillance. There, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the mechanism beneath. The Flash, Tony, stroking his slightly prickly chin, instructed Jarvis to compile a fresh document. In the next moment, a virtual dragon-like projection materialized before Tony's eyes. He introduced himself as the Flash. What do you perceive him to be? Has the extinction of dinosaurs billions of years ago not been absolute? Tony inquired, though he had not genuinely anticipated receiving a useful answer from Jarvis. To him, Jarvis served more as a convenient steward. He himself was the intellect behind the operations. I cannot ascertain, sir. I have scoured global databases and found no relevant information or credible sightings of dinosaur-like beings, Jarvis responded. However, there exists a group who refer to themselves as the primitive lizard people, although the supporting data does not substantiate their claims. Let us disregard those baseless legends, Tony stated. Scrutinizing the shadow Jarvis had scanned, he could not have simply emerged from thin air to establish his database. Understood, sir. Jarvis promptly compiled a dossier. Title, The Flash. No. Let us refer to him as Dino Baby, Tony insisted, as a data model began to take shape before him. Through the data collected from that skirmish, Jarvis had already commenced a preliminary analysis of the Flash's abilities. His legs are structured akin to a roller mechanism. Jarvis meticulously disassembled a segment of footage frame by frame, revealing that within a single second, his feet moved 16 times. Note, sir, this is his typical pace, capable of reaching at least 300 miles per hour. The subsequent speeds are even more astonishing. During his high-speed movements, the dual toes of the roller mechanism secrete a certain lubricant, aiding in the reduction of friction. Jarvis retrieved a slow-motion video, rendering the surrounding environment seemingly motionless, yet the speed of the Flash star remained remarkably swift. However, at least it was now discernible. Tony pondered over the shadow of the Flash star, remarking, if that is the case, he must be more prone to slipping than an ordinary person. He quickly identified the Flash star's vulnerability. For the highly intelligent Tony, the concept of friction was something he comprehended at the tender age of 4 or 5. It seems I should incorporate some lubricant into the Mark IV suit, or perhaps a foam adhesive instead, with a strategy to counter his adversary in mind. Tony appeared in good spirits, yet other concerns soon arose. What is that? He inquired, pointing at the symbol core on the Flash star's chest. The object did not appear to be a part of his body. Rather, it resembled his arc reactor. What do you think are the odds that he is a modified organism? From Tony's perspective, the Flash star did not resemble a product of natural evolution. Not to mention the roller-like toes, the mask that could be lowered from his face exuded an unnatural essence. Attempting to comprehend an alternate worldview through the lens of existing biological concepts would inevitably lead to discrepancies. The probability is 0, sir, Jarvis replied. The light skin did not detect any signs of modification within his body. The structure of his roller feet corresponds with the skeletal shape revealed by light penetration, indicating a naturally grown biological structure. How can this be possible? Although it seemed far-fetched, it was the reality. Jarvis responded without any emotional inflection. I fear this may be a newly discovered species that has never been encountered before. There is no new species that emerges possessing intelligence rivaling that of humanity, Jarvis. He even speaks English, Tony stated with a serious expression. If he is not a modified organism, then he has presumably evolved for millions of years. Constantly monitor all cameras in New York. Should you detect any dinosaur-like creature or similar beings, notify me immediately. Additionally, investigate the individual he killed. Sir, do you suspect that he is not a singular entity, but rather part of a larger population? Jarvis immediately grasped Tony's implication. The Earth's environment could not naturally evolve such a being. If he had not escaped from a laboratory as an experiment, he likely hailed from the cosmos. Therefore, create a document for me titled Extraterrestrial. Chapter 11. The Iron Transmutation Monster. The advanced technology within the Iron Man suit is indeed boundless. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York City, Bont, transformed into the Little Warrior, meticulously tightened every screw of his battle suit. Before him lay an array of circuit boards, and within the expansive depths of his eyes, he could discern the intricate workings of these circuits. The neural unit within the helmet could connect with the wearer's armor, allowing for a more intuitive control. Such a heavy object as the battle armor could not be propelled solely by Tony's physical strength. However, the prospect of having to rely on Jarvis for every minor action was rather cumbersome. Moreover, the war machine lacked an advanced AI like Jarvis, yet still functioned effectively. There were still aspects of the technology that eluded his understanding, a lamentation for his limited knowledge of physics. With a sigh, Bont leaped down from the armor. Although the knowledge resided within his mind, it felt as if his brain were merely a storage disk, recording information without the ability to apply it. Seizing the opportunity before the transformation of the little warrior concluded, he resolved to delve deeper into his studies. After approximately half an hour, Bond awaited the moment when his small watch would deactivate its protective mode once more. He pressed the button, and the watch's core whirred to life. The display settling on a robust creature. Bond pressed the core, and black skin began to envelop him. Green patterns etched into his form like a circuit board. The shapeshifter. This entity, a sentient life form created by the azimuths on the satellite of Gavin's star, resembled an amoeba and could merge with mechanical objects, controlling them and even endowing them with new functions, achieving extraordinary transformations. At this moment, Bont intended to harness the shapeshifter's abilities to animate the energy-depleted armor once more. The shapeshifter towered over 2 meters and typically maintained a stance akin to a standing bear, yet it could also assume a liquid-like form. What a peculiar sensation, Bont mused, speaking as the circular pattern on his head flickered. Now, let us see to what extent the shapeshifter can upgrade Mark III. With a massive palm, he pressed against the coreless armor, and in the next instant, his body appeared to melt into a liquid state. The black-green form resembling venom began to envelop the armor. Almost instantaneously, the originally red and gold armor transformed into a black base adorned with green patterns. Simultaneously, the core filled the void of the arc reactor. And in that moment, Bont felt as if the suit had come to life, or rather, he had become one with the armor. Attempting to rise from the ground, his limbs emitted a symphony of metallic and mechanical sounds. I have merged with the armor. Bont gazed down at his palms, engulfed in awe. Unlike merely transforming into a shape-shifting creature, once he became ensconced within the battle armor, it was as though he had acquired all the auxiliary functionalities of the suit. Even his body felt significantly more resilient. He conducted a few simple movements, such as jumping, and found them nearly indistinguishable from the capabilities of his own physique. The armor, now inhabited by the shape-shifting entity, exhibited no significant alterations in appearance. However, with a mere thought from Bont, it could metamorphose entirely. For instance, he could effortlessly convert the entirety of the armor's hand into a propulsion system or a beam emitter. It could be said that he had instantly upgraded the Mark III to a nanotechnology level akin to that seen in the future's boundless warfare. Naturally, this did not imply that the armor genuinely possessed nanotechnology. Rather, it was merely a manifestation of the inherent life characteristics of the shapeshifter. Curious to test the weapon systems, he assumed a combat-ready stance, and in the next instant, weapon systems from all over his arms and shoulders erupted forth, with small bombs arranged in meticulous order. Originally mere consumables, the unique attributes of the shapeshifter now allowed for their infinite replication. I felt like a mobile arsenal. The more Bont observed, the more exhilarated he became. Were it not for the fear of detection, he might have even wished to burst forth from this derelict factory and soar into the sky. After approximately half an hour of engaging with the armor, a small device began to flash red, and the factory echoed with piercing alarms. Bont was forcibly separated from the armor, reverting to his original form. Meanwhile, the armor, which had earlier moved with human-like agility, now collapsed like a disassembled block of wood. Gazing at the scattered components, Bont patted his body. Alas, once the shapeshifter detaches from the host object, all modifications become void. This signified that it was quite challenging for Bont to engage in combat, while transformed into the shapeshifter and attached to the steel armor. After all, he could hardly carry around such a cumbersome collection of parts everywhere. Not only were they large and heavy, but they were also easily detectable by Tony, the rightful owner. If only the shapeshifter could devour technological creations like the shapeshifting demon could. The shapeshifting demon, possessing genetic defects, displayed a body adorned with red patterns and a core that seemed to teeter on the brink of uncontrollable rampage, akin to a program corrupted by a virus. However, the demon's capabilities far surpassed those of the shapeshifter. It could assimilate technology, integrate it into its own being, and replicate and enhance it infinitely, even reproducing cores it had previously absorbed. If it were the shape-shifting demon, it could effortlessly consume the Mark III and transform into the steel armor at will. Never mind, I have no desire to be tainted. In the ensuing hours, Bont oscillated between awaiting the cool-down period and transforming into the alien hero until twilight gradually descended. The nights in New York are far from safe. Here, wandering alone on the streets at night, one is all but guaranteed to encounter robbery as a commonplace occurrence. Especially when one must traverse 12 blocks after clocking out at 9 o'clock and board a nearly empty subway. The journey becomes all the more arduous. May Park huddled her frail frame against the biting wind. Years of toil had rendered her somewhat fragile, with her graying hair falling in dry strands around her. She anxiously scanned the end of the road, each passing shadow instilling a sense of unease within her. This morning, her nephew had promised to pick her up after school. Yet she had now stood in the cold for several hours without a glimpse of Peter. She could have returned early, but the fear of Peter merely being slightly late held her back. She dreaded the thought of leaving and causing him to miss her. Was it possible that Peter had encountered some misfortune? The prolonged wait gnawed at her, for Peter had never left her waiting for such an extended period before. Moreover, he might not have returned home. Otherwise, upon reaching home, he would realize he had forgotten his Aunt May. As time dragged on, her worry intensified. If Peter had simply forgotten her momentarily, it would be of little consequence. Her true fear lay in the possibility of something having befallen him. At this moment, she yearned to return home, to confirm her nephew's safe arrival. Just as she prepared to leave, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the street's end. Instinctively, May tightened her grip on her bag. Chapter 12. Family High, Aunt May. Bont spotted May standing beneath the streetlight, nestled within its faint glow. Little Bont, May exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and relief washing over her as her graying hair fell around her face. She hurried towards Bont, her wrinkled hands grasping his wrist. To sustain the family's livelihood and raise 2 children, she and Ben had endured many hardships. Aunt May had little formal education and had spent years performing menial tasks, such as washing dishes, earning a pitiful wage. Yet, she had never uttered a complaint. What brings you here? Of course, it's because I was worried, Bont thought. For most of the universe's Spider-Man, incidents involving webs are as inevitable as fate itself. Sometimes, one can prevent a single occurrence, only for a cascade of others to ensue. Bont feared that by averting Uncle Ben's demise, he had inadvertently placed Aunt May in peril, which compelled him to remind Peter after school not to forget to pick her up. Nevertheless, even with that, his anxiety persisted. It now seemed he was justified in his concern, for Peter had indeed forgotten. Contemplating this, Bont felt a flicker of irritation, yet to spare Aunt May further worry. He said, Peter went to Oscorp to see Dr. Connors, so he couldn't make it. He sent me to pick you up. Upon hearing the name Dr. Connors, May's heart sank. She was undoubtedly aware of the profound connection between this doctor and Peter's parents. It was highly likely that Peter sought out the doctor to uncover the mysteries surrounding his parents. Ever since Peter stumbled upon the trunk left by his parents in the warehouse, he had become utterly fascinated by it. This obsession inevitably caused discomfort for Aunt May, who had raised him with a gentle and sensitive heart. She had always regarded Bont and Peter as her own sons, yet Peter's recent behavior filled her with unease. Perhaps the children did not share the same sentiment. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that after leaving young Peter behind, his parents had hastily departed, and to this day, there had been no word from them. Both she and Ben had attempted to report the matter to the authorities, but there had been no updates. They were evidently entangled in a harrowing situation, and there was little they could do about it. This reality heightened May's concern that Peter might descend further into danger, to a point where they could do nothing to assist him. Do not worry, May, Bont reassured, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Peter is merely encountering his parents' affairs for the first time in many years, which is why he is so captivated. May nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her rough palm gripping Bont's hand tightly, as if letting go would cause her 2 children to vanish into the distance. Deep down, she longed to ask Bont if he too, like Peter, yearned to find his biological parents. Yet, she hesitated to voice the question. She understood that if a child wished to return to their parents, it was a perfectly reasonable desire, and she had no grounds to hinder Bont, just as she had no justification to prevent Peter from investigating his parents' past. However, should that day ever arrive, the prospect of losing Bont or Peter was a thought she found difficult to bear. Fortunately, Bont tightened his grip on her. Let us return home quickly, Aunt May. I am absolutely starving. As night fell, Bont and Aunt May walked side by side back to their home. Upon their arrival, Uncle Ben had been anxiously waiting at the doorstep for quite some time. Seeing Bont and May approach together, he hurriedly jogged over. Aunt May? His expression revealed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Bont to be the one accompanying May home instead of Peter. Where's Peter? He inquired. Peter went to see Dr. Connors, so he sent me to fetch Aunt May, Bont explained, reiterating the words he had previously shared with May. However, Uncle Ben was not as easily deceived as Aunt May. He cast a discerning glance at Bont, clearly sensing that Bont had lied on Peter's behalf. Yet, in the end, he chose not to expose the falsehood, nor did he chastise Bont for it. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. While lying was undeniably wrong, he understood that Bont acted out of familial loyalty. Throughout their lives, the two children had been remarkably well-behaved. But Bont had always exhibited a level of maturity far beyond Peter's. Many times, Ben believed that Bont's presence was a divine gift bestowed upon their family. "Thank you, my child," he said. "It's nothing. It's simply my duty," Bant replied, adding that he could handle such matters in the future, as he had ample time each day. "I would gladly do so, but you left too early this morning," Uncle Ben chuckled, his eyes glistening with warmth, as his heavy hand patted Bant's shoulder. "Very well. You may take May back. I shall wait for Peter. It's late. Let us go inside and wait." Bant wrapped his arm around Uncle Ben, attempting to draw him into the room. Yet, Ben extended his other hand to gently restrain Bant, his tone soft but his gaze resolute. "No. I shall wait here for him." At that moment, Bant possessed enough strength to pull Uncle Ben inside with a mere finger. Yet grasping Ben's arm felt akin to tugging at a colossal mountain. He understood that Uncle Ben remained there to engage in a serious discussion with Peter. He was acutely aware that Peter, newly empowered and preoccupied with thoughts of his parents, might act impulsively and inadvertently harm Uncle Ben and Aunt May. It was precisely this quarrel that had driven Peter to storm out, prompting Uncle Ben to seek him, only to fall victim to a robber's bullet. Although Bant had preemptively dealt with Dennis, the gravity of the situation still left him uneasy. Without Dennis, there could still be the Sandman. He yearned to avert this conversation, much like he had neutralized Dennis to preempt the crisis. However, it was not as simple as extinguishing a life. Ultimately, he could only nod and accompany Aunt May into the house. Compared to Bant, May appeared even more anxious. She clearly sensed the impending turmoil. "It's all right," Bant whispered comfortingly in her ear. "I think we should head to the kitchen and prepare some food. I suspect those two will be too engrossed in their argument to eat." Aunt May chuckled at his jest. "No, you and Peter would never argue with us. Never." Her conviction was palpable, though her feet betrayed her as they led her toward the kitchen. Bant gazed at her slender silhouette and nodded earnestly. "You're right, Aunt May. We won't. If Peter dares to do so, I shall show him my strength." "Let us not fight," May interjected, opening the refrigerator. "What would you like for dinner? How about something simple?" Bant settled at the dining table, contemplating fried chicken or pork chops. "I'm so hungry I could devour an entire pig." Bant was indeed not jesting, for he, like Peter, had acquired spider-like abilities, albeit this superpower was not fully formed at the outset, but rather intensified over time. Clearly, Bant's powers were still rapidly evolving. The transformation he experienced far exceeded the changes of his entire adolescence, necessitating substantial nourishment to replenish his energy until his spider abilities stabilized. Conversely, his repeated transformations into an extraterrestrial hero had not drained him of much stamina. That energy was consumed from within. At that moment, a sound arose from outside. Peter had returned. Chapter 13. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter, in a state of urgency, raced towards his home, breathless by the time he arrived at the doorstep. His spirits had been high, for within the confines of the Osborn group, he had successfully aided Connors in unraveling the perplexing genetic lock that had long confounded them, ultimately healing a little white mouse that had lost its leg through a model he had devised based on his parents' legacy. If Connors could confirm the applicability of their findings to humans, it might indeed save countless lives. However, as he departed from the Osborn group and beheld the darkening sky, a wave of panic washed over him. He recalled Band's repeated admonitions at noon not to forget to pick up Aunt May. Yet, engrossed in their research, he had completely lost track of time. Now, he could not ascertain whether Aunt May was still waiting for him. With urgency, he hurried to her workplace, only to find that Bant had already taken her home. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Peter scarcely had a moment to catch his breath before sprinting back home. From a distance, he spotted Uncle Ben standing at the door, his serious demeanor causing Peter great unease. The prospect of reprimand was secondary. More pressing was his concern for Aunt May's safe return. The streets of New York at night were fraught with danger, and the thought that his negligence might have led to harm befalling her was a burden he feared he could never forgive himself for. "Uncle Ben, where is Aunt May?" he shouted as he approached, his pace unrelenting. Despite his enhanced stamina, the frantic running had left him utterly fatigued. He placed a hand on his hip, his throat parched, and his body bent over, nearly speechless. Yet, his expression was one of profound worry and dread. Witnessing his distress softened Ben's resolve to scold him. She is back home safe. Bant picked her up. Ben replied, he lied for you, saying you asked him to fetch her. Upon hearing that Aunt May was unharmed, Peter exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight that had burdened his heart lifted. Yet, astonishment and guilt washed over him. It had indeed been Bant who reminded him earlier to collect Aunt May, and now it was Bant who had fulfilled that promise in his stead. I'm so sorry, Peter managed to utter, his voice heavy with regret, daring not to meet Uncle Ben's gaze. Fortunately, perhaps due to the fact that Peter did not entirely forget the gravity of the situation, his visible worry and remorse softened Ben's anger. Everyone makes mistakes, Peter, he said gently, choosing his words carefully to avoid further distressing the boy. You remind me so much of your father, and that is a wonderful thing. This sentiment was entirely sincere. Although Ben and Peter's father were brothers, they were vastly different in character. In contrast to the ordinary Peter, his father had always been exceptional. Ben hoped that Peter would follow in his father's footsteps and become a remarkable scientist. However, your father has always believed that with great power comes great responsibility. Ben walked over to Peter, embracing him, which brought Peter a semblance of warmth and solace. You have grown up, even though May and I are not your true parents. No. Peter's heart jolted upon hearing those words, and he quickly lifted his head, eager to speak. Yet, Ben gestured for him to listen on. It's nothing, Peter. This is the truth, Ben stated earnestly. Neither May nor I oppose you or little Ben exploring the matter of your biological parents. It is your right, and we have no authority to hinder that. However, remember this. Despite not being your parents, we love you just the same. I do not expect you to bear significant responsibility for this household, but I hope you will not cause May any sorrow, all right? Ben said. Do you know what might have happened today if little Ben hadn't gone to fetch May? Peter opened his mouth, speechless. Throughout the journey home, he couldn't help but dwell on the worst possible outcomes. He could have lost Aunt May because of this. Ben placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, You are not alone in these thoughts. May, waiting for you, would be even more worried. Indeed, at that moment, Peter could only nod, utterly at a loss. Guilt overwhelmed him, dulling the joy he had felt from his newfound powers. Not wanting to see him burdened by guilt, Ben comforted him. Thankfully, you are both safe now, and that is enough. Just remember not to let it happen again, all right? Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Peter nodded, his eyes glistening. Just then, the door to the house swung open. Little Ben stood there, holding a pork chop, taking a hearty bite. The juices oozing out as he leaned against the doorframe. How long are you two going to stand at the door? Peter and Ben turned to look at him simultaneously. Ben squinted, giving Peter a light pat on the back, and exclaimed, You must be starving, kid. Go back and eat. Then, leaning closer to Peter, he whispered, Little Ben has already covered for you once today, so let us follow his lead, shall we? Don't let May worry. All right. Peter nodded vigorously. That night, Peter and little Ben indulged in a hearty meal, both crammed into little Ben's room. After a loud burp, Peter remarked, I never imagined I could eat this much. Clearly, our superpowers require us to consume more calories. At this rate, Uncle Ben will soon be impoverished by my appetite. Little Ben lay on the bed, initially expecting a quarrel that night, but to his surprise, Uncle Ben resolved everything peacefully. However, another issue arose, money. Without little Ben and Peter, Uncle Ben and Aunt May could have lived relatively comfortably, but with 2 additional children, the expenses skyrocketed. Now that they had become such hearty eaters, they nearly emptied the refrigerator in one evening. We must devise a means to acquire some funds. Peter nodded earnestly. With great power comes great responsibility. Having gained extraordinary abilities, it is now time for us to shoulder the responsibilities of our family. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, How about engaging in underground boxing? I dare say no one could best us, and we could reap substantial profits. No, absolutely not, Band exclaimed, startled by the proposition. He had barely averted one incident involving the web-slinger. Who knows what chaos would ensue if Spider-Man were to participate in underground fights? At that moment, Peter's thoughts shifted to another notion. He pondered for a while and remarked, Perhaps we should utilize our superpowers for something meaningful. He slid a chair over to the side of Ben's bed and spoke earnestly. As Uncle Ben said, our acquisition of superpowers is not merely a gift. More importantly, it is our responsibility. We are obligated to wield them to improve the world. Chapter 14. Some say they do not wish to be Spider-Man, yet secretly design an entire suit. We have a duty to harness our superpowers for the betterment of this world. Peter approached Bant's bedside, gazing at him intently. For with great power comes great responsibility. So what? Bant adjusted his pillow slightly, leaning back, regarding Peter with a different expression. Peter felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively shifting his posture, realizing that Bant seemed rather dismissive of his words. Thus, we can become heroes, just like Iron Man, Peter proclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Then, with a contemplative expression, he mused, we could adopt fitting code names, such as Humanoid Spider or Spider Duo. What do you think? If you wish to be a superhero, go ahead on your own, don't involve me. I can only wish you success, Vance said, rolling over. He indeed regarded the idea with a degree of disdain, but had no intention of dissuading Peter. Regardless, Peter had the right to choose his own path in life, to become who he aspired to be. Furthermore, although Bant did not intend to become a hero, he felt no need to mock someone willing to embrace that role. Peter's intentions were noble. It was simply that Bant lacked the fervor. Wish me success? Do you not plan to join me? Peter asked, astonished, unable to comprehend Bant's indifference towards the idea of heroism. Of course not, Bant replied. What benefit is there in being a hero for me? He regarded Peter seriously, shaking his head. There are no benefits, only troubles. But being a hero is so cool, just like Iron Man. Do you know how many people admire him? How many are crazy about him? Peter exclaimed with fervor that if they could become a hero, countless individuals would adore and idolize them. He envisioned that by attaining heroic status, he would transform into someone remarkable, dazzling and captivating, garnering immense fame, rather than remaining an inconspicuous nobody, merely Peter Parker. Spare me. Peter, Ben retorted, his intention not to dampen Peter's enthusiasm, yet the boy's naivety compelled a cold response. Even if that were the case, the admiration would be directed towards Spider-Man, not Peter Parker. He had no objections to Peter aspiring to be a superhero. But if Peter embarked on this journey with such misguided expectations, the stark reality would only inflict pain upon him. However, Spider-Man is, indeed, Peter Parker. Peter struggled to comprehend Ben's meaning, but accepted the moniker of Spider-Man nonetheless. Upon hearing this, Ben sat up, his demeanor turning grave. No, Spider-Man cannot be Peter Parker. Ben's gaze bore into Peter, instilling a sense of biological, even predatory, dominance, as if Ben were not his cousin, but rather his nemesis. Yet, Peter remained perplexed. Do you think you can stand before a throng of reporters, like Tony Stark, and boldly declare, I am Iron Man? Ben mimicked Stark's flamboyant tone. Why not? Peter retorted. Please. Tony Stark can acknowledge his identity because he is Tony Stark, with Stark Industries as his backing. Even without his armor, no criminal can harm him or his family. But what do you possess? Have you considered the consequences of unmasking yourself and revealing that Spider-Man is Peter Parker? Ben rose and pushed Peter away from the edge of the bed, Peter's body feeling almost weightless in his grasp. In truth, Peter stood frozen, Ben's words echoing in his mind, conjuring horrifying and vivid images. Uncle Ben and Aunt May would be in peril, those criminals he had once vanquished. Upon realizing they could not defeat him, would harbor an intense hatred. What do you think they would do? They would target Uncle Ben and Aunt May. At the mere thought, Peter's complexion paled, his voice stammering. I am glad your mind hasn't gone awry, Ben remarked. He understood that Peter would not overlook this reality. The boy was merely clouded by enchanting illusions at the moment. He aimed to awaken Peter to the fact that in countless universes, there existed Spider-Men whose identities were revealed, leading to the suffering or even demise of their loved ones, Mary Jane and Aunt May included. Spider-Man perpetually grappled with anguish and despair. And whenever his life appeared to be on the cusp of improvement, fate would cruelly intervene. Peter nodded vigorously, acknowledging that Ben was right, yet his convictions remained unaltered. Perhaps Spider-Man could not solely be defined as Peter Parker, but it was undeniable that Peter Parker was intrinsically linked to Spider-Man. He could maintain the secrecy of his identity. But every cheer for Spider-Man was, in essence, a cheer for him. At the very least, he was still engaged in noble deeds, was he not? With great power comes great responsibility. He did not seek public acknowledgement for his actions. However, Peter was unaware that the life of a hero often entailed more than mere accolades. He could not fathom the sorrow of being misunderstood despite his good intentions. Yet, Ben had no intention of prolonging the conversation. There was no need to undermine Peter's confidence. Some lessons could only be learned through personal experience. Of course, he understood that these challenges would neither defeat Spider-Man nor diminish Peter Parker. Moreover, Peter genuinely needed the identity of a superhero. For too long, he had been the unremarkable Peter Parker, easily overlooked even by his classmates. The girls he admired since childhood scarcely spared him a glance. But now, circumstances had changed. He possessed the opportunity and ability to transform his life. What reason did Ben have to strip that away from him? Although Peter had to keep his powers confidential, becoming Spider-Man would still address some of the voids within him. At least when adorned in that costume, he was the formidable Spider-Man rather than just Peter Parker. Thus, if one truly wished to combat crime, a dashing costume was essential. Ben swiftly seated Peter at the desk, and pulled out a stack of draft papers. Peter was immediately astounded by the contents. Wait, you claim you don't aspire to be a superhero? I do not. Yet you secretly designed an entire suit and even conceptualized the name Spider-Man. Chapter 15. Harry Osborn. Please continue reading. Some profess not to aspire to the superhero life while secretly crafting heroic names and meticulously designing their attire. Peter regarded Ben with a teasing glint in his eye, remarking, "Did you not say you had no intention of becoming Spider-Man?" "I do not intend to. I merely fear that the suit you create might be so unsightly that it brings me embarrassment," Ben replied. The Spider-Man of this universe seemed to amalgamate elements from 3 cinematic realms, and Ben was uncertain which version of the suit Peter would ultimately reveal. If it resembled the baby pajamas worn by Holland's portrayal, that would be utterly humiliating. Very well, I begrudgingly trust you, but as Peter perused the draft papers, he soon discovered that the designs were manifold. Various color schemes were evident, and there were even suits reminiscent of Iron Man's armor, imbued with mechanical and cyberpunk aesthetics, leaving Peter utterly captivated. "This is excessive, isn't it? Just confirm whether you want it or not." "Yes, of course I do." Ultimately, Peter chose a set from the most numerous red and blue variants. He had aspirations for the Iron Spider suit or the Spider Knight, but alas, their skills were currently insufficient, and he had to temporarily set those ambitions aside. The idea of utilizing webbing was indeed an intriguing concept. However, the existing materials were wholly inadequate for realization, Peter mused. The Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man possessed a unique web shooter mechanism in his wrists, while the Andrew Garfield version's webbing was a product of Oscorp, with him merely crafting a web shooter. Yet, it seemed that Oscorp was not currently involved in the web-slinging industry, implying that Peter and Ben would need to invent an entirely new web material, one that could withstand substantial tensile strength to meet expectations. If only Ben could transform into the spider monkey at this moment, it would simplify matters significantly, allowing for direct research into the webbing structure of the spider monkey. However, for now, Peter would have to rely solely on his own efforts. A spark of inspiration flickered in Peter's mind. "Let us push forward," he thought. "And I propose incorporating a substance into the webbing that would allow for natural degradation. Otherwise, before long, all of New York could become a spider's nest." He patted Peter on the shoulder, then gently ejected the contemplative Peter from his room. Subsequently, he returned to his computer, pondering other matters. As he had previously stated, possessing superpowers necessitated their utilization. Peter intended to become a hero for New York. Ben did not aspire to save the world, but he could certainly be a hero in his own right for their household. Earning more money would enable Uncle Ben and Aunt May to enjoy a better life. The lingering thought of establishing his own company, named Primus Technologies, haunted him like a ghost, aiming to become a leader in the industry. At the very least, he aspired to reach the scale of Oscorp. However, startup capital and projects posed significant challenges, and he currently lacked any substantial resources. Ben reflected on this, realizing that the only technologically advanced item in his possession was Iron Man's suit. The suit, of course, needed no elaboration, as many of its technologies were patented by Stark Industries. Nevertheless, development was not out of reach. One could exploit legal loopholes like Hammer Industries in collaboration with the U.S. government would surely bring allies to support such endeavors. However, Ben had no intention of providing them with weaponry. Another subject of research was, of course, the Little Broken Watch. As a level 20 technology, the capabilities of the Little Broken Watch extended far beyond mere transformation. In addition to its fundamental function, it harbored exceptionally advanced communication technology, enabling instantaneous communication over millions of light years without delay, along with teleportation capabilities and sophisticated nanotechnology. Each time the Little Broken Watch transformed, it would convert the attire of its holder into the battle suit of an extraterrestrial hero using nanotechnology. This is why, as the first season of the Alien Hero progressed, the protagonist's attire transitioned from monochrome to verdant hues. While nanotechnology is indeed a promising avenue, the technological leap required is rather formidable, rendering immediate realization a daunting task. Bont mused, and the financial resources needed for such a venture were far beyond his means. The initial capital remains the paramount obstacle. Advancing technology is not as simple as robbing a few petty thugs to amass sufficient funds. Without substantial financial backing, most scientists are rendered impotent. This predicament explains why even a capable figure like Dr. Octopus resorts to bank heists. Contemplating further, Bont concluded that if robbing small-time criminals was unfeasible, targeting the underground empire's crime lords might be a more viable option. For instance, figures like Gene Bing and the Hand. However, such an endeavor would undoubtedly expose him to greater risks. If it were merely the abilities of Spider-Man, Bont would not be overly concerned about his identity being discovered. In truth, from the moment Peter aspired to become Spider-Man, it was inevitable that S.H.I.E.L.D. would uncover their identities. Bont aimed to project an image to S.H.I.E.L.D. as someone endowed with superpowers, yet unwilling to embrace the role of a superhero like his cousin. He intended to use his spider-like abilities as bait while concealing the peril of his technology. The stakes were exceedingly high. Should it become fully exposed, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would likely devise myriad ways to seize it. Bont was not particularly frightened of them, but he wished to avoid attracting such bothersome nuisances, akin to flies. Moreover, this course of action would raise questions about the origins of his funds, should he achieve any breakthroughs. Those in power might exploit the situation to claim ownership of his inventions. Thus, another strategy was required. He picked up his phone and scrolled to a number. Lacking financial resources himself, he would seek an investor, fortuitously knowing an individual with deep pockets yet lacking discernment. Though it was the middle of the night, the call connected swiftly. "Hello, Harry Potter." "Don't call me Harry Potter." Harry, on the other end, could barely contain his irritation upon answering, chastising Bont. After a moment, he calmed down and retorted, "You wouldn't call me without reason. How is Peter faring these days?" Starting with inquiries about Peter, he insinuated their relationship was less than platonic. "He is doing splendidly. I dare say he has never been better." Presently, Peter resembled a fresh graduate who had just landed a position at a major corporation, blissfully unaware of the impending indoctrination into the corporate grind. His excitement palpable due to his newfound employment. "And what about you?" Harry queried. "I can't believe you're calling me just to reminisce, especially at this hour." In truth, Harry had already concocted a narrative in which Bont sought him out due to heartbreak, anticipating a moment of levity while offering solace to his old friend. However, Bont's words struck Harry like a dagger to the heart. "Harry, I recall your desire for Uncle Norman to regard you with greater esteem, do I not? I have devised a plan." Chapter 16. Sometimes, being ahead of one's time is a grave error. "What is your plan?" Harry, having seldom escaped from boarding school, seized the opportunity to meet with Bont. At this moment, the two found themselves seated in a snow mud shop, where Harry took a sip of the frosty concoction, only to gag, as if he might expel his very tongue. "What is this dreadful substance? It tastes horrendous." "I share your sentiment," Bont replied impassively as he drained his own cup of snow mud. This was his inaugural experience with the drink, and he too found its flavor rather unpalatable. Yet, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he consumed it entirely. "So what is the plan you speak of?" From the moment he entered, Harry was certain that Peter was not present. He had known both Peter and Bont since childhood, their bond particularly strong between Harry and Peter, who had been friends long before Peter arrived at Uncle Ben's home. After Peter was fostered, Harry initially visited often, during which time he became familiar with Bont. Owing to Bont's more mature disposition, he had always acted like an older brother to them. Thus Harry tended to trust Bont's words implicitly. Therefore, when Bont mentioned having a plan, Harry came, without hesitation, confident that Bont's intentions were not unfounded. Moreover, as Bont had articulated, Harry yearned for the recognition of his father, Norman Osborn. In truth, Harry was already exceptional compared to his peers, excelling academically and hailing from a wealthy family, yet he remained composed and responsible. However, in Norman's eyes, these qualities were of little consequence. Harry was indeed remarkable, yet, akin to Bont not long ago, he was merely extraordinary in a sea of prodigies, a mere dot in a world teeming with brilliance. Regarding his son, Norman either viewed him with disdainful indifference or subjected him to harsh criticism. Of course, Norman's callousness toward his son stemmed not only from Harry's failure to meet his expectations, but also from the fact that Harry's birth had rendered Norman's wife frail, ultimately leading to her demise. Unbeknownst to Harry, he believed himself to be insufficiently exceptional, which was why he endured his father's perpetual disapproval. It is difficult to fathom that the future heir of Oscorp harbors a singular wish to earn the acknowledgement of his father. "I intend to establish a company," Bont declared. Establish a company? To be frank, Harry felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this response. Initially, he had genuinely believed Bont might possess an astute strategy to garner his father's recognition. He never anticipated it would be so mundane. Not that starting a company is inherently flawed, but the concern lies in the fact that even if one impulsively founded a small enterprise, what difference would it truly make? If he were to rely solely on his own resources, the funds he could muster would be exceedingly limited, while establishing a small company might suffice. Garnering the admiration of his father through such an endeavor would be utterly unattainable. Moreover, The question of whether this enterprise could even turn a profit, and what its business model would entail, remains a significant concern. Norman Osborn is not merely a businessman. He is also a scientist. Unless the business proposition could genuinely advance technology and achieve a substantial lead in a particular field, it would likely not capture his interest. I would certainly support your ambition to start a company. Following a brief moment of disappointment, Harry quickly composed himself. After all, Bont's intentions were commendable, and based on Harry's understanding of Bont, he would not embark on a venture without sufficient confidence. The mere fact that he proposed this idea suggests that it is entirely feasible and potentially profitable. However, Bont does not fully grasp his father's perspective. He is unaware that even a minor achievement would not impress the illustrious Norman Osborn. Even Harry himself felt that even making a profit would yield only a trivial gain, which would hardly matter. Nevertheless, since his good friends sought his assistance, he had no reason to decline. If this venture could improve the living conditions of Bont and Peter's family, Harry would be more than willing to help. Could you elaborate on your specific ideas? Bont was well aware of the thoughts occupying Harry's mind at that moment. It would be absurd for anyone to believe that a young boy could successfully establish a company and achieve significant success. Yet, Bont's subsequent revelation left Harry astounded. Nanotechnology. Nanotechnology? You certainly have audacity, Harry chuckled, brushing away the snow and mud before him. Come now, let us not jest. If you seek my investment, you cannot possibly keep the business details under wraps. In response to Harry's skepticism, Bont merely smiled and retorted. Why would you assume that I called you all this way just to joke around? Wait, are you serious? Upon hearing Bont's words, Harry finally recognized that he was not jesting. Although the concept of nanotechnology was proposed as far back as the previous century, and its principles have been realized to a certain extent today, these advancements are safeguarded by patents. For Bont to establish a company focused on developing nanotechnology, he must achieve a technological breakthrough. Such an endeavor would require far more funding than mere millions or tens of millions of dollars. Don't be foolish, Bont. Even with the financial might of the Osborn Group, venturing into the realm of nanotechnology would require extensive deliberation. My modest pocket money is hardly sufficient for such extravagant pursuits. Harry shook his head, having completely lost hope in Bont's proposal, and he could not help but think that Bont must have lost his senses to entertain such fanciful aspirations. Harry gazed at Bont, whose face radiated confidence, and suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. He was entirely different from the mature and composed Bont of his childhood. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that people inevitably change. After all these years apart, perhaps Bont was no longer the familiar figure he once knew, but had transformed into an arrogant individual, conceited in his supposed wisdom. Remembering their past camaraderie, Harry refrained from turning away. Fortunately, he did not walk away, for Bont promptly retrieved a document from his backpack and presented it before Harry's eyes. You might think I speak in riddles, but in truth, I have achieved some results, Bont asserted. This document was penned during his tenure as a minor player in the field, although he currently lacked the capability to conduct research in that realm. The inherent knowledge embedded within the minds of the Gavins was more than sufficient to navigate the challenges ahead. It is worth noting that the technological level of the minor player was rated at 20, while the Earth in this world was restricted to a mere 2. His foundational knowledge, akin to that of a Gavin elementary student or even a preschooler, would suffice for him to gain a foothold. Harry, momentarily taken aback, picked up the document and began to peruse its contents. What do you think? Bont, emboldened by his ambition to venture into the realm of nanotechnology, had every reason to be confident. Although nanotechnology already existed in this world, its progress was notably sluggish, and the existing advancements paled in comparison to what Bont proposed. The concepts he presented to Harry were akin to technologies that would not emerge for another decade or more. Of course, the contents of the document were merely theoretical at this stage, and actualizing them would require time. Even with the brilliance of a Gavin intellect, Bont would need to reacquaint himself with the requisite knowledge. Moreover, even if he grasped the relevant technology, the current scientific standards could not bring these ideas to fruition. It was akin to a modern individual suddenly transported to ancient times. No matter how vast his knowledge, he could not instantly fabricate an atomic bomb. The necessary materials and experimental environments were paramount. Even Tony Stark, capable of creating the Mark I, had access to the materials provided by terrorists, without which he would have had no means to forge anything. Nevertheless, even with only a fraction of the theoretical framework, Bont remained confident in his ability to persuade Harry. He observed as Harry furrowed his brow, sighed, and ultimately closed the document, setting it aside, casting a complex gaze in Bont's direction. This reaction caught Bont off guard. He had anticipated Harry's immediate acquiescence. Is there a problem? Bont inquired. Problems abound, Harry replied, but the most significant issue is that I cannot comprehend any of this. With his current knowledge base, examining the materials felt akin to a group of children, unable even to spell the word physics, attempting to grasp the most intricate concepts of that discipline. He still harbored little hope, for Bond's writings in the document were exceedingly obscure. The hardcore knowledge contained within eluded his understanding. While the simplistic descriptions of effects sounded as fantastical as a science fiction novel in this era, where technology had yet to experience explosive growth. To actualize these concepts, mere nanotechnology would not suffice. It would necessitate the existence of highly intelligent nanomachines. However, the feasibility of such nanobots remained a matter of debate. Harry could easily envision the scathing reprimand he would receive from his father, Norman Osborn, should he present the document to him. Norman would undoubtedly chastise him vehemently, accusing him of being idle and indulging in worthless science fiction, thereby tarnishing the Osborn name. Ultimately, Harry shook his head at Bont, declaring, "This is far too unreliable, Bont. I genuinely wish to support you, but you cannot transpose elements of science fiction into our reality." Bont's initial reaction to Harry's response was one of surprise, quickly followed by an epiphany as he slapped his forehead, realizing the crux of the issue. He had forgotten that when he transformed into an alien hero, he too was influenced by their traits and thought processes. What seemed comprehensible to a small warrior was vastly different for a human. Earthlings were not Gavins. Not everyone possessed an exceptionally high IQ, not even the dimmest among the Gavins, such as Chiba and Brooke, who would still be deemed top-tier scientists in the cosmos. Yet here on Earth, there were surely few who could decipher the document, and even fewer capable of bringing it to fruition. His mistake lay in presenting such advanced scientific concepts too soon. Chapter 17. Do you still say you're not true love? Seeking reads and monthly votes. Now? It was impossible for Bont to immediately showcase alternative technologies. He could not possibly transform into a small warrior in front of Harry and the other patrons of the snowy mud shop. Harry, I understand this may seem unbelievable. Bont endeavored to persuade him, almost akin to a fanciful tale. But trust me, I can turn this into reality. I promise. He gazed earnestly at Harry. Though he did not articulate the reasoning, the solemnity of his tone evidently rekindled Harry's memories of Bont's past steadiness and maturity. Perhaps he truly could accomplish it? Harry found himself pondering. At this moment, despite still perceiving the absurdity of the situation, an impulse to believe surged within him. He mused, what if it can indeed be realized? I cannot comprehend those formulas. Perhaps the contents are indeed genuine? After all, he is Bont. He has never faltered before. Taking a deep breath, Harry seemed to arrive at a significant decision. He once more picked up the document Bont had given him. I will present it to my father. The Osborn Group is replete with experts, and if there truly lies a possibility of realization, I believe my father might be inclined to initiate a new project. As the individual before him was Bont, Harry resolved, regardless of the potential disdain he might incur from his father, Norman Osborn, to present the document before him. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept towards Harry, and in an instant, a force tugged at his arm. To his astonishment, the document he held was forcefully slammed onto the table by Bont. The tempered glass atop the table emitted a deafening crack, shattering into fragments no larger than a fingernail. Bont, Harry exclaimed, startled, gazing at this old friend, now somewhat unfamiliar after years apart. Are you all right? I'm fine. It seems the glass quality was a bit subpar. Bont replied, clearly taken aback by the outcome. His excitement had caused him to miscalculate his strength, resulting in the glass shattering. At that moment, a flustered waiter rushed over, inquiring if they were injured. No one doubted Bont's strength. Everyone assumed the glass was at fault, with the manager even considering some financial compensation for Bont. However, they were swiftly dismissed by both Bont and Harry, who decided to relocate their discussion elsewhere. As they strolled along the riverbank, Bont remarked, "Do not show it to Uncle Norman. I have no intention of collaborating with Osborn. My only partnership is with you." He was not inclined to share his expertise with Norman Osborn, who might soon become the Green Goblin. Although Norman was still a respectable elder, the Osborn Corporation was a vast entity, governed by more than just his directives. The shareholders were like vampires. Should Bont achieve any success, they would all seek to claim a share. Bont could manage, but why complicate matters? Do you understand, Harry? It's just you and me, he said, pointing to Harry's chest. Perhaps in the future, Peter too, but there will be no involvement from the Osborn Corporation or any other conglomerate. Just us? Harry paused by the riverbank, gazing at Bont in surprise. Bont nodded, leaning against the railing, and delicately stated, "The Osborn Corporation is not solely dictated by your father. I refuse to let others interfere with my company." Bont aimed to elevate Plamo's technology into a behemoth rivaling, if not surpassing, Stark Industries, and preferred to avoid troublesome shareholding issues from the outset. He was cautious, not just of other investors, but even regarding Harry's father. Naturally, discussing such matters in Harry's presence seemed rather impolite. I can comprehend your thoughts, Harry nodded. To be honest, if those shareholders had the opportunity, they would likely tear apart the Osborn Group, leaving nothing but bones behind. You are correct. That is precisely what I fear. Moreover, if one were to achieve success without the assistance of the Osborn Group, I believe Uncle Norman would feel prouder of you, wouldn't you agree? You speak the truth, yet. Bant, developing nanotechnology without relying on Osborn's financial resources is an insurmountable task. Harry sighed and shook his head, expressing his dilemma. Merely establishing a nanotechnology laboratory would require an exorbitant amount of funding. We need not commence with nanotechnology right away, Bant pondered. Indeed, the technology of highly intelligent nanobots is rather advanced. The only advantage I possess at present is access to existing research samples, which alleviates the concern of straying off course, thus saving considerable costs. What are your thoughts? Harry inquired. Bant naturally contemplated Iron Man's armor. Much of the technology from Mark III could be adapted for civilian use. More importantly, after transforming into the Little War Machine, he surmised that mastering the Mark III's technology would not take long. He could effortlessly upgrade the suit and subsequently sell the enhanced features. It wouldn't require a substantial amount. I believe several tens of millions of dollars would suffice. Bant winked at Harry, who shook his head in resignation. He had initially thought he would merely support an old friend's entrepreneurial venture, perhaps investing a few $100,000 to establish a small company, but now it seemed he might need to invest tens of millions. I suppose I will have to sell a few cars, he shrugged. Following that, the two discussed the matter of company shares, which turned out to be simpler than anticipated. Young Harry was hardly a shrewd businessman. Rather, he did not perceive this as a commercial transaction at all. Ultimately, he only requested a minimal portion of the shares. Money is not of great importance to me, Harry said, shaking his head. You sought my assistance, and I offered it. It is as simple as that. Furthermore, I will eventually inherit the Osborn Group, regardless of how dissatisfied my father may be with me. I am his only son. Harry smiled, patting Bant on the shoulder. The best reward you could give me is to make the company a success, so my father will regard me with newfound respect. Rest assured, Harry, I shall not disappoint you. Having resolved the financial issue, Bant intended to bid farewell to Harry, but Harry halted him. Wait, what is it? Do you have something else to discuss? Bant asked. Surely not, Bant. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. I just decided to give you all the money I have saved since childhood, even considering selling my car, and you intend to leave me standing alone on the street. Why do you portray me as a heartless scoundrel who turns his back after pulling up his trousers? You are indeed, Harry retorted. At the very least, you ought to invite me over for a meal. Without further ado, he hooked his arm around Bant's shoulder, pulling him towards the Queen's area. It's been ages since I last saw Peter. After finally escaping from boarding school, I certainly don't wish to return so soon. After much discussion, it became evident that his concern was indeed for Peter, affirming that the bond between them was genuine love. Bant rolled his eyes, but chose not to respond. It was true that Harry and Peter shared a remarkable friendship, having known each other for a longer time, and in contrast to the more mature Bant, Peter found joy in Harry's company. Upon returning home, they discovered that Aunt May and Uncle Ben had yet to finish their workday. To support the household, particularly in raising two children, they were evidently required to exert greater effort. In the earlier years, Uncle Ben often worked late into the night, while Aunt May juggled multiple jobs. For quite some time, Bant and Peter had contemplated taking on part-time jobs after school. Yet Bant's youth had prevented Uncle Ben from consenting to this idea. However, Peter remained at home. Recently, due to concerns over Aunt May, Peter realized he had been investing too much emotional energy into the memories of his deceased parents. While this was not inherently wrong, it was crucial that he did not neglect the family members still present in his life. This realization filled him with a sense of guilt, leading him to refrain from visiting Dr. Connors in recent times. On the other hand, he believed that his previous visit, where he had left behind his father's formula, had resolved the serum issue, rendering another visit unnecessary. Perhaps it would be best to wait a while before checking on the progress of the serum research with the doctor. As Peter engaged in self-reflection, he half-squatted, examining the trinkets on the table. The web shooters. Since receiving Bant's suggestion, Peter had been pondering the suit and the web shooters. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctual understanding of how to create a unique enzyme to synthesize the webbing. And he succeeded. The remaining tasks involved the suit and the shooters. Where had little Bant wandered off to? He had claimed he wouldn't become a superhero. Yet he wasn't lending any assistance. Peter sighed, but quickly regained his composure. An idea struck him. Even if you claim you won't be Spider-Man, I shall not forget you when good things arise, for you are my cousin. With a sly smile, Peter flipped through the sketches that Bant had previously given him, selecting another suit design. This one looked promising. Holding the design in one hand and a half-finished spider suit in the other, he contemplated how to modify the style for Bant. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by an electric sensation coursing through his scalp. Is little Bant back? Perfect timing to ask which design he prefers. Peter, still bemused by the inexplicable sensation, prepared to take the sketches to Bant. Just then, a voice from outside caught his attention, one that sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Peter? Before Harry had even ascended the staircase, he called out loudly to the upper floor. As he stepped onto the somewhat worn stairs, they emitted a disconcerting creak that made his teeth ache. Your staircase seems to have seen better days, Harry remarked, expressing his concern that he might inadvertently collapse it beneath his weight. By generational standards, you could refer to it as Uncle's staircase, Bant quipped, adding reassuringly, but fear not. It hasn't developed osteoporosis. It won't crumble. Let us hope so, Harry responded. Upon reaching Peter's door, just as he was about to knock, the doorknob turned of its own accord, and Peter emerged, clutching a sketchbook filled with designs for Spider-Man's costume. Long time no see, Peter. Harry greeted him with enthusiasm, his gaze quickly falling upon the artwork in Peter's hands. What is this? Chapter 18. Dr. Connors, please continue reading. Long time no see, Peter. What is this? Nothing. Peter stammered, startled, nearly leaping to the ceiling. Hi, Harry. It's been ages. I almost didn't recognize you. Weren't you off at boarding school? He said, casually tossing the sketch behind him, leaning against the doorframe to shield Harry's view of his cluttered room. Indeed, Harry was momentarily distracted, though he refrained from revealing the truth. Little Bant called me, so I came out for a stroll. It felt like a prison in there. Ever since Uncle Norman sent you to boarding school, we haven't seen much of each other. Peter was evidently thrilled to see his old friend again. Had it not been for the chaos in his room, he would have certainly invited Harry in to sit for a while. How about a game? He suggested, stepping out and swiftly closing the door. Little Bant borrowed a new game from a classmate a few days ago. A new game? Splendid. I would relish even a tank battle. Harry nodded eagerly, then took a closer look at Peter, his astonishment growing. Peter, you've grown quite a bit. Peter looked strikingly different from Harry's recollections. No longer the skinny boy he once knew, Peter now towered over Harry, his physique noticeably more robust. Moreover, he had discarded his glasses. Did you have eye surgery? Harry inquired. No, I just wear contact lenses, Peter quickly clarified. He then hurriedly led Harry to Bant's room, pushing open the door and accessing Bant's computer. Although he felt slightly guilty for using Bant's belongings without permission, he had no other means to divert Harry's attention. By the way, where's little Bant? I saw him heading towards the kitchen downstairs, Harry replied, gripping the game controller as if it were a steering wheel, his eyes nearly glued to the computer screen. Hurry up, Peter, Harry urged, though the gaming console at his home was significantly larger than Bant's computer. With a speed and graphic quality that were undeniably inferior, Harry found himself feeling a sense of ennui upon returning home. Strangely, even before the game commenced, he was already filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the profound truth that the ultimate configuration for gaming is not the equipment, but the companionship of friends. After a while, Bant approached, carrying 3 cups of juice. Observing Peter and Harry, who were intensely engrossed in their game, he felt somewhat like a guardian overseeing them. Come join us, little Bant. Peter initially intended to divert Harry's attention to protect his own secrets hidden within his room. However, he had now clearly become enraptured by the game. I have other matters to attend to. You two enjoy yourselves, Bant declared, placing down the beverages and exiting the room. He was not being disingenuous. Indeed, he had numerous tasks awaiting him. Although he had successfully secured funding from Harry, a plethora of trivial matters loomed ahead. The sum given by Harry was scarcely enough to acquire a building. He needed to devise a means to establish his own laboratory. Additionally, once products were developed, a sales channel was essential to ensure their release and build a reputable name. In truth, Bant's mind was brimming with knowledge of advanced weaponry, yet he had no intention of developing or commercializing them. Even though Stark Industries had vacated the arms market following their announcement to cease weapon production, Bant found himself unable to engage in the sale of arms to Americans. Instead, he contemplated focusing on laboratory work, market research, and marketing products aimed at improving civilian life. In this regard, the necessity for cutting-edge equipment diminished. Reflecting on the temporary suspension of the nanotechnology project, he realized that precision instruments were not urgently required, thus allowing for some financial savings. The civilian electronic devices in this world were not particularly advanced, Both Bond's computer and phone were relatively outdated models. After all, this world was still in the year 2008, with Apple only having released its second generation of products. He possessed a plethora of innovative gadgets he could introduce. However, urgency was paramount. In a few years, all manner of extraordinary technologies would emerge. Prior to Tony's ascension as Iron Man, the technological standards in this world had not been excessively outlandish. Yet, following Loki's failed invasion of New York with the Chitauri army, the alien technology left behind catalyzed an explosive advancement in Earth technology. Contemplating the Chitauri, Bond's side, Thanos is a nuisance as well. I wonder if this world will evolve similarly to the cinematic universe I am familiar with. He did not dwell on this question for long. It felt too distant to concern himself with. Compared to this, he now yearns to construct a clandestine laboratory beneath Uncle Ben's house, reminiscent of the Spider-Man from Parallel Universe. However, it is impossible for him to commence such a venture without the knowledge of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Bant, armed with a notebook, indulges in whimsical planning in the living room, yet he finds himself unable to act as Harry's funds have yet to materialize. Meanwhile, while Peter and Harry are joyfully engrossed in their game, Dr. Connors finds himself cornered by a group of individuals at Oscorp. The executives of Oscorp, with an air of arrogance and disdain, invade Connors' laboratory, casually approaching the table and picking up a small vial of green serum. "You have succeeded," one of them remarks. Connors, still oblivious to their ill intentions, excitedly shares his findings. "It is not yet complete. I have only experimented on mice thus far. But soon. Just give me a little more time." "There is no time left," the executive harshly interrupts, leaving Connors stunned. "Mr. Norman has neither the patience nor the time to wait for your gradual progress. We shall commence human trials immediately." "What? No, this cannot be done." Connors protests fervently. "It is not yet at the stage for human experimentation. I have stated, there is no time for your slow pace. You have delayed long enough, Connors." The executive, dismissive of Connors' agitation, sees no reason to heed the concerns of a disabled individual. "This is not a request. It is a notification," he coldly asserts. Yet Connors stands resolutely in front of him. "No, I will not allow you to proceed." He dreams of creating a serum that could restore limbs to the countless unfortunate souls afflicted with disabilities, but conducting human trials on an unrefined serum contradicts his very purpose. "In that case, you have become obsolete," the executive signals to those behind him, who promptly begin to remove items from the laboratory. Most crucially, they target the serum Connors has developed. "What are you doing?" Connors attempts to intervene, but his physical limitations render him powerless, and he is unceremoniously shoved to the ground. "I am merely reclaiming what belongs to me and to Oscorp," the executive declares. "This is my invention." Connors, sprawled on the floor, emits a furious roar, akin to a ferocious dinosaur, in response to the thievery unfolding before him. Yet, his outcry fails to intimidate anyone. In truth, these vultures have long grown accustomed to the anguished cries of others. "No, it does not belong to you," the executive scoffs, shaking his head in disdain as he slips the vial into his suit pocket, then steps on Connors' empty sleeve with a derisive laugh. "It is Oscorp's funding that allows you to conduct your research, Connors. Otherwise, what value could someone like you possibly hold?" Connors stood frozen in place. At this moment, his heart felt as shattered as his body. Chapter 19. The Phantom, seeking continuation. Harry departed only after dinner. Bant was initially prepared to assist Aunt May with the dishes, but Peter pulled him into his room instead. "What's the matter?" "I never expected to see Harry again today. It has been ages since I last encountered him," Peter exclaimed, stretching lazily. From this afternoon until now, he could say he had thoroughly enjoyed his gaming experience. "I've nearly finished crafting my battle suit, and I was wondering if you would like to create one as well?" Peter inquired. "Perhaps you do not intend to become a superhero like me, but I believe you would relish the sensation of swinging between the skyscrapers of New York. It must be exhilarating." Bant initially considered declining, but Peter's enthusiasm made the idea seem appealing. Who could resist the allure of soaring through the city like Spider-Man? "All right, then I shall have a suit." Bant picked up a sheet of drafting paper, extracting one carefully. "This one will do. Remember to alter the colors, as I wish to add a touch of personal flair." Bant opted for an advanced costume, which, aside from its classic red and blue hues, appeared to be adorned with a layer resembling skeletal remains. "All right, hand over your watch." Peter nodded, reaching for Bant's old watch. Bant immediately recoiled. "What are you doing?" "Transforming it into a web shooter. I have no spare watches available for modification." Peter replied matter-of-factly. The web shooter in his possession was indeed fashioned from a discarded watch, giving it a somewhat cheap appearance. "No need. I will manage the web shooter myself." Bant shook his hand free, preparing to return to his own room. "By the way, I don't think Liz is quite right for you, Bant remarked, pointing at the blonde girl on Peter's computer screen. Bant was at a loss as to where to begin critiquing his little brother's taste. Liz was indeed attractive, yet she exuded a sense of snobbishness and arrogance. And she would never look twice at someone as unremarkable as Peter. However, looking from another perspective, at least Peter's taste was relatively normal and did not gravitate towards someone like the rather unappealing Lila. With a scowl, Peter shut off the computer and pushed Bant out of the room. Regardless, I plan to take a stroll tonight. I initially intended to invite you, but unfortunately, your battle suit is not yet ready, so don't hold it against me. Click. Peter shut the door. Bant was taken aback that Peter had yet to don his suit, yet his tongue was already so agile. It seemed Spider-Man's superpowers had bestowed upon him considerable confidence. There was nothing wrong with this. Peter had always been excessively self-deprecating, and Bant felt genuinely pleased to witness this transformation. That night, as Bant lay in bed feigning sleep, he heard a faint sound emanating from the neighboring room. Then, a shadow crept along the wall. Peter, filled with excitement and anticipation, glanced into Bant's room and noticed that Bant appeared to be lying in bed, sound asleep, which elicited a sigh of mild disappointment from him. He had intended to showcase his battle suit before Bant. Well, there would be another opportunity. On the first day of becoming the superhero Spider-Man. I can guarantee that tonight will be quite exhilarating. Clenching his fist to rally his spirits, Peter leaped into action, pressing the button on his web shooter, propelling himself into the night. Shortly after his departure, Bant, nestled in his blankets, opened his eyes and approached the window, gazing at Peter as he soared away. Before glancing down at his watch, he intended to stealthily follow Peter. On one hand, he harbored concerns for Peter's safety, while on the other, he sought to validate certain suspicions. Ever since he had transformed into the Flash Star, his powers seemed to have experienced a slight enhancement. Although he had not inherited the spider sense, he recalled the details of his last battle with Tony, during which the spider sense had failed him. Yet his spider abilities had indeed amplified his strength, enabling him to pierce the shell of the arc reactor. The spider sense was inherently unpredictable, and that instance of coincidence proved nothing conclusive. If he truly wished to experiment, he would need to transform and take a stroll in front of Peter to see if they could sense each other. He had devised a plan. If he were to follow, it would be best to use either Flash Star or Gliding Titan. He pressed the button on his watch, causing the face to pop up, revealing a distorted, elongated pattern within the triangular box. A ghostly figure? Bant paused, uncertain whether to proceed with the activation of the watch. The ghostly figure belonged to the Icthurians, a species resembling phantoms. Although classified as life forms, they lacked even the most basic biological vitality, rendering them essentially as remnants of once living beings. Even more daunting was the fact that the ghostly figure within the watch originated from Jiska, who willingly relinquished his essence to Asmias, while secretly concealing his consciousness within. In the original narrative, it later broke free from its control and became a formidable antagonist. It was precisely this that caused Bant to feel a twinge of reluctance towards transforming into the ghostly figure. However, neglecting it could also result in chaos. Bant recalled how the ghostly figure in the animation had, to some extent, controlled the watch, which ignited a flicker of concern. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to ascertain its true nature. With that thought in mind, Bant pressed the watch's core. In the next moment, his hands transformed into sharp scythe-like claws, and his entire physique underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. He resembled a floating specter, shrouded in white cloth, devoid of feet, yet his form was marred by cracks, with a singular eye hauntingly roving within the gaping fissures. This is the specter. His voice became terrifying and malevolent. The sensation was rather pleasant. I remained myself. Bant lowered his gaze to his hands, acutely aware that he possessed complete control over this body, which meant that, at least for the time being, he need not worry about Jiska's consciousness causing disruption. Moreover, he felt as though he were connected to an infinite core of energy, able to draw boundless strength from the night without ever succumbing to fatigue. The deeper the darkness, the more formidable the power of the Icthurians. I could easily lift a truck weighing several tons. The surge of strength coursing through Bant's being filled him with exhilaration, to the extent that he felt an urge to immediately tear away the bothersome skin that enveloped him, revealing the true visage of the specter. Yet, he knew such an act would be unwise. Furthermore, he remained somewhat apprehensive, for the specter's body bore no chains of restraint, and no one could guarantee absolute security. First, he would seek out Peter. He became intangible and seamlessly passed through the wall, gliding in the direction Peter had taken, swiftly catching up to him. Recently, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 3 meters. However, they no longer shared the mutual awareness they once had. It appeared that his transformation into an extraterrestrial being had diluted the spider genes. Realizing this, Bant felt less inclined to remain by Peter's side. Throughout the night, Peter had been seeking trouble with petty thugs, rambling on with nonsensical chatter that nearly overwhelmed Bant. He had never encountered anyone whose tongue could flail with such abandon. I had no idea this kid could talk so much. Bant clutched his head and fled into the night. Let Peter amuse himself. He was ready to enjoy his own evening. Chapter 20. Possessing Tony. Please continue reading. Having freed himself from Peter, Bant drifted like a specter over the skyline of New York City. This global capital appeared undeniably opulent from a distance, resembling the veins of a starry sky. Alas, upon closer inspection, one would discover that beneath the splendor lay filth and vice. Bant scoffed. To the affluent elite perched atop society, New York was indeed the epitome of a world capital, an imperial city where the wealthy reveled through the night, intoxicated by excess, extravagantly squandering their riches and desires. Yet, for the majority, this glamorous world was separated by an insurmountable chasm. The twinkling lights in the darkness did not belong to them. It was the shadowy, damp corners beneath the illumination where they congregated. The inaccessibly prosperous city, with its towering skyscrapers, loomed over the underprivileged like a mountain, suffocating them in its shadow. Those who inhabit the lower echelons of society once harbored dreams of prosperity and strove tirelessly for it. Yet, in the end, the vast metropolis ruthlessly shattered their aspirations and trampled them underfoot. The splendor of this city has always belonged solely to a select few. The opulent New York is still New York, just as the New York rife with crime and violence is also New York. It is the same city, yet the visions of its inhabitants diverge drastically. Tragically, the prosperity of this elite is perpetually sustained by the relentless extraction of the very essence from those at the bottom. They stand atop towering edifices, consuming every morsel of flesh from the ordinary folk, draining each drop of blood, shattering every bone, and extracting all marrow until they allow the desiccated remains to accumulate in this city. Every brick and every cent in this metropolis is stained with blood. Yet, those who constructed the city shall never be its masters. Much like Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who toil diligently yet remain ensnared in a life of poverty, a condition that seems nearly immutable. Those born in the slums are likely to perpetually struggle in the mire. In this resplendent city, they resemble wayward cockroaches. However, times have changed. Bant's eyes flickered with a ghostly fire. I shall alter all of this. Yet, his ambition is not to transform the city, but merely his own family. Of course, he understands that this endeavor will not be facile. Once he has crafted his cake, those who wield considerable wealth will descend upon him like sharks scenting blood, intent on devouring him and his enterprise, leaving no vestige of value behind. Just like our unfortunate Connors, who, after dedicating over a decade to the study of cross-species genetic inheritance, finds himself merely crafting a gown for Oscorp. Bant recalls Connors as he passes by the pinnacle of Oscorp Tower, witnessing the beleaguered doctor clutching his arm, painfully and awkwardly climbing into a taxi. Clearly, this unfortunate academic has made himself the inaugural test subject in an effort to thwart Oscorp's upper echelons from conducting human experimentation. So, is it true that tonight Connors shall metamorphose into the lizard? Kurt Connors is indeed a rare talent, and he may yet find a place in Bant's future company. Not only Connors, but Dr. Otto Octavius is also a commendable scientist. At this moment, Bant is contemplating the prospects of both the lizard and Dr. Octopus. These two individuals yearn to utilize their inventions for the betterment of the world, yet fate has cruelly played them, relegating them to the role of villains. However, despite such musings, Bant refrains from immediately pursuing the lizard. In his view, the lizard serves as an ideal adversary for Peter in his superheroic endeavors. There is no necessity for him to intervene at this juncture, especially since he has his own matters to attend to. Departing from the Osborn building, Bant and Connors ventured in opposite directions. It was not long before he arrived at another iconic structure in New York City, one that surpassed the Osborn building in opulence and stood as the tallest edifice in all of New York, the Stark Tower. Ever since he had seized the armor from Tony, Bant had harbored a desire to acquire the arc reactor as well, yearning to study its intricacies. Cold fusion had long been a theoretical concept, and he was eager to uncover how Tony had brought it to fruition. Even Obadiah, despite possessing the reactor, had been unable to replicate it, suggesting that the technological standards surrounding the reactor were extraordinarily advanced. As Bant traversed the outer glass of Stark Tower, his form became nearly translucent. In the darkness, one would scarcely detect his presence without careful observation. Beyond the reactor, Stark's artificial intelligence piqued Bant's interest as well. Stark, so, You're just here to take advantage of me, are you? The intelligence of Jarvis was so sophisticated that, in later iterations, it developed a semblance of human emotion and cognitive patterns. In contrast, the subsequent iteration, Friday, was considerably more rigid. Given time, Bont could harness the technology of artificial intelligence and the reactor through his little war machine. Yet, with existing models available for study, he could significantly shorten the duration of his endeavors. Although it was already evening, a few souls remained at work within Stark Industries, overworked and beleaguered, akin to weary cattle. Bont ascended directly to the uppermost level. The pinnacle of the building served as Tony's private domain and workspace, where most of his inventions and creations came to life. However, Bont was somewhat taken aback to find that, at this late hour, Tony was still laboring within Stark Tower. What was this guy doing here at night, instead of enjoying the company of glamorous magazine cover models? Bont pondered. Fortunately, Tony did not overhear his musings. Otherwise, he would have been incensed. It was unclear who had pilfered his armor, compelling him to construct a new suit. Sir, a lizard man has been spotted on the Williamsburg Bridge, Jarvis announced, simultaneously pulling up surveillance footage from the vicinity. The moment Tony heard the word lizard, he reacted as if triggered, abandoning all his current tasks to approach Jarvis, casually lifting a glass of chlorophyll juice in the process. He then furrowed his brow, questioning, "What in the world is this?" Initially, he had thought that the flashing star had made another appearance, but the creature depicted in the footage resembled a miniature Godzilla. Its repulsiveness rivaled that of the chlorophyll juice. Taking a sip of the green concoction, Tony grimaced, blaming the dinosaur for forcing him to drink such a thing. However, on another note, Jarvis rationally pointed out, the flashing star has taken your armor, yet it has also slowed the progression of palladium poisoning. At that moment, Bont indeed allowed the palladium elements within the arc reactor to leak. However, it was also fortunate for him that Tony was unable to utilize his armor during this period, which consequently slowed the spread of the palladium elements. At present, the new suit had yet to be completed, leaving Tony merely to gaze helplessly. Damn it. I ought to prepare several suits for unforeseen circumstances. Enduring the bitter taste, he downed the chlorophyll in his hand, when suddenly he caught sight of a figure on the screen played by Jarvis, an individual clad in a red and blue bodysuit. What was that? Just as he intended to ask Jarvis to slow down the footage, he found himself frozen in place, as if under a spell. Unbeknownst to anyone, a translucent milky shadow had slipped into his body. Chapter 21. Don't look back, Pepper. It's Tony. Seeking continued reading, Bont, like a bubble, infiltrated Tony's physique. In the next instant, a black-red eyeliner emerged on either side of Tony's eye sockets, and when his eyes opened, the consciousness within this body had been seized by Bont. Possession. One of the superpowers of the Icterian. Theoretically, an Icterian could permanently inhabit another's body through such means. However, due to the constraints of his watch, Bont did not possess much time to squander. Over 20 minutes had elapsed since he departed from home. This was precisely why he opted to occupy Tony's body rather than wait for him to leave before making his move. Yet within the confines of Tony's consciousness, Bont cautiously regarded another luminous orb. The consciousness of Tony Stark himself had succumbed to slumber under Bont's influence. Should he not depart voluntarily, he might never awaken. However, the consciousness of this orb appeared different. Though it too was in a state of sleep, it seemed unaffected by the shadow's powers. Could it be the Mind Stone? As an avid fan of Cloud Comics, Bont had indeed heard whispers of the seventh Infinity Stone. It was said that Tony Stark's exceptional intellect stemmed from possessing this seventh Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone, which manifested in the form of a tumor within his mind. However, not all iterations of Tony across the multiverse possessed this trait. The stone before him likely remained dormant, yet Bont felt a twinge of apprehension. He was uncertain whether the Mind Stone's abilities could decipher the technology of the 20th universe. It is known that the watch was a masterpiece of azimuth, and many who prided themselves on their intellect, claiming parity with azimuth, such as Albedo and Dr. Crab, were unable to fully replicate the existence of the watch. Even the ultimate evolution of Albedo could not match azimuth in intellect. The Mind Stone might not necessarily be capable of unraveling the secrets of the watch. Nevertheless, Bont still felt uneasy. It would be prudent to obtain the information swiftly and then depart. As he contemplated this, Jarvis's voice inquired, "Sir?" He was initially awaiting clear instructions from Tony, yet the latter suddenly appeared perplexed, leaving Jarvis somewhat bewildered. However, as an artificial intelligence, it lacked the authority to inquire into Tony's matters. "I'm fine, Jarvis. Show me your underlying code," Tony, Bant, casually remarked. Shaking his head and offering an excuse, "I'll see if I can upgrade you." You seem a bit odd, Sir Jarvis observed, sensing something amiss, but as a program, it was evidently ensnared in a cognitive fallacy. To wit, the Tony before it had remained unchanged. Thus, it felt no obligation to defy commands. On the virtual projection, a stream of code flashed before Bant's eyes. Honestly, he couldn't recall or comprehend it. I should have brought a disk, he mused. Unfortunately, there was no such foresight. He had not anticipated that the night would transform into a spectral encounter, leaving him unprepared and reliant on memory alone. By the way, Jarvis, where's the reactor core? He suddenly recalled. He knew Iron Man possessed more than one reactor. If he intended to take the research, he certainly couldn't dismantle the one embedded in Tony's body. Have you forgotten that you gave it to Miss Potts? Jarvis inquired curiously. It sensed an unusual deviation in Tony's behavior. Were it not for the fact that Tony had always been under its watchful eye, Jarvis might have suspected an imposter. Oh right, I completely forgot, Bant replied, clicking his tongue lightly. At this hour, he was unsure if Pepper was still at Stark Tower, and the thought of confronting her while inhabiting Tony's body felt rather strange. However, unexpectedly, just as he mentioned Pepper, the laboratory door swung open, and a blonde Pepper strode in. Tony. The sudden appearance of the principal made Bant momentarily flustered, yet he quickly regained composure, remembering that he was currently Tony, and there was nothing to fear. Hi, Pepper. You've locked yourself away for several days just to study those armors, she said, her brow furrowed, pausing momentarily. She appeared concerned and sympathetic. Sir has only slept a total of 3 hours over the past few days, Jarvis delivered a timely report, increasing Pepper's anxiety. She stepped closer, gazing at Tony's haggard face, instinctively reaching out her hand. Wait, Pepper, I'm fine. Bant retreated a step, evading her touch. He glanced at Pepper, troubled, thinking that if this continued, the narrative might veer into an odd direction. Pepper, I see you still possess your charm. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if the Spectre's abilities had acquired color. He shook his head, clearing away the superfluous thoughts. To be honest, Pepper was not his type. Even the renowned Black Widow did not evoke much of a response in him. Fine. Just look at your dark circles. Little Pepper, in a fit of irritation, thrust a mirror towards Bant's face. Bant longed to clarify that what she perceived as dark circles were merely the effects of being possessed by a specter. However, time was not on his side. The duration of his possession was already limited, and with Little Pepper's interruption, he estimated that nearly 30 minutes had slipped away. Fortunately, he had glanced over the foundational code of the artificial intelligence. Although he had not committed it to memory, recollection is often tied to cognitive ability, and once he transformed into the diminutive warrior, he might be able to retrieve these insights. There was no need to remember every detail. A general understanding would suffice. He mused. The versatile little knight would manage the rest. Nonetheless, he needed to depart swiftly. All right, Little Pepper, do you know where my snacks are? Bant quickly inquired, wishing to divert Paz from his path, lest he be discovered while vacating Tony's body. I am absolutely famished and require sustenance. Little Pepper cast him a resigned glance, occasionally feeling as though she were Tony's mother. With a sigh of exasperation, she acquiesced. I shall fetch them for you. Turning her back on Bant, she walked away. Though not conventionally attractive, Little Pepper had a commendable physique, her fitted skirt accentuating her curves. Observing her silhouette, Bant's mind unexpectedly conjured a thought. Little Pepper, do not turn around. I am Tony. Remarkably, he truly was Tony. Bant chuckled at the irony. Then, like a cicada shedding its shell, he slipped from Tony's back. This time, Jarvis noted the indistinct shadow moving in the darkness, but before he could activate his high-precision imaging system for confirmation, Bant had melded with the air, disappearing completely. Jarvis was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that an artificial intelligence was experiencing hallucinations? Chapter 22. I see your little brain must be overheating. Please continue reading. That's all there is for now. I messaged Happy to buy some hamburgers. Little Pepper returned with a few snacks. What are you doing here? Tony received the snacks, blinking in confusion. He felt that everything around him was somewhat peculiar. Jarvis, why did you project your foundational code? Sir, it was you who instructed me to display the code, Jarvis replied. Is that so? Tony's expression was one of bewilderment, as if he had just awakened from a dream. That's because you need to rest. Little Pepper retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. You've only slept 3 hours in 3 days. You are utterly mad. If you exhaust yourself to death, I shall have to find a new boss. Am I truly that fatigued? Tony mused, tapping his head in confusion. He indeed felt exceedingly weary. Yet, He sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. It must be merely exhaustion. Surely, it couldn't be a haunting, could it? He shook his head and laughed. Sir, it would be prudent for you to rest immediately. Jarvis severed the virtual projection. It had intended to discuss the shadow with Tony, yet, observing Tony's current fatigued demeanor, it inexplicably refrained from doing so. Moreover, it had been unable to activate the high-definition camera in time. Although there was some recording, it was unfortunately unclear, even after attempting to enhance the image quality. Distinguishing the details remained arduous. The night was inherently dark, and perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by light and shadow. Surely, it could not be a ghost. As an artificial intelligence constructed on the principles of science, Jarvis naturally dismissed the notion of spectral entities existing in the world. Outside Stark Tower, Bont glided along the glass walls, the bioelectricity granting him formidable adhesive capabilities, allowing him to maintain his weight even on the smooth surface of the glass. Regrettably, after transforming, he retained very few spider-like abilities. Otherwise, he could have easily overcome Flash Star's fear of slipping with this bioelectricity. Bont leaped onto the rooftop of another building before vaulting into a dark alley and emerging onto the street. Glancing back at the towering skyscrapers, their distinct insignias illuminated the night. He did not linger, turning instead toward the subway station. Approximately an hour later, he returned to Queens. Opting not to use the front door, reminiscent of his earlier departure, he climbed through the window. Before entering his room, he cast a glance at the window opposite his own, which belonged to Mary Jane Watson. This universe's Mary Jane was not the same as her counterpart from the Tobey Maguire films. She had only recently moved here to live with her aunt. Peter had not yet returned. Once inside his own room, Bont did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he immediately powered on his computer, transforming into Little Goblin. This old device could hardly support the caliber of artificial intelligence that Jarvis represented. Bont's fingers danced across the keyboard, his frog-like hands tapping away. As he had anticipated, after becoming Little Goblin, his memory had significantly enhanced. The underlying code of Jarvis flickered before his eyes like a series of photographs, allowing him to reconstruct even the parts he had originally forgotten based on the knowledge possessed by Little Goblin. He quickly began to replicate the code on the keyboard. Next, he would await Harry's funds to arrive, after which he could procure a supercomputer. It appeared that Bont's initial investment would be substantial. Merely acquiring a supercomputer might cost nearly $10 million. Perhaps purchasing components would be more economical, he pondered. Acquiring a finished product was prohibitively expensive. He could easily buy a slightly outdated supercomputer and modify it himself, which would save a considerable amount of money. However, regardless of the calculations, the funds remained insufficient. Harry could only muster $10 million at most, and that was contingent upon selling some of his cherished collectibles. Yet, what Bont required extended far beyond merely a supercomputer. If the primary product is centered around mobile phones, it would necessitate several production lines, and the advertising expenses would also constitute a significant financial outlay. Even if research and development costs could be curtailed, Bant would still find himself grappling with some challenges. Ultimately, financial resources remain essential. However, aside from Harry, who else do I know that possesses sufficient wealth? His mind whirled, and suddenly, he was struck by the thought of a blonde maiden. Felicia? Felicia is indeed a scion of a wealthy family. The majority of the Hardy family's fortune was bequeathed by Felicia's father, the notorious thief known as the Lynx. Subsequently, he established a foundation to ensure the perpetuation of this wealth. Am I to sacrifice myself in pursuit of a wealthy benefactor? Banter contemplated Felicia's exquisite visage and alluring figure, and he found himself increasingly amenable to the idea. More significantly, after transforming into Black Cat, Felicia possessed two distinct personas, the gentle and demure blonde, and the wild and captivating white-haired temptress. With beauty and wealth combined, who could possibly resist? Ultimately, Bant dispelled that notion. In truth, Felicia was not in a position to provide him with substantial financial support. Following the disappearance of the notorious thief, the one now at the helm of the Hardy Foundation was Felicia's mother. Bant had encountered this woman a few times at school. She was avaricious, spiteful, and somewhat snobbish, making it improbable for her to invest in someone as obscure as Bant. Even if she entertained the thought of investment, she would likely seek to claim the lion's share of any profits. A difficult woman indeed, Bant mused, as the red light on his watch flickered once more. He hastily leaped off the table, transforming back into his true self midair. After securing his documents, he powered down his computer and reclined on his bed. At that moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. Bant promptly glanced out the window, only to see Peter perched like a large frog on his sill, peering inside. Upon realizing that Bant was awake, he wasted no time in opening the window and leaping in. Wow, how come you're awake? Peter exclaimed breathlessly, and before Bent could respond, he poured out everything that had transpired that evening. You would scarcely believe it. I actually encountered a lizard person. He reached out to grasp a zipper located at his back. Do you have any idea how large his claws are? And his teeth? After shedding the spider suit, he appeared visibly relieved, much like someone who has walked several kilometers in ill-fitting shoes and finally removed them. The lizard man? I am aware that Zarlberg is a reptilian being. Bant reclined on his bed, jesting. Have the reptilians already taken control of America? I perceive that your little mind must be quite befuddled. After all, who is unaware that it is not lizards that govern America, but rather squids? Dr. Octopus, are you pondering my affairs? The illustrious Statue of Liberty is merely a dog to others. No, I speak in earnest. You should have accompanied me. Together we could have apprehended him, Peter remarked, rubbing his reddened skin, yet I allowed him to escape. However, to be honest, I must remember to apply some talcum powder before donning my battle suit next time. I have developed a rather uncomfortable rash. Chapter 23, Spider-Man, the original benefactor. The following morning, Bant lowered his gaze to his antiquated phone as he exited his room. Harry had sent him a text message, stating that the funds had been transferred and all other formalities had been addressed. Harry's efficiency was commendable. Fortuitously, having Harry, the affluent scion, at his side made the prospect of starting a company much more attainable. Otherwise, even with wealth, Bant would have faced the insurmountable obstacle of his youth. But now, with Harry's monetary prowess and status, these hurdles were rendered trivial. They had arranged to meet after school at the Williamsburg Bank to open an account. Additionally, a visit to the tax office and state government was in order. Bant was already brimming with anticipation. He had considered requesting a leave of absence from school to attend in the morning, but it seemed Harry had other matters to attend to. As he descended the stairs, another door creaked open behind him. Peter bounded down the staircase, hastily donning his jacket, appearing quite flustered. Are you coming with me to Osborne today, Bant? Peter inquired. What for? Upon hearing the question, Peter glanced toward the kitchen, where Aunt May was still preparing breakfast, and whispered, the lizard from last night may make another appearance. Dr. Connors is an expert on reptiles. I suspect he might be able to analyze the lizard's habits or discover some weaknesses. At that moment, Peter had yet to suspect that Connors had transformed into the lizard. No, I have other matters to attend to, Bant replied. This prompted Peter to regard him with suspicion. Other matters? Why have you suddenly become so busy? He asked, perplexed. You used to come straight home after school. I've never seen you engaged in anything else. Are you hiding something from me? Mind your own business regarding your brother, Bant retorted, plopping down at the dining table. Good morning, children, Uncle Ben greeted them, his eyes fixed on the newspaper. Upon noticing their presence, he promptly acknowledged them, remarking, it truly is an unstable world. Even the lizard monster has emerged. What? Uncle Ben, how do you know about the lizard? Peter exclaimed, startled. From the newspaper, Uncle Ben unfolded the paper for them to see. Masked Spider-Man and the lizard wreak havoc on the Williamsburg Bridge. What monster? Peter shouted incredulously. I am Spider-Man, and I am saving lives. How can they report such a thing about Spider-Man? Bant cast a glance at the newspaper. The Daily Bugle, then it's nothing to worry about. He was not surprised by the Daily Bugle's stance on Spider-Man. Jonah Jameson, known as Spider-Man's most ardent detractor, had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. Bant recalled Jameson's notorious smirk. He spoke of that spider creature. Why are you so angry? Uncle Ben raised his head, inquiring with curiosity. Merely, Peter struggled to articulate. I just believe he is doing good, just as you and I have discussed. He possesses the ability, thus he aids others. That is commendable. Yet how well do you truly know him? Uncle Ben replied. It is disheartening to expend oneself in helping others, only to be met with suspicion, particularly for Peter, who cannot reveal his identity, leaving him at a loss for words. Witnessing his distress, Bentley, feeling compassion, quickly interjected. At least his ratings on YouTube are quite favorable. This is indeed true. The news of the masked vigilantes' battle against the lizard monster on the Williamsburg Bridge has spread like wildfire. The murky footage on YouTube has garnered an immense number of likes. Although it was Peter's debut, his heroic act of saving cars from plummeting into the East River has undoubtedly attracted a multitude of admirers. Currently, the only prominent superhero in this world is Iron Man, and the emergence of Spider-Man has swiftly filled that void. I believe time will vindicate Spider-Man. Don't you agree, Peter? You are correct. In truth, Peter finds satisfaction easily. Upon hearing Bentley's words, he promptly sat down with joy, ready to share breakfast with them. After breakfast, Bentley and Peter prepared to head to school. Aren't you going to work, Uncle Ben? Bentley inquired. Typically, at this hour, Uncle Ben would be at work, yet today he remained at home, engrossed in the newspaper. Uncle Ben's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. "No, I have a half day off this morning. Should I drive you to school?" "No, thank you," Bentley and Peter replied, shaking their heads. Once the two stepped out of the house, Uncle Ben let out a sorrowful sigh, glancing at his wife, and wearily remarked, "I truly do not know how to tell them that I am unemployed. I have been a mechanic for 35 years. Yet they wish to cut costs and enhance profits." Early that morning, he sat at the dining table perusing the newspaper, in fact, hoping to find some work opportunities within its pages. "Don't worry, Ben," May reassured him. "We have persevered through more challenging times than this. It is nothing." "But the children still need to attend college," Ben lamented. "If Peter and Bentley cannot achieve the grades for university, it would be one thing. But one of them is a genius while the other is quite diligent in his studies. They need to go to college. I cannot let financial issues rob them of this opportunity." May approached him, embracing him. "You will find work." Outside, Bentley and Peter stood in silence. "I don't even know," Peter stammered. "He never tells us. Uncle Ben merely wishes to alleviate our concerns and does not want us to miss opportunities that could transform our lives," Bont remarked. They strolled towards the bus station together. Along the way, Peter solemnly said, "Little Bont, we must find a way to ease his burdens. We have grown up." "You are right, Peter," Bont nodded, contemplating an intriguing idea. "I have a money-making scheme that is perfectly suited for you." "What is it? Do you recall the Bugle?" Peter nodded blankly. "They write reports that tarnish my reputation, I mean Spider-Man. However, I believe they will gradually alter their perceptions. Unless Spider-Man disappears, Jameson will never cease his vilification of him," Bont thought. In reality, they are spending money to acquire photographs of Spider-Man, as those videos on YouTube are far too blurry. Indeed, Peter's eyes lit up. "You are absolutely right. I happen to have a camera and know where to find Spider-Man." Who could argue that Peter Parker capturing and selling photographs of Spider-Man is not a form of benevolent enterprise? Chapter 24. Felicia's affection lies not in science, but in seeking to continue reading. Peter had always harbored a passion for photography. His old camera was a thrifted treasure he acquired through diligent saving. Nevertheless, it performed admirably. The two made their way to the bus station, where a young lady was already waiting. "Good morning." Mary Jane, dressed vibrantly, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders, smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Good morning, Mary Jane," Bont replied. Peter stammered a greeting, then fell silent, pursing his lips. He was never adept at conversing with girls. Not only Mary Jane, but also Liz, the girl he currently fancied. Even the thought of approaching her made him hesitant. Mary Jane, however, seemed quite taken with Bont, engaging him in various discussions, leaving Peter feeling somewhat superfluous. Yet, he had grown accustomed to this. In contrast to the unassuming Peter Parker, Bont had always been quite popular. He excelled academically, was athletic, and Lightning consistently encouraged him to join the baseball team, occasionally persuading him to play basketball as well, though Bont had declined each time. "Would you like to come watch us rehearse this weekend?" Mary Jane looked at Bont with eager anticipation. "I formed a band with a few others. And Gwen Stacy from your class is also in it. I'm the lead singer." "I'm not sure if I'll have the time," Bont replied noncommittally. One could imagine that he would be quite busy in the forthcoming days. Watching several beautiful girls sing and dance on stage was enticing. Yet it paled in comparison to the allure of the machines in the laboratory. In truth, Bont was not particularly enamored with science. He simply yearned to transform the current life of the Parkers. "Do you plan to become a pop star in the future? Who knows whether it is a singer or an actor?" Clearly, Mary Jane has no concrete plans for her future. After a while, the school bus arrived, and Mary Jane parted ways with the two of them, taking a seat beside her friend. Lightning spotted Bont, greeting him while embracing his girlfriend, Liz. "Good morning, little Bont. Do you have time to play baseball this afternoon?" "Good morning, little Bont." Liz also waved at him enthusiastically. Upon witnessing this, Peter's expression darkened further. "I don't have time. I have other matters to attend to." Lightning shoved Liz aside. "Make room." He then pushed past Peter, who was following Bont, and leaned in to say, "Did you hear about what happened last night at the Williamsburg Bridge? Spider-Man battled Lizard Man." "Of course, I know," Bont replied, stealing a glance at Peter, who immediately averted his gaze. "Spider-Man? That's quite a name, far more appealing than what the Daily Bugle came up with." Lightning nodded vigorously. If Jameson is the staunch critic of Spider-Man, then Lightning Thompson is undoubtedly his most ardent admirer. He is simply amazing. He cast aside his girlfriend and engaged in a lively conversation with Bont. Liz, infuriated, turned to the similarly neglected Peter and pulled him to sit elsewhere. "She must like me," Peter declared fervently to Bont in front of the school gates. "Did you see her sitting with me? On the bus? I could smell the fragrance of her hair," he said, utterly entranced. "Could you not act like a lovesick fool?" Bont rolled his eyes. thinking that his little friend was beyond hope. You were merely sitting on the bus, and you didn't even dare to speak to her. Besides, she is only sitting with you because lightning shoved her aside. Liz isn't a bad person, but she is certainly one who craves the spotlight. She looks down on the unremarkable Peter Parker. Bont shook his head, dismissing Peter, and walked toward his classroom. Upon entering, he found Felicia engrossed in her studies. Her textbooks spread open before her. You are quite diligent, he remarked as he dropped his backpack. Given Felicia's status, there was no need for her to study so hard. The funds from the Hardy Foundation were more than sufficient to elevate her to the ranks of high society. Aren't you late today? Felicia had actually spotted Bont at the school gate, but she was initially too upset to acknowledge him. However, seeing him approach her the moment he entered the classroom instantly lifted her spirits. My father has always told me that whatever you do, you must strive for excellence. Felicia proclaimed proudly, as if to say, if you love basketball, don't just settle for being a cheerleader. Instead, go out and play the game yourself. That is how he taught me to pursue perfection and excellence. As she spoke, a melancholic expression crossed Felicia's face. She was not a prodigy, forever pursuing perfection and excellence, yet perpetually falling short of her aspirations. The father who imparted this lesson to her had long since vanished. In that moment, she resembled a stray kitten wandering the streets. Pitiable and helpless. Yet, she also possessed the resilience of a wildcat. Swiftly, she cast aside these emotions, gazing into Bont's eyes, and once more extended an invitation. So, shall we find a time to attend the study session? I reached out to Gwen, but it seems she has joined a band, leaving just the two of us. I don't have the time, Bont was tempted to retort. However, the words faltered on his lips, and he instead suggested, perhaps we should schedule another time. Really? You accepted? Felicia exclaimed, rising in joy. She had not anticipated that Bont would actually agree to her invitation. Just the two of them. It felt akin to a date. The thought caused Felicia to feel as if she were about to burst forth with pink bubbles of excitement. Let me check my schedule, Bont emphasized. He glanced at Felicia, who was twirling in place, pondering to himself. Relying solely on Harry's limited funds was insufficient. If finances proved inadequate, he would have to turn to the Hardy Foundation. After all, this could be a future benefactor, and it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship. Felicia had a passion for science, and coincidentally, that was the very realm in which the little prodigy excelled. Don't forget about the study session after school, Bont reminded Felicia as he departed the school. Peter, adhering to their original plan, headed to Oscorp, while Bont parted ways with him at the subway station, his destination set for the Williamsburg Bank. This building, with its European architectural style, rounded dome, and four-faced clock tower, bore a resemblance to a castle. Little Bont, over here, Harry called, having spotted him. He opened the door of his Rolls-Royce and stepped out, waving from a distance. Bont looked up to respond, but froze in place. Harry was not alone. A solemn middle-aged man in a tailored suit had alighted beside him. With a long face and a countenance marked by deep-set wrinkles, he radiated an unusual intensity. Though his temples were graying, they were meticulously groomed, and his mere presence exuded an extraordinary weight. Bont furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Norman Osborn. Chapter 25. Norman Osborn. Happy Children's Day. Seeking continued readership. The moment Bont laid eyes on Norman Osborn, he sensed that matters could become complicated. This individual was not to be trifled with. However, he was not entirely surprised by Norman's appearance. Given his desire to collaborate with Harry and the substantial funding required, such a significant endeavor could hardly remain concealed from Norman Osborn. Regardless of how little he valued Harry, he was still Harry's father. The sole piece of good news was that Bont's spider sense remained unresponsive, indicating that he need not worry about an unexpected skateboard assault accompanied by flying pumpkins. Hello, Uncle Norman. Bont disregarded Harry, who was making exaggerated expressions behind Norman, and greeted him instead. Regardless, he would not relinquish his resolve due to Norman's presence. Nor would he allow Oscorp to meddle in his company. Upon seeing Bont, the typically stern Norman Osborn displayed a smile that astonished Bont, for it seemed devoid of mere politeness. Hello, young Bont. It has been many years, you have grown. Norman affectionately draped an arm over Bont's shoulder, momentarily appearing less as the head of Oscorp and more like a concerned elder invested in the future generations. I learned from Harry about your intentions to establish a company. Do not blame him. I discovered it on my own, Norman remarked. You know, I have only seen you and Peter a handful of times. Yet I have always sensed that both of you are extraordinary. He spoke with sincerity. I have always believed that you would achieve great things. Norman's words were indeed truthful. Though he had encountered Bont only a few times, Bont's maturity had always struck him as that of an adult, leaving a lasting impression. Norman Osborn held a deep admiration for Bond's demeanor, contrasting it sharply with his perception of Harry as a perpetually childish figure. Harry, I have long told you that you should learn more from young Bond and Peter. While praising Bond and Peter, Norman did not hesitate to apply pressure to his own son. Bond could clearly see disappointment and shame flickering across Harry's face. He instinctively shrank back, evidently intimidated by his father's admonition, and said, Uncle Norman, actually, Harry is quite talented too. Come now, I am his father. Surely I know him well enough, Norman replied, shaking his head, clearly wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic. I heard from Harry that you plan to venture into the nanotechnology field. I also dabbled in nanotech during my youth. It is no simple endeavor. Norman indeed had made significant strides in the realm of nanotechnology, though many scientists had explored this domain. Ultimately, Oscorp's primary focus shifted towards human enhancement serums, partly for his own physique and partly due to Oscorp's collaboration with the military, which had, for decades, remained fixated on the elusive super serum. I have read your paper. Bond knew that this inquiry signaled the crux of their discussion. A multi-million-dollar investment might not pose a challenge for Osborn, yet as a businessman, Norman could not simply allow such an opportunity to slip away. At the very least, he needed to ascertain whether Bond's concept held any feasibility. For Bond, the true test lay in convincing Norman of the viability of his ideas while deftly averting Oscorp's interference. Bant smiled confidently, asserting that venturing into the realm of nanotechnology is, in essence, a long-term ambition, setting aside the technological challenges. The current financial resources are woefully inadequate for substantial investment. I intend to focus on developing other products during the nascent phase of the company to ensure its survival and growth. Norman nodded, signaling for Bant to continue. Primus will initially delve into communications and healthcare. Harry watched Bant, who spoke eloquently before his father, with nothing but envy in his eyes. As the son of Norman Osborn, he felt unable to hold his head high in his father's presence, while Bant engaged in conversation with such unabashed confidence. He stood tall, devoid of any hint of inferiority or timidity, as if he were conversing not with the founder of Oscorp, but as an equal, rather than a boy from Queens. The dialogue between Bant and Norman extended far longer than Bant's previous conversation with Harry. With each word, Norman Osborn regarded him with increasing admiration. Setting aside the scientific knowledge, Bant demonstrated considerable acumen in market research, yet what impressed Norman most was Bant's demeanor. It is worth noting that many CEOs struggled to maintain such composure in his presence. In Bant, he saw a reflection of his own self-made journey. Naturally, he discerned that Bant was skillfully sidestepping the topic of nanotechnology, which Norman yearned to explore. He quickly grasped Bant's intentions. Did Bant wish to avoid becoming a subordinate of Osborn? After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to confront Bant's thoughts, revealing no sign of discontent. In the past, had Bant possessed genuine technological prowess, Norman would have certainly pursued it relentlessly. However, circumstances had shifted. The effort to obtain such resources now seemed uncertain in who would ultimately benefit from them. Contemplating the predatory shareholders and the board of directors, Norman silently scoffed. They surrounded him like hyenas, waiting for his demise to pounce and strip him bare of all he had. He realized that his time might be limited, and leaving Harry alone would not safeguard Oscorp. It appeared that Bant's Primus technology could serve as a potential refuge for Harry, should Primus flourish before his passing. This external support might enable Harry to preserve Oscorp. Conversely, if Primus failed to develop before his death, Harry, even if he lost Oscorp, would not be left entirely destitute. With this realization, Norman understood that not only could he not undermine Primus technology, but he must also exert every effort to assist its growth. At that moment, as Norman once again focused his gaze upon Bant, his eyes brimmed with unrestrained concern and affection. He even found himself wishing that Bant were his son. You are remarkable, young Bant. I firmly believe that your vision is entirely attainable. With Harry by your side, I find solace in this endeavor, he assured me, and furthermore, I shall personally, as a mentor, provide an additional financial contribution to Plymouth Technologies. Norman Osborn's demeanor struck Bant as somewhat peculiar. However, he soon connected it to the man's physical condition. It is well known that the Osborn family has long been afflicted by severe hereditary ailments. Given Norman's current state, it seems he is acutely aware of his dwindling time. In such circumstances, the progress of Osborn Industries may have slipped from his priorities. Yet, one cannot help but ponder, why would Norman Osborn, facing such dire straits, expel Connors, who is on the verge of completing the serum? Moreover, the serum derived from the lizard has already fallen into his possession. Despite its side effects, what does it matter to a man who is nearing death? Unless, of course, someone harbors sinister intentions towards him. Chapter 26. Osborn's own fate. Please continue reading. Could it be that someone wishes for Norman Osborn's demise? Bant found himself pondering this notion. Yet, he quickly realized that the number of individuals desiring Osborn's death was staggering. Indeed, Osborn has been rather unfortunate. Nearly every iteration of Osborn faces the threat of being ousted from his own company, succumbing to the Green Goblin persona, or ultimately meeting his end, sometimes even transforming into the Green Goblin before his demise. The death of Norman alone is not sufficient. His son Harry would inevitably follow, becoming the second Green Goblin and perishing before Spider-Man's eyes. The existence of Spider-Man is a curse in itself. But who is to say that Osborn is not also a victim of fate? Even in the 6160 universe, which originally lacked Spider-Man, Norman could not escape the clutches of mortality. I recall that Osborn suffers from a hereditary illness, stemming from the genetic flaws within the Osborn lineage, Bant mused. If this is indeed the case, then perhaps the broken device could cure both Norman and Harry. He had barely entertained the notion of allowing Norman to perish, even if the man might transform into the Green Goblin. For Bant, Harry is a friend, and his willingness to invest such a significant sum, despite his own lack of understanding, speaks volumes of his loyalty. Although Norman possesses his own ulterior motives, he also exhibits a mentor's concern for both Bant and Peter. From any perspective, Bant would not permit Norman and Harry to meet such a tragic end. As for the Green Goblin, that consideration lies beyond Bant's purview. To be frank, had Norman not been ousted by the board and his genetic defects resolved, the emergence of the Green Goblin remains uncertain. The true villains in this world have never been confined solely to the Green Goblin or Dr. Lizard. They may appear brutal and malevolent, yet they are merely the superficial manifestations of deeper evils, the fruits born from the tree of wickedness. The true source of malevolence does not reside within a singular supervillain, but rather in the demons and systems that propel them down their nefarious paths. Just as superheroes vanquish one foe after another, new adversaries inevitably arise. In the absence of the Lizard, there will still be Vultures, Electro, and Sandmen. The demise of one Green Goblin begets the emergence of another, and we are continually astonished by the striking similarities among these supervillains. Years of diligent research can be casually stripped away, leaving one feeling discarded like refuse. The founding company may be overtaken, with the creator himself ousted from his own legacy. Spider-Man may defeat them, believing such victories to be conclusive, yet he remains unaware that he has never truly triumphed. For the soil of evil continues to breed new malevolence. He tirelessly wipes away the dust from the city's surface, oblivious to the noxious filth that has already seeped into the very fabric of the city and even the nation itself. They loom above, pervasive across every inch of soil. And beneath this soil, the decayed roots will invariably yield poisonous fruit. Of course, Bant is indifferent. He does not genuinely concern himself with whether Norman or Harry becomes the Green Goblin. Who says the Green Goblin must necessarily be a villain? Bant muses. In some universes, the Green Goblin might well be a superhero. Naturally, he does not immediately propose to cure Norman Osborn. The secret of the Little Watch cannot yet be revealed, and the matter of treatment can wait until the laboratory is established, using the experimental equipment as a FAAD. Instead, the internal issues within Oscorp are the most pressing matters to address. Norman does not linger long. After receiving a phone call, he departs in a Rolls-Royce, his expression grave. Harry interrupts Bant's contemplation, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Bant. I didn't mean for my father to find out. It's all right. At least the outcome is favorable. Bant certainly does not hold a grudge against him. Now that the funds have arrived, they can begin preparations for the laboratory. I really don't understand why my father doesn't just let us use Oscorp's lab. Their equipment is top-notch, Harry complains. If we were to borrow Oscorp's instruments, who would claim ownership of the inventions produced? Bant retorts, I suspect the board members would not let slip any opportunity to profit handsomely. You're right, Harry nods. Then poses another question. When shall we inform Peter? Peter walks into Oscorp Tower. He finds it peculiar that the once bustling building is utterly deserted today. Even the reception desk stands vacant. Yet, the large doors are wide open. The desolate central hall sends a shiver down Peter's spine as he bypasses the security machines and strides towards Connor's laboratory. Dr. Connors, are you in there? He called out, his voice echoing through the corridor, yet met with no reply. Peter instinctively tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack, his nerves slightly frayed. However, a sense of reassurance washed over him. His spider sense had not activated. At the very least, he needn't worry about a large lizard leaping forth to rend him to pieces. After muttering a curse under his breath, Peter realized he had arrived at Connor's office. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene before him was nearly chaotic. He paused, taken aback. Just a week ago, he had been here with Dr. Connors, meticulously working through equations, and everything had been in perfect order. But now, test tubes containing chemical reagents lay shattered on the floor, and the lab's precise instruments had vanished, leaving the place resembling a crime scene, as if it had been ransacked. With only the tables remaining. Dr. Connors? A sense of foreboding gripped Peter's heart. He ventured further inside, and from the shadowy corner of the lab, a figure emerged. Peter immediately became alert. Peter? It was Connors, though today he was not clad in his usual white lab coat. Peter exhaled in relief. Doctor, what is going on here? Connors appeared surprised by Peter's presence, but showed no outward signs of alarm. I granted everyone a week off. He held a deep admiration for Peter's intellect. Yet he found his frail physique rather lamentable. Spider-Man, what do you mean? Peter had no reason to doubt him, nor did he forget his purpose. Doctor, I wish to know how predators typically locate reptiles. Connors seemed to find this amusing, yet was also somewhat enraged. Predators? Humph, there are no predators. Reptiles are at the pinnacle of the food chain. They are the true masters. But they must have weaknesses, don't they? Peter pressed on, though his inquiries aroused Connors' suspicion. He turned, fixing Peter with a serious gaze. In the dim light, his skin appeared to emit a greenish glow. Why do you ask this, Parker? He questioned coldly. Chapter 27. Peter and Gwen, please continue reading. Even after Peter exited Osborn Tower, the haunting image he had just witnessed lingered in his mind. His limbs felt cold, and his thoughts were a blank slate. Dr. Connors was the lizard. How could I have dreamt such a thing? Yet he knew it was no dream. Although Connors had seemed to retain his identity moments ago, his demeanor was now entirely transformed. Most importantly, Peter had seen the mouse they had used for research just a week prior. It had completely mutated, growing larger than a dog, mercilessly devouring the other small creatures in the lab. In that fleeting moment, Peter comprehended the origins of the reptilian creature that had appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge the previous night. It was I who caused him harm. He was engulfed by a wave of intense guilt. Had I not divulged my father's formula to the doctor, he would not have subjected himself to such experimentation, nor would he have transformed into that grotesque form. He felt as though he had once again failed, as he always did. Despair flooded his spirit, leaving him devoid of motivation. Initially, he believed that acquiring superpowers might enable him to alter the trajectory of his previously unsuccessful life. Yet it now appeared that he remained a failure. Peter attributed all blame to himself, failing to consider why Dr. Connors, a man of sound mind, would suddenly choose to experiment upon himself. Yet, he recognized that regardless of Connors' current intentions, he must rescue him. I should notify the authorities. At that moment, the first thought that crossed Peter's mind was to call the police. And he indeed took action. However, upon arriving at the police station, he soon realized the extent of his naivety. Who would believe the ramblings of a mere student? I speak the truth, Sheriff, Peter exclaimed anxiously, bewildered by the reluctance of others to accept his claims. Enough, Mr. Parker, George Stacy interjected firmly, interrupting Peter's protestations. Mr. Kurt Connors is a renowned scientist, a doctor, not some creature of your imagination. As he spoke, he removed his police uniform and donned a suit. He had far more pressing matters to attend to than engage in nonsensical discussions with a boy plagued by delusions. His priority was to fetch his daughter and savor the lemon base he had missed the previous night with his family. I am telling the truth, Peter insisted desperately, positioning himself in front of Stacy. Dr. Connors has been researching interspecies genetics, but his experiment failed, transforming him into a lizard man. It was Spider-Man who thwarted him last night. Upon hearing this, Stacy paused. Spider-Man thwarted him? He questioned, regarding Peter with skepticism. Or perhaps I have another explanation. That masked spider creature and the lizard man are in league with one another. The mention of Spider-Man ignited Stacy's ire. The police station was besieged by gang members last night, all thanks to that Spider-Man's antics. Is this not a direct affront to the New York Police Department? Who does he think he is? What? How can you say such a thing? Peter exclaimed in disbelief, ready to defend himself when a melodious voice called out from behind him. Peter Parker? He turned to see a blonde girl standing behind him. You are Gwen Stacy? Peter responded, taken aback. He certainly recognized Gwen, though she was far more radiant than Liz, the girl he had always admired. He was taken aback to see her here, and even more astonished that she knew his name and greeted him. What are you doing here? He stammered. Gwen turned her head, exchanging a glance with George over Peter's shoulder. The sheriff suddenly realized something. He had assumed Peter was merely an ordinary, lovesick student. But now it seemed this lad was a troublemaker. Well, you really think you can act like a big shot right outside the police station, huh? George's demeanor toward Peter grew increasingly hostile. He roughly shoved Peter aside and said, She's here to see her father. Do you have a problem with that? Dad, Gwen exclaimed, her tone tinged with irritation directed at George, who immediately yielded. However, he still did not grant Peter a friendly expression. All right, Parker, I need to take off. George pulled Gwen away, and as she was being led away, she waved goodbye to Peter. Under normal circumstances, Peter would have been elated by the attention of such a beautiful girl. But this was different. His thoughts were consumed by the situation with Connors, weighing heavily upon him like a load of stones. As he left the police station, Peter felt the gloom in his heart linger. If the police do not believe me, I must find Dr. Connors on my own, he contemplated. Connors was currently in a perilous state. Peter was uncertain what transformations the lizard serum had wrought upon him. But it was evident that the mutated rat in the lab had become exceedingly aggressive. Where on earth could he find him? If only Ben could accompany me, or else I might very well botch this whole endeavor. In Peter's eyes, Ben was synonymous with capability. No matter the task, he often made a mess of things. Yet Ben could manage quite well. After being bullied by Flash, Ben had always stood up for him. With a sigh, Peter ultimately resolved to return and seek Ben's assistance. Meanwhile, George and his daughter were seated in the police car. Let us talk, George said. As a father, Stacy's mood was less than pleasant. About what? Gwen replied. About you and that boy. Are you two dating? George asked sternly. Don't try to fool me. I can see that your relationship is not normal. What? Gwen exclaimed. What are you talking about, Dad? I hardly know him. We're not even in the same class. She nervously defended herself. In truth, her words held a semblance of honesty. Although Peter was not in her class, she had long been aware of him. An exemplary student, he was a bookish wallflower. Seemingly frail, yet imbued with a sense of justice. Gwen had witnessed Peter stand up for other classmates who were bullied by Flash Thompson on several occasions. While Flash could tolerate Peter's interventions once or twice for Ben's sake, repeated offenses would inevitably provoke his wrath. However, Peter has never shrunk back out of fear of being humiliated. Dad, what does Peter want with you? George repeated, his voice tinged with an odd tone, reflecting on how his daughter had grown up and yet remained elusive. How could he reconcile such intimacy with the assertion that they were unrelated? Yet what could he do? He gripped the steering wheel, started the car, and responded with a resigned tone. He claims that your teacher, Dr. Connors, is the lizard man who appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge last night. This is madness. George was still incensed at this revelation. Gwen had been Dr. Connors' assistant during her internship at Osborn, and he had generously offered to write her a letter of recommendation for college. Yet, Peter Parker dares to label him a lizard man. It's utterly absurd. The connection to her teacher left Gwen equally astonished. Nonetheless, she remarked, Dad, Peter hardly ever lies. He may have genuinely discovered something. Moreover, it seems there's an issue at Osborn. The doctor sent a message this morning announcing a holiday for all of us. Gwen's face was filled with concern. George's hand froze in place, the engine sputtering to a halt. He picked up the radio. Attention all departments. Immediately investigate all information regarding Kurt Connors. Chapter 28. The Superbrain. Tell me what to do. Seeking continuation. So, you want me to join you in searching for Kurt Connors? Ben asked. Just moments earlier, he had bid farewell to Harry, agreeing to tackle the laboratory matters together that weekend. As for Mary Jane's invitation, he could only express his regrets. Before he had the chance to return home, Peter had called, seeking him out once more, still concerning Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors needs help now, Peter lamented. His experiment has turned him into a monster, and it's all my fault. Bant pondered for a moment, contemplating. To be honest, he was quite willing to assist with Dr. Connors' predicament. The doctor was equally kind-hearted, eager to use his inventions for the betterment of humanity. Coincidentally, he had just been ousted from Osborn. If they could recruit him into Plymouth Technologies, it would indeed be a significant gain. If they could decipher the side effects of the lizard serum, it might revolutionize the medical field, allowing countless individuals with disabilities to reclaim their health. Yet, Bant truly did not wish to venture into the sewers with Peter. I'm at my wit's end, Peter, Bant said, disheartened. I always mess things up. I can't seem to do anything right. This is all my fault. If I hadn't given the formula to Dr. Connors. He buried his face in his hands. I know I must take responsibility, but I can't. I don't know where he is, or if I can even bring him back. I need your help, Bant. Observing Peter's current state, Bant initially felt a pang of sympathy for him, but then, with a hint of confusion, inquired if you wish to locate him. Why did you allow him to leave this afternoon at Oscorp Tower? Truth be told, today presented Peter with an opportune moment to apprehend Connors. The potency of the serum had already waned, and Connors' visit to Oscorp was evidently aimed at reclaiming other serums or acquiring components. This indicated that, at that moment, Connors possessed little capacity for resistance. Peter was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression darkened further. I was too anxious and completely overlooked that. Reflecting on this, he felt an intense urge to slap himself. It became painfully clear to him that despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he remained utterly ineffective. With this realization, his reliance on Bant's assistance solidified, and he gazed at Bant with renewed fervor. However, Bant discerned that Peter harbored a misapprehension regarding a particular matter. "You believe this is entirely your fault, but that is not the case, Peter," he stated. "Without you, the situation would have been far worse." "What do you mean?" Peter asked. Oscorp dismissed Connors due to his continual failures and his reluctance to conduct human trials. Even if you hadn't disclosed your father's formula to him, Connors would have resorted to desperate measures. "From the outset, the true fault lies neither with you nor with Connors," Bant explained. "Therefore, you need not burden yourself with guilt or responsibility for this matter." After a moment of silence, Peter replied, "Even so, I cannot disregard the doctor." Bant was not surprised. After all, it was the noble Peter he was dealing with. "I don't mind offering you assistance," Bant said, "but I will refrain from accompanying you to find him." He recalled the battle between Peter and the lizard in the sewers, where the two nearly consumed the foul waters of the underground. "I have an idea of where Connors might be hiding," he added. "Really?" Peter exclaimed, looking at him with astonishment. "But how could you possibly know? You've never even met Dr. Connors or the lizard." In response to Peter's inquiry, Bant explained, "Connors is researching interspecies genetic inheritance, correct?" Peter nodded. "The genetics of species influence their survival instincts, just as we, having acquired spider-like abilities, are inherently drawn to heights. Even Azimuth couldn't alter this fact. When utilizing the Omnitrix to transform into an alien hero, Bant would also be influenced by the genes of that alien hero. For instance, the Flash Star would render him more irritable than usual, while the four-armed behemoth would incite a greater affinity for combat. Even in the animated series, after transforming into a cold ice phantom, the character still seems capable of reproduction. Perhaps Azimuth could address this anomaly. However, for him, the watch was originally designed to ensure the diversification of intelligent species across the universe, and naturally, he would not deliberately seek to erase the unique traits of living beings. According to your assertion, Connors extracted the genes of a lizard, which thrives in moist and dark environments. Where in New York would best fit this description? He inquired. Moist. Dark? Peter immediately thought of the sewers. Beneath New York, the network of pipes is remarkably intricate. If Connors were to be found anywhere, I would wager it is there. I must go now. Peter was eager to take action. However, Bant grabbed his shoulder. "Wait, I can't delay any longer, small Ben. I need to find the doctor swiftly and rectify my mistakes." Peter said anxiously. "Really? How do you intend to make amends? Once you locate Connors, what is your plan? If he reverts to being the lizard, how will you confront him? How will you restore him to his former self?" Bant's barrage of questions left Peter in silence. Each inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, yet he had never pondered them before. Peter is astute, yet at times, he fails to apply his intelligence effectively. Much like Superman, who often resorts to brute strength rather than his superlative intellect, Peter too, despite recently acquiring his spider abilities, has begun to rely excessively on his powers. With each endeavor, Peter rarely undertakes any preparation. Most of the time, he resorts to his superhuman strength to resolve issues, confident that his spider sense will save him from peril. Yet he forgets that superior intellect is humanity's greatest asset. "You are correct," Peter's demeanor slumped. "I must devise an antidote for the serum, but can I truly accomplish it? What if my antidote fails?" Peter expressed his uncertainty. This time, however, his concerns were not unfounded. In truth, to ensure that the lizard could be resurrected multiple times in the comics, the lizard serum has seldom proven to be long-lasting. Here is the plan. You seek out Dr. Connors, and I shall assist you in creating the serum. Bant contemplated before continuing. "Hand me your father's notes." Chapter 29. Decoding the serum. Please continue reading. Upon hearing Bant's words, Peter quickly retrieved the notebook. The pages were filled with densely packed formulas that left Bant feeling dizzy. In truth, had it not been for the small watch that could transform Bant into a diminutive hero, even a decade of additional time would likely not suffice for him to comprehend the contents. Nevertheless, Peter had never doubted this. In his eyes, Bant was omnipotent. "Then I shall. You go find Connors." Bant too began to take action. Without a laboratory or equipment, even if he could decipher the formulas, he would be unable to produce the serum. Today, the Osborn Tower is devoid of any presence. Peter shook his head, indicating that not a single soul could be found. It struck him as peculiar. Even if Dr. Connors had encountered difficulties, why was the entire Osborn enterprise so desolate? Moreover, Dr. Connors' identity had yet to be revealed. Bant, however, contemplated further, connecting this eerie emptiness to the recent troubles faced by Norman Osborn, rendering the situation somewhat less strange. With this in mind, he resolved to utilize the equipment within the Osborn Tower. After parting ways with Peter, he hastened towards Osborn. As Peter had remarked, the tower appeared entirely vacant, a stark contrast to its usual bustling activity. However, he refrained from entering immediately. Despite the absence of personnel, the machinery continued to operate, particularly the surveillance systems. Bond had no desire for his clandestine actions to be recorded and subsequently exposed. He first ventured to a nearby mall, procuring a high-end laptop, and then ascended to the rooftop of the adjacent building, where he powered it on. The Watch's core emerged, locking onto the little warrior. First, let me commence the breach of the Osborn Tower's network system, he declared. Establishing a direct link to Osborn's internal network and disabling the surveillance or fabricating a false feed would be the most prudent approach. For Little Warrior, this task was exceedingly manageable. The software systems of Osborn were not particularly challenging to infiltrate. Now resembling a small warrior, Bond crouched before the laptop. His frog-like horizontal pupils fixated on the cascade of code streaming before him, the rapidly flashing characters appearing almost crystalline in their clarity to his eyes. His eyelids converged from the sides. The Gavins possess two distinct blinking methods. One involves the conventional closing of the upper and lower eyelids, but occasionally, the eyelids on either side may also meet. To his astonishment, the firewall of such a substantial corporation as Osborn was surprisingly feeble. How remarkable, he mused. Yet, he overlooked the technological prowess of Earth. It was not that Osborn's firewall was weak, but rather that his own skills were exceptionally advanced. This laptop proved far superior to the antiquated machine he owned at home. He tapped the computer appreciatively, nodding in satisfaction. The two computers he and Peter had previously used were relics salvaged by Uncle Ben from secondhand sources, outdated even in this era, and each time they powered on, the chassis roared like a sports car engine. At this moment, rows of prompt boxes flashed rapidly across the screen. The system had been successfully breached. However, Little Warrior's transformation time still lingered at approximately 27 minutes. This indicated that he had infiltrated the Osborn Enterprise in less than 3 minutes, constrained only by the laptop's performance. Had he employed a more advanced computer, the process might have taken mere seconds. Nevertheless, he did not intend to enter the Osborn Tower immediately. Utilizing the form of the diminutive soldier proved somewhat inconvenient for him. He resolved to wait until the transformation period concluded before proceeding. He needed to hasten the attempt to decipher the small device and gain the necessary permissions, for enduring such lengthy waits was rather bothersome. Turning his gaze backward, he could only glimpse a small portion of the rear dial despite the expansive view. With ample time at his disposal, Bond retrieved Peter's father's notebook and commenced his efforts to decode its contents. It was no wonder that Peter and Connor's experiments had met with failure. He quickly discerned the reason behind Connor's mutation. Peter's parents had engineered a mutated super spider through their research on spider genes. Yet they had failed to fully achieve interspecies genetic inheritance. In truth, stabilizing the serum required prior genetic adaptation. However, both Peter and Connors had overlooked this critical aspect. Or perhaps it was simply not addressed within the notebook. While Bond could recognize this flaw with his current intellect, Peter and Connors were unable to do so. An even more pressing issue lay in the fact that even with prior genetic adaptation, absolute stability could not be guaranteed. It could be asserted that the formula left behind by Richard Parker was fundamentally flawed, a fact of which he was well aware. Thus, even after adapting Peter's genes within the mutated spider long ago, he refrained from conducting immediate experiments on him. In other words, Peter now shared the same risk of mutation into a spider-like monster as Connors. Fortunately, the spider genes within Peter were more stable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, there was little cause for immediate concern. However, with the continuous amplification of Peter's spider abilities, this equilibrium was destined to be disrupted one day. He ought to be grateful for having a commendable cousin. Bond, stroking his chin, began recalibrating the formula. The antidote for the lizard serum was relatively straightforward to concoct, merely requiring a reverse engineering of the formula. However, stabilizing the genes within Peter would demand a modicum more time, though not excessively so. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Bond stretched lazily. Before him, the notebook was now filled with his derived formulas. Not only had he formulated the agent to stabilize Peter's genes, but he had also deduced the perfect lizard serum. Of course, he excluded the superhuman abilities conferred by the lizard serum, retaining only its medicinal properties, for he had no desire to inundate the world with superhumans. Although the serum had yet to undergo experimental validation, Bond felt a surge of confidence. At last, The medical project for Primus was complete, he mused with satisfaction. Yet, the perfection of this agent posed a potential dilemma. If it were to be introduced to the market immediately, it could lead to considerable complications. The notion that a single vial could enable the regeneration of severed limbs left Bond apprehensive. He could only imagine the enmity he would face from countless medical corporations should this concoction ever reach the public domain. He resolved to significantly diminish the potency of the serum before considering its market introduction. As the final moments dwindled, Bond remained industrious, leveraging the intellect of his diminutive ally to embark on a learning endeavor. A mere 10 minutes later, having transformed back from the small companion, Bond closed his notebook and directed his gaze towards the Osborne Tower. Coincidentally, dusk had settled, signaling that it was time for action. The meticulous steps for preparing the serum were inscribed within his notebook. With a decisive motion, Bond shut the notebook and, enveloped in the shroud of night, leapt from the rooftop of the towering structure. Meanwhile, within the confines of Osborne Enterprises, a slender, pallid old man with an air of melancholy amused himself with his pet parrot. The lizard serum, indeed, is a magnificent invention. He lifted a small vial of serum, gazing at its crystalline clarity, and exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 30. Dr. Understanding Night enveloped the interior of Oscorp Tower in a shroud of darkness, illuminated solely by the eerie green glow of the emergency exit signs. Yet, the obscurity posed little hindrance to Bond's keen vision. Peter, adorned with dark lenses, could discern his surroundings, making Bond's task all the easier. The laboratory of Connors lay ahead, a destination he had meticulously charted while infiltrating Oscorp Tower. Not only had he plotted a course, but he had also equipped himself with a universal access code, rendering any security measures utterly futile. Before long, he arrived at Connor's former laboratory, a scene of utter disarray. Items lay strewn haphazardly across the floor, and even the experimental tables had been upended. A pungent odor permeated the air, prompting Bond to furrow his brow and cover his nose, relying on the faint red light emitted by his watch to navigate the chaos. An inexplicable sensation coursed through him at that moment. It was neither a sense of danger nor a spider sense, yet it felt as though unseen eyes were upon him. He surveyed the laboratory, noting several small white mice that had yet to be employed for experimentation, their wary gazes fixed upon him. Upon feeling his scrutiny, they scurried into the shadows. Nothing appeared amiss, yet Bond suppressed his suspicions, righted the overturned tables, and gathered several intact test tubes to collect the remaining materials in the lab, commencing the preparation of lizard serum. Unbeknownst to him, the once timid mice watching from the darkened corners now regarded him with an increasingly ferocious intensity. Meanwhile, in the subterranean tunnels of New York, Peter discovered a central hub, a nexus where the city's conduits converged, serving as the largest collection point for sewage in the vicinity. Within the narrow confines of the sewer, even the slightest vibrations resonated with remarkable clarity. He launched his webbing into the depths of various pipes, weaving a colossal net that ensnared the entire area. A vast trap awaiting its prey, and he was the spider poised to hunt within this intricate web. Next, there is nothing left but to await in silence. Peter sat upon the web, and in this moment, he finally found a fleeting respite. However, he would prefer not to breathe heavily, for the stench in this place is truly unbearable. It is both filthy and foul. Why must my working environment be so deplorable? Peter pinched his nose in distaste and lamented, if only I could work in outer space like Superman. Iron Man would certainly never venture into the sewers. And little Ben, no wonder he isn't here to assist me, Peter mused to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He leaped back to the ground, retrieved his backpack, and pulled out his camera. This was a splendid opportunity. If I could capture a photograph of Spider-Man battling the lizard, not only could I clear Spider-Man's tarnished reputation, but I might also earn a little money. To this day, Peter remained deeply incensed by George Stacy's belief that Spider-Man and the lizard were in cahoots. He had toiled tirelessly to help the police apprehend numerous criminals. It was one thing for them to express no gratitude, but to consider him a villain? It must be because they are unaware that those criminals were apprehended by me. I suppose I should leave a note next time, simply stating, your good neighbor, Spider-Man. It is Peter's small obsession to leave his mark when doing good deeds. However, he is oblivious to the fact that such actions may be perceived as provocation by others. Furthermore, the Daily Bugle is willing to spend $500 for a photograph of Spider-Man. They would undoubtedly be inclined to pay $1,000 for a picture of the lizard. He contemplated affixing a camera to the wall of the sewer. Peter's mind was already racing with thoughts of what he could do with that $1,000 once it was in his possession. If spent solely on his daily living expenses, that amount could last him quite a while. Yet, Peter considered that he could earn money by capturing images of Spider-Man, thus alleviating the need for financial strain. He thought he could buy Uncle Ben a new car or perhaps a used RV for family trips. He deemed it a splendid idea. In the future, he and his friend Ned could shoulder the family expenses, sparing Uncle Ben and Aunt May from further toil. For him, snapping a few photos could yield hundreds, even thousands of dollars, a task far easier than lifting a finger. Their family had not traveled together in quite some time. As Peter daydreamed about the future, a sudden tremor rippled through the vast web. He immediately composed himself, crouched down, and peered into the shadowy abyss, seeking the source of the disturbance. Yet, in the darkness, the silken threads beneath his feet quivered violently, akin to guitar strings strummed by a hand, not just one, but all. It was as if a grand symphony had begun to play. Peter initially believed that his movements upon the delicate strands were disrupting the frequency of the vibrations. He hastily darted from side to side until he beheld a multitude of lizards crawling in from all directions, converging together. Much like rivers flowing into the sea, they assembled to pay homage to their king. He had found it. A thought flashed through Peter's mind, causing an involuntary surge of tension within him. He held his breath, cautiously crawling towards the direction of the small lizards. The dark sewer loomed like the gaping throat and esophagus of a monstrous creature, ready to swallow his diminutive figure whole. Peter pressed on, yet suddenly, the anomalies vanished without a trace. It was as though the prey ensnared in a spider's web had freed itself, causing the silken threads to cease their trembling. Instinctively, Peter halted his movements. In that moment, the sewer was as silent as the seconds before a monster's emergence in a horror film. Perhaps it was not unlike Peter's own swallowed breath, and intense, piercing pain suddenly surged through his mind, akin to an electric current coursing through his entire being. His gaze shifted to the depths of the sewer, vigilant for any impending adversary. However, he remained oblivious to the enormous claw poised above his head. The sharp pain intensified, and as Peter lifted his gaze, he found himself staring into a pair of dimly lit eyes. Boom! The lizard-like creature, with a maw wide enough to rend the very air, lunged ferociously towards Bont's back. In that fleeting moment, the spider's senses resonated like an incessant alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Bont executed a backflip, propelling himself onto the ceiling to evade an attack. As he hung upside down, his gaze locked onto a creature cloaked in green fur, adorned with emerald scales. A mouse? A lizard? This is a mutated creature, nearly reaching a height of 2.5 meters. Its physique retains traits reminiscent of a small white mouse, yet it has begun to undergo a transformation akin to that of a lizard. Its segmented tail lashes about like a colossal whip. Before Bont could make any move, a resounding thud echoed from outside the laboratory, as if a heavy object had plummeted to the ground. Shortly thereafter, Bont heard a piercing voice emerge. "The antidote for the serum? I cannot allow you to thwart my plans." Upon hearing the voice, Bant turned to look and was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Dr. Dongwu. Chapter 31. I find New York to be excessively urbanized. Have you heard of my tale? Dr. Dongwu never imagined that someone would actually call his name. In an instant, his gaze towards Banter transformed, imbued with joy, and his expression became exceedingly animated. His slender frame and pallid complexion lent him an air of fragility. Yet, at this moment, he regarded Banter with eyes brimming with anticipation, reminiscent of a child in kindergarten yearning for the praise of a teacher. "Of course I know you," Banter pondered. Dr. Dongwu, whose true name was Aloysius James Onimo, was once a distinguished veterinary scientist. However, he gradually descended into madness, attempting to reconstruct animals and create super beasts. This reckless endeavor shattered his promising career. He missed out on the coveted Truth Prize and, after a 5-year silence, returned with his invention, the gene variable device. Banter's gaze lingered upon the contraption adorning the other's head, reminiscent of Loki's horned helmet. The device appeared rudimentary, yet possessed a terrifying power. "But why, Dongwu? Do you find yourself here?" Banter furrowed his brow and inquired. Dongwu is an archetypal villain among young hackers, with certain narratives asserting that he is the most astute human on Earth. However, he ought not to exist in this universe. Furthermore, it was evident that the other party did not recognize him, nor did they identify the small broken watch. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu's voice suddenly turned icy. He glared fiercely at Bante, his palm pressed against his chest, resembling a knight receiving an accolade. "You impudent little rascal, you ought to address me as Dr. Dongwu." "Doctor? All right, Dr. Dongwu." Bent did not mind being addressed this way. In contrast to these trivial matters, he was far more intrigued by the presence of Dr. Dongwu in this Marvel universe. "I mean no offense, Dr. Dongwu." He leapt down from the ceiling, Yet I am genuinely curious about how you came to exist in this world. You mean, this world? Dongwu finally discerned the implication behind Ban Ti's words. When he gazed at him, there was an added nuance of distinction in his eyes. Thus, are you not a denizen of this world? Before Ban could respond, he indignantly exclaimed, You ask me, but whom should I inquire? I long to bring my little treasures to reclaim the truth that rightfully belongs to me. However, I never anticipated finding myself in such a place devoid of the Truth Award. No one is aware of my esteemed title, Dr. Dongwu. Those imbeciles have the audacity to regard me as a mere beggar. His face was contorted with fury, his entire body trembling with agitation. The obsession he had long pursued, the coveted Truth Award, vanished just moments before it was within his grasp, leaving him exceedingly vexed. The 5 years of research he had devoted seemed to have been rendered utterly futile. Moreover, the humiliations he endured upon arriving in this world only intensified his ire. However, in an instant, his furious visage relaxed, as if the tightly clenched fists and the pent-up fury had dissipated into thin air. Nevertheless, Dr. Dongwu's sinister grin suggested that such matters were trifling, for in any realm, it mattered not to him, as he was destined to resurrect the splendor of prehistoric creatures, transform this planet into a paradise for mutated beings. Have you truly lost your mind? Lost your mind? Dongwu retorted. Do you not find that New York City has become excessively urbanized? Bant replied. All right. I see you wish to embrace urbanization as well. Dr. Dongwu paid no heed to Ban Ti's expression. In fact, he regarded his arrival in this world as a fortuitous occurrence. The advancements in biological technology here have truly astonished him. Dr. Dongwu took out his phone and gazed at the blurry image of the lizard people displayed upon its screen, his face alight with excitement. Behold, he exclaimed, what a magnificent creature this is, with its robust physique and sharp claws. If only I could transform every person in this world into lizard people. Then I would reign supreme over all. Beauty indeed. I believe your aesthetic sensibilities could benefit from further refinement. Wait, you wouldn't be the type to favor a portrayal of a dark-skinned mermaid or a black Juliet, would you? Banter made a sarcastic remark. My suggestion is, instead of indulging in bizarre videos on YouTube, why not explore Twitter? There are plenty of educators there, and you could gain some valuable insights. In any realm, Dr. Dongwu embodies the archetype of a mad scientist, consumed by his own eccentricities. Although they share little in common, Banter could not help but utter some playful banter. Dr. Dongwu cast a disapproving glance at Banter. He had long been aware of Banter's extraordinary abilities, albeit mistaking his identity. The Spider-Man featured in the news is indeed you, isn't it? No, you are mistaken. That is my brother. Enough of the deception. Who does not know that when one claims to have a friend, they are, in fact, referring to themselves? Dongwu interrupted Bont, speaking to himself. Bont replied indifferently. Dongwu looked at Bont with sympathy and remarked, You are somewhat fortunate. Having acquired the animal's extraordinary powers, alas, it appears that luck has not favored you sufficiently. Your physique remains as grotesque and frail as ever. It would be prudent for a pitiful creature such as yourself, a failure of evolution, to refrain from venturing into the new world, Dongwu remarked coldly. In the next instant, Bont beheld the machine atop his head pulsating with arcs of electricity. A chill coursed through him. The rustling sounds emanated from all directions. And in the darkness, dozens of crimson eyes glimmered with a haunting brilliance. Banter's heart sank as he cast a glance at the watch on his wrist, a humble timepiece still in its cooling state. By his calculations, it would require at least another 10 minutes before he could transform once more, while a substantial horde of lizard-like creatures loomed before him. These lizard-like creatures are evidently the result of mutations derived from the lab's white mice, and it appears that Dr. Dongwu has employed a genetic variator, inducing not only mutations, but also enhancing their ferocity in the process. Now, each monstrous creature seems as ferocious as a standing dinosaur. Their fangs and claws are sharper than daggers, and the gaze directed at Bant is exceedingly bloodthirsty. A lamentable entity, your journey concludes here. Dongwu emitted a chilling laugh before retreating into the shadows. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing Bont. Not for any other reason than that Bont had developed a serum capable of deciphering genetic mutations. In his eyes, Bont represented the most significant obstacle to his mutation scheme. Once he is vanquished, no one shall be able to thwart him again. As for now, his sole task is to locate the lizard man from last night. For he seeks to collaborate with the creature's intellect in order to enhance the lizard serum. In the magnificent prehistoric world, how could there exist merely one species of reptilian beings? This realm ought to possess a greater diversity. Chapter 32. The Diamond War God Peter plunged heavily into the murky waters. while the lizard-like Dr. Connors bore down upon him with the strength of a truck. Peter was thrust into the rushing, putrid sewage, the foul liquid immediately seeping into his mask, nearly flooding his mouth. He sought to break free from Connors' grasp, only to discover, to his astonishment, that this reptilian creature possessed extraordinary strength. In truth, after transforming into the lizard, Connors possesses an extraordinarily formidable strength, coupled with the fact that Peter, having just recently embraced his role as Spider-Man, has yet to fully realize his powers. This confrontation resulted in him being overpowered by Dr. Connors. At this moment, they are swept away in the flowing sewage, uncertain of their destination. Dr. Connors seems to grip Peter's wrist as an adult would a child's, intent on snapping the frail body before him. Yet, he soon discovers that what he initially believed would be an effortless task, breaking the hands of this spandex-clad aberration, proves to be far more challenging. As Peter's sinews appear to be far more resilient than steel. This is indeed a superhuman. Connor's gaze grew increasingly solemn. This was not the first encounter between them, yet their previous meeting had not culminated in an actual confrontation. At this moment, Peter was submerged in murky water, struggling against a suffocating sensation. He understood all too well that he needed to extricate himself swiftly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he kicked the lizard doctor squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backwards, before immediately pivoting and darting away like a fish, desperately navigating the current. He had aspired to be the hunter, yet here he found himself transformed into the prey. The lizard doctor, undeterred by the blow, resumed his pursuit of Peter. His large hands, though lacking the webbing characteristic of a duck's foot, were nonetheless adept at propelling him through the water, while his robust tail whipped through the liquid with a fervor akin to a propeller, generating immense thrust. These anatomical advantages enabled the lizard doctor to swim far more swiftly than Peter, far beyond his reach. At this moment, he resembled not a lizard, but rather an alligator. Like a torpedo, it surged forward, ruthlessly shattering the obstructing water pipes and steel wire filters that lay in its path. In an instant, it diminished the distance between itself and Peter, its razor-sharp claws akin to a steel blade slicing through flesh, each strike obliterating everything in its wake. Peter continuously twisted his body, relying on his spider sense to perform an array of peculiar and astonishing poses reminiscent of a gymnast, narrowly evading attacks. However, despite his ability to dodge countless blows, a single failure could cost him his life. Fortunately, he was not without his advantages. His agile physique harmonized seamlessly with the labyrinth of the sewer, for not every pipe was robust enough to accommodate a creature as formidable as Dr. Lizard. Had I known the prowess of this reptilian being, I would have certainly considered a role swap with Bant. Peter lamented wearily. Though he merely jested and would never truly place Bant in jeopardy, the truth remains that if Bant were privy to his musings, he would likely welcome the opportunity for such an exchange. At this very moment, within Oscorp Tower, Bant clutched a vial of serum antidote. His vigilance heightened as he surveyed his surroundings. The monstrous lizards had encircled him menacingly. He refrained from administering the serum, not solely because it was intended for Connors, but more significantly, these creatures had been altered by Dr. Connors' mutation device, rendering the antidote potentially ineffective. The cooldown period of his watch had yet to elapse. All he could do was bide his time. Casting a glance at the watch still aglow with crimson light, a sense of foreboding washed over him. And upon looking back towards Dr. Connors, he found the scientist had vanished into the shadows. Suddenly, the spider sense erupted within him like a torrential downpour. The lizard creatures launched an assault on Bant simultaneously, their dark shadows descending like a plague of locusts. Without a moment's hesitation, Bant spun the potion in the palm of his hand, rolled it towards the ground, and then grasped a corner of the laboratory table. The heavy table seemed as light as a fly swatter in his hands as he swung it around. Bang! A sweeping strike sent them all flying, and the monsters let out piercing shrieks of anguish. Simultaneously, the table in Bant's hands shattered into pieces. Casting a glance at the creatures, he realized they had evidently inherited the formidable regenerative abilities of lizards, as the wounds he had inflicted healed completely within mere moments. Without a moment's hesitation, Bant charged out of the laboratory. In the next instant, the monsters surged forward in a chaotic frenzy, their collective momentum too great for the narrow laboratory door to accommodate. However, this posed no obstacle, for these formidable beasts simply demolished the entire wall, sending shattered debris hurtling like cannonballs to the opposite side of the building. What followed was an unrelenting pursuit. Next time, I shall undoubtedly bring along the web-slinging device. Bant, of course, would not be foolish enough to ascend the staircase. With a bend of his knee, he leaped effortlessly over 10 meters, positioning himself vertically against the wall of the central hall in the Osborn building. He had assumed that this maneuver would allow him to evade the relentless pursuit of the lizard creatures. However, to his dismay, although these monsters lacked the ability to generate bioelectricity, their razor-sharp claws were capable of embedding themselves into the wall, relentlessly following him like the lickers from Resident Evil. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. They must be lured to the rooftop. Bant glanced down for a moment. To be honest, if he truly wished to flee, he could easily shake off these creatures. However, he could not allow them to escape from the Osborn building, for the consequences would be unimaginable. Without further ado, should even a single specimen of this creature manage to escape, capturing them again would prove exceedingly arduous. Whether it be a mouse or a lizard, they possess an exceptional aptitude for thriving within the confines of sewers. Bant's greatest concern lies in the potentiality of them instigating a new web incident. As he pivoted to deliver a powerful kick to one lizard beast, another launched itself from the periphery of his vision. Without a moment's hesitation, Bant crouched to evade the incoming strike, then swiftly seized the creature's tail, unleashing a force of several tons in an instant. Lizard Meteor Hammer. He wielded the monstrous lizard as if it were a weapon, the air around him resonating with a sharp whoosh as he swung it with fervor. Several monsters that initially sought to encircle were suddenly struck, their vision clouded by an explosion of stars. However, this weapon was destined for a brief existence. Sensing its tail was ensnared, the lizard creature promptly intended to sever it in a bid for escape. Yet, Bant had already seized the moment, launching it into the air even as it attempted to detach its tail. The lizard war chariot. The lizard creature, abruptly hurled away, struck down an entire row of monsters like a bowling ball. All were toppled. However, he had not savored his joy for long when a more intense sense of crisis surged through him, coursing like electricity throughout his body. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, akin to a blade cleaving through the atmosphere. Bant executed a swift roll to evade the strike. Upon turning back, he found himself enveloped by a colossal shadow. Before him loomed a gigantic spider, significantly larger than Bant, towering nearly the height of an entire floor. Its body resembled one clad in impenetrable armor, with 8 spider legs driven into the walls like steel spears. Bant instinctively recoiled a few steps. Could it be that Dr. Dongwu had employed the mutation ray on the spiders within the Osborn building as well? He felt a twinge of confusion, yet at that moment, there was evidently no time to investigate. The colossal spider bore down on him like an armored tank, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Behind him loomed a throng of lizard-like creatures. The spider's powerful pincers struck with the force of a guillotine, nearly severing Bant in two. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of metal clashing against stone. The colossal pincers of the spider creature quivered incessantly, yet it could not advance an inch. Reflected within its faceted eyes was no longer the silhouette of the Banteon humans. Instead, it was a resplendent figure, a high-ranking warrior with sharp, distinct features, the Diamond War God. Banter exerted his strength with both arms, effortlessly snapping the giant pincers of the spider creature. I beg your pardon, but I do not wish to become the 25th Wug. Chapter 33. Namo Diamond War God Gatlin Bodhisattva. Seeking continuation, the Diamond War God, a being from the Petrosian star, is a silicon-based life form composed entirely of a pale green crystalline structure. This crystal bears a resemblance to celestial jade, yet, in truth, the two are distinctly different. However, it is indisputable that the body of the Diamond War God is remarkably resilient. To him, steel is as fragile as paper. I never anticipated that it would be the Diamond War God. In fact, I believe the Flame Man would be more suited to confront the current predicament. The situation moments ago was dire. Bant had no time to discern which extraterrestrial hero had emerged from the shattered display. Had he paused, his first choice would undoubtedly have been the Flame Man, to reduce these monsters to mere ashes and witness their futile attempts at resurrection. However, the Diamond War God was indeed an admirable alternative. Bant glanced at his hands, lightly clenching his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. This was only natural, for the Diamond War God boasted a record of defeating the formidable Magus and vanquishing the shape-shifting demon with undeniable prowess. At this moment, fire burned in Bant's eyes, his emerald irises reflecting the grotesque visages of the monsters before him. "Come forth, creatures," he urged, stretching his limbs as the colossal spider creature loomed before him, appearing hardly a threat. With his right arm raised, fingers coalescing, he transformed his hand into a lethal blade. Green crystalline energy swiftly enveloping his arm, morphing it into a sharp longsword. The Petrosian star beings possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate molecular reconfiguration, rendering their bodies into an arsenal of weaponry. The spider, having just suffered the loss of its pincers, let out a fearsome roar, driven by pain and fury. Towering like an artificial mountain, its massive form obstructed the air, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Moreover, its rage had reached a zenith. Its mutated appendages encased it like a robust black armor, impervious and unyielding. As it surged forward, the clashing of its armored body resonated like cannon fire, intent on tearing Bant apart. Yet in a flash, the blade gleamed. Bant's arm, raised with the blade facing upwards, struck down like a falcon descending upon its prey. In that fleeting moment, the spider creature remained oblivious to its fate, its body advancing yet losing balance, the world around it seemingly cleaved in two. A fissure erupted from its very core, green ichor gushing forth like a waterfall, splattering against the walls of the building and pooling in the central atrium. Boom! The enormous spider creature, akin to a tank, was cleaved in twain by Bant's strike. Its fortified skeletal structure, more resilient than steel, crumbled like mere tofu under the diamond war god's blade. Now devoid of strength, the creature could no longer support itself against the wall, its spindly legs, as rigid as steel, plummeted toward the depths below. Thud! The building trembled thrice in response. Bant, coldly sheathing his sword, cast a sharp gaze toward the lizard monsters that still encircled him. In this moment, it was these creatures who found themselves trembling in fear. These beings, who were expected to obey Dr. Dong Wu without question, now experienced a profound, visceral dread. On one hand, the departure of Dong Wu diminished the effectiveness of his controllers over the monsters. On the other hand, the formidable power of the Diamond War God evoked within them a primal instinct, the fear of death. They found themselves wavering, their trembling limbs cautiously retreating, their scales bristling in terror, while they emitted feeble roars. Bant transformed his feet, reconstructing them to firmly grasp the walls. With each step he took forward, the monsters recoiled in dread. Their whip-like tails curled inward, waiting for the first creature to succumb to fear and flee, triggering a mass exodus. None wished to be the first to escape, not out of a sense of honor, but because they understood that the first to flee would inevitably attract Bant's full attention. Yet, even if they did not flee, they could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. A murderous glint gathered in Bant's gaze. In an instant, he was in motion. The wall of the building crumbled beneath his foot. He plunged downward like a cannonball, his body spinning wildly. At that moment, sharp blades sprouted from his back and arms, and his whirling form made these blades almost impossible to perceive. The sounds of flesh and blood splattering filled the air. Bant had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. He carved a bloody path through the monsters, the rotating blades creating a tearing whirlwind that ensnared the lizard creatures in its wake. The blades moved with the speed of a phantom, slicing through the monsters as if they were wildflowers along a country path, decapitating them, cleaving them in half, or grinding them into a bloody pulp. In the blink of an eye, those caught in the vortex were reduced to a gory mess, and within the Osborn building, a deluge of blood and flesh poured down, inundating the hall's floor. Thud! Bant landed with the force of a war god. As long as the torso and head were severed, could they not regenerate? Gazing at the scattered limbs and the half-formed bodies, Bant grasped the limits of the lizard monster's self-healing capabilities. It seemed that Dr. Dong Wu's mutated genes had not enhanced the monster's regenerative abilities. At this moment, he looked up at the remaining creatures, coldly shaking off the thick, sticky blood from his arm blades. Next, he would ensure the complete annihilation of these beasts. The remaining lizard monsters, witnessing this scene, were incapable of processing anything else in their meager minds. They only yearned to escape this hell at once. However, to think of fleeing? Bant scoffed. Having been pursued by these monsters for so long, and now that the cooldown of his little gadget had finally elapsed, how could he possibly allow them to escape? He withdrew his arm blade, casting a glance at the lizard-like creatures attempting to breach the walls of the building to escape, and delivered a powerful punch to the ground beneath him. In an instant, a crystalline structure began to spread from the epicenter of his fist, enveloping the Osborn Tower as if it were frozen in a layer of pale green crystal, transforming it into an indomitable diamond edifice. The lizard creatures, trying to break through the walls, collided violently and suffered grievous injuries. Banter chuckled derisively, raising his arms high, his palms vanishing to be replaced by thorn-like formations. The protruding crystalline structures aimed at the lizard monsters as if loaded into a Gatling gun. Taste the wrath of the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. In a barrage of gunfire, Banter emptied the magazine, decimating the horde of lizard creatures, leaving their remains scattered across the shimmering, diamond-lit interior of the Osborn Tower, where the stench of blood and decay pervaded the air, inducing nausea. Fortunately, I do not require breath. His hands returned to their original form, preparing to return to Connor's laboratory to retrieve the vial of serum. At that moment, a golden arc of fireworks ignited behind him. Kamartaj, the Supreme Sorcerer? Banter paused momentarily, a bald figure flashing into his mind. It is well known that within the Marvel Universe, two bald individuals hold significant notoriety, one black and one white. The former, Nick Fury, is a figure many wish to confront, known colloquially as the Mother Fur. The other? Banter gazed at the slender sorcerer, draped in a yellow robe, and felt a surge of wariness. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Possessing formidable magical powers, she is the most powerful sorcerer on Earth, having led the sorcerers of the Sanctum Sanctorum in protecting the planet from interdimensional threats. There is a saying that had either the Supreme Sorcerer or Odin not perished, Thanos would not dare to set foot in the Nine Realms or Earth. Upon the sudden appearance of the Ancient One, Banter's heart raced with caution. He was uncertain of her intentions for being here. Yet he was acutely aware that he did not belong to this universe, and that his very existence could precipitate unpredictable changes within it. Perhaps the Ancient One had come to eliminate him as an uncontrollable factor, a possibility he could not dismiss. However, if that were indeed the case, he would not remain idle. Despite his understanding of her formidable prowess, he was nonetheless prepared for combat. Thankfully, she seemed not to come with malicious intent. "Good evening, Mr. Parker." The Ancient One stepped forth from the teleportation circle, lifting her hood to reveal a gaunt visage. Her face bore a smile, though her cheeks were sunken. She did not appear unhealthy. This is not a pathological emaciation. Rather, it exudes an aura of transcendence, as if born from arduous asceticism. The presence of the Ancient One offers Bant a soothing sensation, akin to the gentle embrace of lake waters. "I harbor no malice, Mr. Parker," she states, extending a hand from beneath her robe to present a vial of potion. "Your serum." The goodwill emanating from the Ancient One grants Bant a sigh of relief. If possible, he would prefer not to engage in combat with a being capable of traversing the multiverse. "Master Ancient One," he acknowledges, devoid of pretense. For it is evident that she knows him well, having called his name upon her arrival. Indeed, the Ancient One does not seem surprised by Bant's awareness of her existence. "I have been observing you for quite some time, Mr. Parker," she remarks, her gaze lifting towards the interior of the Osborn Tower, where crystalline rock formations appear as though frozen in ice, rendering the structure riddled with imperfections. Fortunately, Bant has exercised restraint, confining the reconstruction of molecules to the interior, leaving no trace of anomaly visible from outside. A most extraordinary ability, she praises. The ability to reconstruct molecules is almost godlike. However, she remains unperturbed by its might. The true concern for the Ancient One lies in the even greater power contained within Bant's watch, and even without it, he harbors formidable potential. Bant glances upward, and with a mere thought, the crystalline structures he had conjured instantly collapse and disintegrate. In an instant, all the crystals shatter as if struck by an overwhelming force of annihilation, transforming into tiny, luminous particles that cascade down like a rain of starlight. "Master Ancient One, what brings you to seek my presence?" The Ancient One withdraws her gaze from the breathtaking spectacle, responding softly, "If you do not mind, shall we converse elsewhere?" She gracefully shifts her body, revealing a portal, a glowing circle that leads to an ancient chamber. Bant nods, accompanying her to Kamartaj. Upon entering Kamartaj, a wave of tranquil magic envelopes him, the fragrant air dissipating the scent of blood that clings to Bant. The Ancient One gestures for him to take a seat, though fitting his imposing form onto the modest cushion proves a challenge. She leisurely pours him a cup of tea before speaking. "I trust you have noticed the crisis confronting the multiverse." "A crisis within the multiverse?" Bant initially contemplates dismissively, thinking it of little consequence to him. But the image of Dr. Dongwu in a frenzied state resurfaces in his mind. "Are you referring to Dr. Dongwu?" The Ancient One nods slightly. "Originally, under my observation, this universe would not face a multiversal crisis in the near term. However, everything has now changed." Her visage bore a look of concern as she extended her slender fingers towards the small, damaged watch at the left side of Bant's chest. This object, which you might refer to as the Noah's Ark, had the unsettling ability to rupture the barriers of the multiverse, precipitating a crisis that would not have otherwise occurred so soon. Moreover, it rendered the cosmic barriers even more fragile. Bant instinctively glanced at his chest. According to the Ancient One, he began to comprehend why the small watch had remained dormant for such an extended period. It was likely that its energy had been entirely consumed traversing the various realities of the multiverse. "As you have posited, will individuals like Dongwu continue to emerge in the future?" Bant inquired, attempting to lift his teacup, yet his fingers were too cumbersome. making the cup feel like a diminutive artifact that required utmost caution to avoid crushing it. Indeed, the Ancient One affirmed with a nod. Is there a means to avert this? At that moment, Bant understood the origins of Dongwu. The Ancient One shook her head. The crisis of the multiverse was instigated by it, and can only be quelled by it. In truth, the Ancient One was not entirely forthright. Beyond merely intervening, there existed a more effective solution, to obliterate both Bant and the small watch, thus restoring everything to its rightful course. However, recalling the fates she had glimpsed along the timeline, the Ancient One prudently dismissed this notion. Her true desire was to safeguard this dimension, not to provoke the individual before her into annihilating all dimensions and timelines. Superman, the Clock King, wielded an overwhelming power, one beyond her capacity to contend with, even with the Time Stone in her possession. After a moment of silence, the Ancient One spoke. I hope you can remain in Kamartaj and become the new Sorcerer Supreme. Ah, the Sorcerer Supreme? Me? Bant exclaimed, pointing to himself, his face a canvas of perplexity. Chapter 35, The Sorcerer Supreme. Not even a dog would accept. Please continue reading. The Ancient One declared. You shall be the Sorcerer Supreme. Upon hearing this, Bant's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, as though someone had suggested he eliminate the monk and his disciples. You jest, Master Ancient One. I possess no magical abilities. Yet, he quickly shook his head in refusal. What is so commendable about being the Sorcerer Supreme? Not even a dog would aspire to that. The title may sound grand, but it merely entails presiding over the sanctum and defending against dimensional demons, with no tangible benefits to be gained. As for the Time Stone that the Ancient One possessed, Bant held it in little regard, setting aside the Clock King, who was inherently tied to time within the small watch, and the Superman who transcended time and space. The Time Stone was merely a tool effective within this universe. Outside of it, the Time Stone was nothing more than a beautifully crafted stone. Most critically, Bant had no intention of residing in the sanctum, inviting trouble upon himself. You possess an extraordinary reservoir of magical potential. I dare say, should you choose to remain in Kamartaj, you would undoubtedly emerge as the most exceptional among us. Indeed, the finest in history, remarked the Ancient One with utmost seriousness. What? Me? The most exceptional? Bant's face contorted into an expression of bewilderment. For a moment, he could not ascertain whether the Ancient One was jesting or if anyone at all could be deemed the finest. Thus arises the question, who truly holds the title of the most exceptional? Ned, certainly not Strange, he quipped. I thought Stephen Strange was the most exceptional, Bant interjected. He once was, the Ancient One conceded with a nod. It was no surprise that Bant was aware of Strange's legacy. She continued, but then you appeared. Rising from her seat, she circled around Bant, elaborating, within your being lies immense potential. It is magic, yet more than mere magic. You refer to it as the energy of the cosmos. The energy of the cosmos? Bant paused momentarily. Could it be that I possessed the bloodline of the Anilan? In the animated tales, both Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaowen bore the blood of the Anilans, formidable beings capable of instinctively wielding the energy of the cosmos. However, for those of mixed Anilan descent, igniting superpowers proves exceedingly challenging. Neither of Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaowen's fathers, both possessing half Anilan blood, had activated their superpowers. The Ancient One shook her head. No, your lineage should be that of pure earthly descent. However, as you rightly stated, every creature possesses the energy of the cosmos. Bant nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the Ancient One articulated, even beings like the Sorceress of Curses or the Horrors, though not creatures of the cosmos, can still wield magic through this energy. However, compared to the Sorceress, the Horrors can only access it through magical artifacts, lacking the inherent talent she possesses. But in this dimension, the energy of the cosmos does not exist. You are the sole individual endowed with this gift. Mr. Parker, the Ancient One gazed intently at Bant. Within her calm demeanor lay a fervent eagerness. Perhaps Bant viewed the energy of the cosmos merely as a superpower, yet to the Ancient One, it resembled a seed capable of taking root and flourishing within this world. Most magicians, in their quest to wield magic, must draw power from the dimensional deities before they can cast spells. However, for one like Bant, who possesses the gift of the energy of the cosmos, he can delve inward to unearth his own strength, potentially reshaping the entire magical framework of Earth. Nevertheless, Bant ultimately declined the Ancient One's proposition. I may embrace the power of magic, yet I refuse to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Perhaps I will reconsider in the future, but for now, I do not wish to squander time on magic, he asserted, shaking his head. With the small broken watch, magic merely served as an embellishment for Bant. To this, The Ancient One offered no further comment. In truth, she had anticipated this outcome, yet her hope had compelled her to explore the possibility. "I shall escort you back," she said, once more activating the portal to bid farewell to Bont as he departed from Kamar Taj. Moments later, Baron Mordo approached slowly, his gaze tinged with shadows of envy and intrigue. Yet he respectfully inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, is what you just stated indeed true? I perceive no trace of magical aptitude in that individual, yet you assert he shall be the finest. It is not surprising that you fail to see it," replied the stoic Ancient One, her eyes lingering on the direction of Bont's exit, despite the emptiness that now resided there. "This is not merely a matter of excellence. He is rather exceptional." After a brief contemplation, she paused before continuing, "Perhaps he may evolve into a new dimensional deity." Upon returning to Queens, the Ancient One did not escort Bont back to the Osborne Tower, but instead transported him directly home. The imposing figure of the Diamond Warrior found it challenging to stretch within the confines of the small room. Fortunately, it was not long before the transformation wore off. Once Bont set the potion aside, his thoughts were consumed by matters concerning Osborne. Following the night's battle, the Osborne Tower lay nearly in ruins. Though it appeared intact from the outside, chaos had ensued within. "I wonder how this will affect Norman," Bont pondered with concern. "If Oscorp falters henceforth, it could deliver a significant blow to Norman." He had never been overly concerned, yet Norman had treated him well, despite a tinge of self-interest. He had undeniably provided him with hundreds of millions in assistance. Bont cared not whether Norman was virtuous or vile. He simply recognized that the man had aided him. Once the equipment arrived and the laboratory was prepared, he resolved to assist Norman and Harry in remedying their genetic deficiencies as a token of gratitude. Lost in thought, Bont was suddenly jolted by a prickling sensation on his scalp, followed by a feeble knocking at the window. Turning to investigate, he beheld a weary Peter, disheveled and drenched. Leaning against the window, his hair plastered to his face, exuding an unpleasant odor. "Did you bathe in the sewer?" Bont pinched his nose in disdain, but nonetheless opened the window for Peter. The latter felt utterly drained, nearly unable to support his own weight. As soon as the window opened, he tumbled inside, collapsing against the wall, gasping for breath. "I went swimming and swallowed quite a bit. The contamination level was alarmingly high." He managed a weak smile and a thumbs up. A true taste of the Ganges. Bont was tempted to hurl him back outside. Yet the ghastly wound upon Peter's chest was alarming. The sewers teemed with bacteria, and without prompt disinfection, the injury could swiftly become infected. Nevertheless, Bont speculated that with Spider-Man's resilience, perhaps those pathogens would soon be eradicated by his immune cells. Chapter 36. Difficulties? Then let us dismiss them all. I suggest you hasten to find a girlfriend, so that next time, you won't require my assistance in tending to your wounds. Bant meticulously stowed away the medical kit and disposed of the bloodied cotton balls in the trash. "I wish I could, but Liz has never regarded me." "Must you dwell on Liz?" Bant retorted, handing Peter the vial containing the antidote for the lizard serum. "Thank you, but alas, I allowed the doctor to escape," Peter lamented. "You did not merely let him slip away. Rather, you narrowly managed to evade him," Bant corrected, observing the embarrassment that washed over Peter's face. He added, "I am being rather polite in my assessment." At this, Peter cast his gaze downward in despondence. "You are right, I am indeed no match for him. Perhaps your extraordinary abilities have yet to fully manifest," Bant remarked. "Regardless, we must expedite our search for them." Peter nodded in agreement. However, a look of surprise soon crossed his features. "Them? A fellow even more deranged than Connors." Bant offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sewer, the lizard doctor seethed with fury after his recent altercation with Peter. Allowing that insufferable little insect to escape was a grave error on his part. However, he was not entirely empty-handed. Following the cobwebs through the drainage system, the lizard doctor eventually stumbled upon a clue at the intersection of a pipe, an antiquated camera. He extended his claw, yanking the camera from the wall, and upon examination, discovered a name inscribed on its back. "Peter Parker?" The lizard doctor's voice was a mixture of astonishment and malevolence. He had not anticipated that the identity of the Spider-Man was none other than Peter. It is worth noting that Connors had always held Peter's talents in high regard, particularly after Peter assisted him in unraveling the Half-Life conundrum, leading Connors to recognize Peter as a genius. Even in his current form as the Lizard, he remained in awe of Peter's intellect. Initially, he had contemplated sharing the boon of the serum with Peter, but it now seemed unnecessary. No matter his admiration, anyone daring to thwart his ambitions would not be spared. At that moment, Connors' mind was consumed by a singular thought: eliminate Peter Parker. The following day, Bant and Peter found themselves together on an uncommon journey to school. The Osborn Tower was sealed off, and Norman Osborn had yet to make an appearance. Throughout their journey, Peter kept his head down, scrutinizing the news of the day. His brow furrowed with worry as he turned to Bant with a face full of confusion. The Osborn Tower has been sealed off. What is happening? Bant had visited the tower the previous night to concoct the serum, and if anything had transpired, he would surely be the most informed. Did you not know? Bant whispered. Are you referring to the other mad scientist? Peter inquired incredulously. You merely mentioned that you battled the creatures he created. You did not say that you nearly demolished the tower. Bant spread his hands in a gesture of indifference, providing no explanation. Uncertain of the implications this matter had on Harry, Peter felt a twinge of concern for his dear friend. The substantial scandal surrounding the Osborn group undoubtedly affected Harry. The most apparent consequence was Harry's text to Bant, informing him that he would not be able to accompany him for the site selection and procurement of materials for the laboratory over the weekend. Bant, of course, understood. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident represented a colossal embarrassment for the Osborn group. Despite Norman Osborn frequently being ousted by the board, he remained the founder and largest shareholder of Osborn, making it prudent for him to avoid the spotlight in such turbulent times. However, it remained unclear whether this debacle would drive Norman further into chaos within the Osborn group. At this very moment, within the confines of the Osborn estate, Norman wore an unusually relaxed and cheerful expression. He joyfully uncorked a bottle of champagne, beaming as he approached the dining table, even contemplating pouring a glass for Harry. I almost forgot, you're not of drinking age yet, he mused, recalling this fact before taking a seat, loosening his tie, and savoring a sip of his drink. Contrary to Norman's buoyant demeanor, Harry felt an unfamiliar tension. He had never witnessed his usually serious father display such a carefree countenance. And beneath that joy lay an unsettling hint of madness. Dad, with such a significant issue at the company, aren't you at all concerned? Harry questioned. In his view, his father should at least hold a press conference to provide the public with a reasonable explanation to prevent a further decline in the Osborn Group's stock prices. Yet from the moment he received the news, Norman appeared utterly unconcerned, allowing the situation to spiral without intervention, even ignoring calls from other board members. Why should I be worried? Norman retorted, in high spirits, offering Harry an abundance of smiles and patience. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, which is why I worry for you. I don't understand, Harry replied. It's quite simple, Harry, Norman said after taking a small bite of steak and wiping his mouth. I only feel the need to worry when I am on the verge of losing something. But what if that something does not belong to me? But the Osborn Group is your creation. If it doesn't belong to you, then who does it belong to? Harry remained perplexed, grappling with the notion that his father, who held the highest share of ownership, claimed the company did not belong to him. Norman merely smiled in silence. Unbeknownst to Harry, while his father did indeed possess the largest share, it was not an absolute controlling stake. The board members had long since united to marginalize him. The Osborn of today was far removed from the Osborn of yesteryear. Contemplating this, Norman let out a cold chuckle within himself. Those vampires sought to usurp his company. How could he allow them to succeed? You wish to push me out? Then let us all cease this charade. Indeed, Norman had long harbored a desire to overturn the table, and the recent assault on the Osborn Tower serendipitously aligned with his intentions. Difficult to manage? Then let nothing be managed. However, it seemed Norman had a sudden epiphany. After taking a sip of his drink, he turned to Harry and said, reach out to Klein. Instruct him to expedite the resolution of Primus Technologies. Once the stock price of Osborn Group plummets to its nadir, I shall finance the acquisition of its shares. Norman did not aspire to regain absolute control over Osborn. He was acutely aware that the company was currently in dire straits. Even if he succeeded in acquiring it, the stock price would likely struggle to recover to its former heights. This might not be a loss-making venture, but the profits would be scant. Nevertheless, Osborn Group remained the culmination of Norman's life's work. He had invested more energy into the company than he had into his own son. If a glimmer of salvation existed, he yearned to reclaim Osborn Group. He would not impose the risks upon Bant, instead opting to finance the endeavor himself. Using Primus Technologies merely as a FAAD to avoid drawing attention, Harry nodded in agreement. He did not grasp the intricacies of the plan, but he could at least follow the instructions given. Chapter 37. Felicia, I totally get it acquiring shares in Osborn? Bant, upon receiving Harry's message, pondered for a moment and quickly discerned Norman's intentions. He was far more cognizant of Norman's predicament with Osborn than Harry. It became immediately clear to him that Norman intended to seize this opportunity to reclaim shares in Osborn Group and re-establish his control over it. This strategy, however, was laden with risk, for should Osborn Group suffer grave injury, it could very well falter irreparably, thereby placing Norman in the position of underwriting the board's interests. The likelihood of such a scenario was significant. Yet, Bant reconsidered and found little cause for alarm. Norman Osborn had risen from humble beginnings. Although his father had once been a prominent entrepreneur, their fortunes had declined during Norman's youth. Osborn Group was a venture he founded later in life, a testament to his arduous journey. Moreover, having originally been a scientist, embarking on this path once more was not out of the question. With this thought, Bant felt compelled to consider investing in the low-cost acquisition of Osborn's shares. However, he quickly reassessed, deeming it unnecessary. The future prospects of Primus Technologies would undoubtedly surpass those of Osborn, a conviction that remained steadfast in his mind, even if he lacked confidence in himself. The initial capital must be judiciously allocated. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let us seek out Dr. Connors and Dr. Dongwu together, Peter suggested. Yet, Bant did not immediately acquiesce. He was inundated with tasks at hand. While locating Dr. Dongwu was indeed significant, establishing Primus was equally paramount. If only he could transform into Dido and Little Bobo. He mused. Dido and Xiaobobo are extraterrestrial heroes endowed with the remarkable ability to create duplicates of themselves. Although Dido's powers may not be formidable, the mere act of duplicating oneself can often prove to be immensely beneficial. You go look for him. I have matters to attend to on Saturday, Bant remarked. In his view, the affairs concerning Primus far outweighed the significance of Dr. Dongwu, who, after all, was merely a lesser antagonist. The last time, he had allowed Dongwu to escape simply because the little broken watch was still cooling down. Moreover, Dongwu's ambition was to alter the genetic makeup of all earthly beings, reverting the world to a prehistoric era. Even if he were to succeed, the genetic repair capabilities of the little broken watch would undoubtedly serve as a safety net, leaving Bant with little cause for concern. However, he was taken aback by the fact that this individual had vanished without a trace following his departure from Osborn. Bant pondered this carefully. It is important to note that Dongwu was not one to relish solitude. His initial aim was to achieve global renown through his research, propelling his name into the annals of fame. Almost every time he made an appearance, he did so flamboyantly, accompanied by his mutated frog. Yet, in this world, Dongwu had to exercise greater caution. Bant had been monitoring the news on his phone, but he had not encountered any reports related to mutated creatures. Even if he wished to locate Dongwu, he found himself at a loss. What do you have to do on Saturday? Peter inquired, noting that Bant seemed overwhelmed with tasks of late. Apologies, Peter, my cousin is coming to watch our band's rehearsal this weekend. Mary Jane, who had long noticed Bant and Peter walking together, was about to approach to greet them when she overheard Peter's question, instantly brightening with joy. A performance? You all? Peter's expression shifted to one of envy and curiosity. However, before he could say more, Bant shook his head at Mary Jane. I'm sorry, Mary Jane, but I actually have other commitments. He had forgotten about Mary Jane's invitation amidst the flurry of tasks, but fortunately, he had not directly accepted at the time, so he did not feel he was breaking a promise. Really? Mary Jane felt a twinge of disappointment, but said nothing further. Well, I suppose I can count on you not to miss the anniversary celebration, though that means you'll only see the same performance as everyone else. Bant replied. Tell me more about this different performance. Clearing his throat, Bant continued. I apologize, but I genuinely have prior engagements this weekend. He refrained from elaborating on the company matters, as he had no intention of revealing them to Peter at this stage. He planned to surprise Peter later when he truly needed financial assistance or employment. After all, it was not easy for a struggling student to gain admission to a prestigious university in this country. The burden of student loans could be overwhelming. A certain comrade Guanhai only managed to repay his loans after ascending to the presidency. Mary Jane shook her head, indicating it was no trouble at all. The Mary Jane of this universe differs significantly from the one portrayed in the first Spider-Man film. She possesses a formidable sense of self-worth and is reluctant to reveal any hint of vulnerability. Much like her vibrant red hair, she emanates an aura of strength and resilience. After the trio parted ways, they each proceeded to their respective classrooms. Felicia, her face etched with anxiety, leaned closer to Ben and whispered in his ear, Hey, Ben, do you have any plans for the weekend? Her fair complexion flushed slightly, giving her a rosy appearance. I was just wondering about the study group. I'm sorry, Felicia, but I'm afraid I won't have time for the study group this weekend, Ben replied, shaking his head in refusal. Well, that's disappointing, Felicia said, her expression betraying her disappointment as her voluminous golden hair fell dejectedly, retreating back to her seat. Ben observed Felicia and suddenly had a realization. Originally, he intended to accompany Harry to purchase equipment. However, With Harry unable to join him, he was left to navigate the task alone. Yet, he admittedly lacked the expertise and connections to procure quality equipment at an affordable price. Conversely, Felicia might possess the necessary resources. Being the daughter of a benefactor of the Hardy Foundation, perhaps her involvement could even secure a discount. With this in mind, Ben quickly called out to her. "Wait, Felicia, what is it?" Felicia looked up, her eyes alight with hope, mistakenly believing Ben had changed his mind. Although time was limited for the study group, Ben pondered and remarked, "I recall you have a keen interest in science, correct?" Felicia, taken aback, clarified, "Well, it's not so much science that fascinates me, but rather a certain person." Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "My mother believes science is crucial. She has invested in several scientific laboratories." Upon hearing this, Ben noticed Felicia's gaze shift to one of eagerness. "So, you must have some insight into where to procure scientific instruments or materials at a reasonable price, then? Buying instruments?" Felicia was momentarily stunned. How could she possibly be knowledgeable about such matters? After all, this was not her domain. Even her mother, while financially involved, was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of science. Yet, confronted with Ben's inquiry, Felicia immediately nodded vigorously. "Of course. I know exactly where to go." Chapter 38. Must you delve into the toilet? In the sewers, Connors moved stealthily through the shadows. The effects of the lizard serum had waned. Having experienced a surge of power, Connors found it unbearable to endure his current frail state, impaired, weak, utterly defenseless. A mere germ or a fragment of a decaying body could obliterate his existence, extinguishing his life. Above him, in the city of New York, the lives of millions hung in a delicate balance, equally fragile and tragic. "I can save them." Connor leaned weakly against the stained wall, his face ablaze with fervor. Within his frail frame coursed a boiling tide of blood. He felt as though he bore a monumental responsibility upon his shoulders to guide humanity, which had reached the twilight of evolution, towards a vaster world and a novel path. Only by shedding this fragile human shell could humanity garner the strength and vision to advance. He mused, "I shall become that savior. My inventions are destined to benefit the entire world." Even though Connor could revert to his human form, his thoughts had been irrevocably transformed by the lizard serum. He regarded humanity as fragile and inferior beings, convinced he could alter this reality, spreading prosperity to all and liberating them from the agonies of affliction. Naturally, Connor understood that not everyone would embrace the terrifying visage of becoming a lizard person. Yet he believed their resistance stemmed solely from their lack of experience with the power such a transformation could bestow. Once they tasted it, they would be enamored by the sensation. As for the change in appearance, who would truly care? Lost in contemplation, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. A magnificent vision. "Doctor, who are you?" Connor immediately became alert. He turned, cautiously peering into the shadows, where he beheld an elderly figure with a pallid complexion emerging from the depths of the darkened conduit, gazing at him with admiration. "You may call me Dr. Dongwu," the old man said, his lips stretching into a vampire-like grin, brimming with excitement. Unfazed by the filthy surroundings of the sewer, he fervently proclaimed, "Dr. Connor, I am a man who shares your aspirations. We both seek to transform this world into a better place." Connor was not easily swayed by Dongwu's words. He regarded him with an icy gaze, akin to a cold-blooded creature observing its prey, poised to strike at any moment. "Do not be alarmed, Dr. Connor. I harbor no ill intentions," Dongwu said softly. "On the contrary, I come bearing a precious gift." With a clap of his hands, a cacophony of dreadful echoes reverberated through the expansive sewer, resembling the relentless rumble of thunder. An instinctual sense of danger surged within Connor. He peered into the darkness, where four crimson eyes glimmered ominously. Then, the creature from the shadows loomed closer, resembling a mountain. Connor stood transfixed. "Allow me to make a grand introduction." Dongwu, dressed in ragged attire, presented his creation with the utmost ceremony, as if unveiling a priceless treasure at an exhibition, raising his hands high. "My masterpiece, a mutant organism." Connor remained rooted in place, astonished. Before him stood an immense amphibious creature, towering 3 to 4 meters high, as colossal as a mountain, capable of swallowing a human whole. How could this be possible? Connors, an expert in reptilian studies, had indeed examined frogs before, though they were not lizards. However, a frog's anatomical structure could not feasibly support such a massive size. Its skeletal framework would be incapable of bearing the current weight. The force of gravity would reduce it to a mere puddle of flesh. "This is the brilliance of my invention, the gene variator." Dr. Dongwu proudly gestured toward the device on his head, yet cunningly concealed his ability to control the mutated organisms. He continued, This world is far from simple, Dr. Connors. As a highly intelligent scientist capable of assembling fifth-level technology from readily available supermarket components, I conducted a thorough investigation upon my arrival in this realm. Not only did I uncover the existence of Iron Man, but I also discovered an organization known as SHIELD. This explains why I have exercised such caution in my actions thus far. He stepped forward, while Connors stood frozen, awestruck by the sight of the enormous mutated bullfrog. Dongwu pressed on. Do you not believe that to realize our grand vision, we must acquire greater power to eliminate those who stand in our way? He spoke with fierce intensity. The evolution of life is governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. With your lizard serum and my mutated genes, we can unite to create even greater species, wielding more formidable strength. Dongwu inhaled deeply, his voice echoing through the conduit like the whisper of a deity. He was nearly on the verge of an explosive outburst, ready to roar, yet he restrained himself. Instead, he approached Connors and whispered softly in his ear, "A more glorious civilization." Connors turned his head, seemingly overwhelmed by Dongwu's ambitious vision, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. After a while, he finally stammered, "You." Dongwu's face broke into a smile, anticipating Connor's response and praise. "You have a bit of bad breath." "What did you say?" Dongwu nearly lost his composure. "After all I've shared, you care about my breath? I've slaughtered countless foes without flinching, and you're concerned whether my eyes are dry. Furthermore, considering you've fallen to living in this foul-smelling sewer, do you really care about my breath? I said you have a bit of bad breath. Keep your distance." Connors pushed Dongwu away and nodded, stating, "Your plan is commendable, but we must first eliminate an inconvenience." Naturally, Connors referred to Spider-Man. However, Dr. Dongwu shook his head, mysteriously producing a small orange crystal. "Our enemies are not limited to one. The power of the lizard alone is insufficient." "Is that Amber?" Midtown High School. Bant prepared to visit the restroom as per his usual routine. However, at that moment, his spider sense erupted, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the next instant, the restroom trembled as though it had experienced a localized earthquake. To his astonishment, a section of the floor collapsed, and a green head emerged from beneath the toilet. "Connors, is that you? Must you truly emerge from the toilet?" Bant struggled to comprehend the situation, yet he was profoundly shaken. Chapter 39. She is Felicia Hardy. I am merely Mary Jane. Bant could barely recognize him as Dr. Connors, or more accurately, as a lizard man. The Connors before him was markedly different from the creature that had appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge just days prior. Though that Connors was equally grotesque, his features bore a closer resemblance to those of a lizard, with a somewhat smoother visage. In contrast, the Connors now had pronounced cheeks, a mouth elongated into a narrow snout, and his skin had taken on a grayish-green hue. The texture of his skin and scales had hardened into a material reminiscent of crocodile hide, and his body had expanded significantly. Rather than merely a lizard man, Connors had transformed into a more terrifying dinosaur-like creature. Shaking off the toilet perched atop his head, Connors fully emerged from the ground. He towered at least 3 meters in height, rivaling the might of a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, albeit in the cramped confines of the restroom. He could only maneuver by bending his body. Upon spotting Bant, Connors' massive form loomed closer, casting a shadow that enveloped Bant entirely. His voice resonating like a muffled thunderclap. "You are not Peter Parker." As Connors spoke, a foul wind assaulted Bant, nearly disarranging his hairstyle. "You certainly have a lot of bravado, my friend," Bant retorted, pinching his nose and leaning back, his brow furrowing in concern. Given Connors' current transformation, he could easily deduce the identity of the mastermind behind it. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly Dr. Dongwu had located Connors and induced such a genetic mutation. This development likely rendered the previously created serum antidote far less effective. Connors' eyes were larger than light bulbs, and as he glared at Bant, they nearly reflected half of his face. He was somewhat puzzled as to why this student did not seem frightened, but he did not dwell on it. From the outset, his sole objective remained unchanged. "Where is Peter Parker?" "I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him at all," Bant swiftly denied, offering a triple negation. "I suggest you search elsewhere." Connors harbored little doubt regarding Bant's words. Except for Peter, he harbored no desire to take the life of anyone else. In his eyes, all the inhabitants of New York City would soon become his kin. There was no necessity to kill them. His sole objective was to eliminate the Spider-Man who stood in his way. With a brusque shove, he pushed aside the obstructive Bant, striding purposefully down the school corridor. As he passed by Bant, he resembled a colossal truck, stirring up a gust of wind. The tail, adorned with icy scales, lashed out, effortlessly shattering a metal pipe in its wake. Bant gazed at his retreating figure, noting the sharp, bony plates protruding from Connor's back. His clothing had long since torn asunder, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to him. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. In the next moment, Bant was startled by the cacophony of hundreds of voices screaming in unison throughout the corridor. Avoiding Connor's line of sight, Bant intended to transform, but at that moment, he sensed Peter's proximity. Thus, Bant set aside his watch and followed Connors out of the restroom. At this juncture, the corridor was devoid of students, and Peter, who had yet to don his battle attire, darted through the narrow passage, attempting to ensnare Connor's eyes with webbing. However, the high tensile strength of the webbing appeared feeble against the now formidable Connors. What on earth was happening? Peter discarded his backpack, executing a swift maneuver to evade Connor's claw strike, only to find himself face-to-face with Bant emerging from the restroom. Unclear what he's doing, but I suspect he might be cut out for plumbing, don't you think? Bant inquired. Did the toilet get unclogged? Peter, aware that it was hardly the moment for such banter, nonetheless followed Bant's lead. Indeed, Bant replied, recalling the nearly 2-meter-wide pit. Nodding with conviction, Peter's gaze fixated on the row of lockers, resembling tofu, that Connor's claws had sliced through, muttering, I presumed as much. Peter Parker, Connors roared, turning his massive form with difficulty in the cramped corridor. Fortunately, this predicament was not insurmountable. With a resounding crash, he lashed his tail, demolishing a wall in the process. Peter gasped, his tone softening as he pleaded, Please, go fetch the serum. Could you? Just give me a few minutes. Bant nodded. Aware that Connors would wreak havoc in the school, he had been carrying the antidote all along, albeit stowed away in a classroom. The only uncertainty lay in whether the antidote would still be effective against the mutated Connors. Bant had deduced the serum based on the half-life formula left by Peter's father. However, Connors had undergone significant transformation, and the genetic structure within him had likely been altered. Even if the serum proved somewhat effective, the results may not be striking. He needed to locate Dongwu. Bant pondered. I believe he could tear me apart in 10 seconds, Peter said weakly. Yet, at that moment, Bant was already beyond hearing him. He had dashed into another corridor, arriving at the inner side of the teaching building, where numerous students huddled together, their faces etched with panic as they sought to escape. Since Connors had suddenly appeared in the corridor, only a brief moment had passed. Not all the students had witnessed his presence and instinctively fled. Do not panic. We will escape through the other corridor. Bond observed several teachers raising their arms to maintain order. Do not push. Watch your step. Defying the tide of fleeing students, Bont made his way toward the classroom, standing firm like an unyielding rock amidst the throng. Even without transforming, Bont possessed formidable strength, his single-arm power nearing 10 tons, and this power was still burgeoning. He extended his hands to part the crowd. However, he was not the sole individual swimming against the current. Amidst the throng, Mary Jane struggled to navigate through the mass, feeling like a sardine trapped in a can, struggling to breathe. Soon, she spotted Felicia. Like herself, Felicia had not followed the crowd's exodus, although she appeared somewhat weaker. Nearly toppled several times by the surging mob, Mary Jane hurriedly pushed her way toward her. Hardy, she grasped Felicia's arm, and in that moment, Felicia felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. You are Mary Jane Watson? Have you seen little Ben? Mary Jane paid no heed to Felicia's formal address, as they were not particularly familiar. But at the sound of her voice, Felicia froze. You are also searching for little Ben? Mary Jane quickly realized the implications. She gazed at Felicia, who radiated an air of superiority, feeling akin to an ugly duckling. Despite her efforts to dismiss such thoughts, a wave of insecurity surged within her. She was Felicia Hardy, while she was merely Mary Jane. Chapter 40. The Spider-Men Battle Dinosaurs. Please continue reading. Mary Jane opened her mouth, laboriously explaining. I am looking for Ben and Peter. We are neighbors. If anything happens to them, Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be devastated. Felicia, her face wrought with concern, failed to notice the slight discord in Mary Jane's tone. In a flurry, she replied, I haven't seen him. He wasn't in the classroom just now. We must find him. It would be disastrous if he were unaware of the monsters in the school. At her words, Mary Jane nodded. Now was not the time to concern herself with her trivial pride. Bont's safety was paramount. Fortunately, even amidst the crowd, Bont had spotted the two of them. Both Mary Jane's vibrant red hair and Felicia's golden locks were remarkably conspicuous. Moreover, with his keen hearing, he could overhear their conversation. As the two young girls appeared poised to turn around and seek him out, Bant hurriedly pushed through the crowd and made his way towards them. Felicia, Mary Jane. Little class. Upon seeing him, both Mary Jane and Felicia exclaimed with delight. However, Mary Jane quickly noted that Peter was not with him and anxiously inquired, "Bant, where's Peter? A terrifying monster has emerged in the school. We must escape swiftly. Follow the crowd and leave first. I will go find Peter," Bant urged, placing his hands on their shoulders and gently pushing them towards the exit. At that moment, most of the students had nearly evacuated. Felicia, seemingly reluctant for him to take such a risk, grasped his arm, her palm cold with fear and perspiration. "This is too dangerous," she exclaimed. "Peter is my cousin. I cannot abandon him," Bant replied. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from behind him as Connors, like a runaway train, barreled through, his massive form colliding with Spider-Man and demolishing several walls before vanishing from their sight. Felicia was nearly paralyzed with fear, gasping for breath. "Was that Spider-Man?" Bant nodded and commanded, "Spider-Man will hold off the monster. I will find Peter. You two escape first. Mary Jane, take Felicia with you." Felicia attempted to voice her concerns, but Mary Jane firmly placed a hand on her shoulder, gazing earnestly at Bant. "Be careful." "Rest assured," he replied, watching as Mary Jane led Felicia away. Bant then turned his attention toward the direction where Connors and Peter had departed. They had already smashed through the first-floor ceiling and in the second-floor corridor. The towering Connors seized Peter's small form with one hand and slammed him heavily to the ground. The disparity in strength was alarmingly vast. The original lizard possessed combat capabilities nearly on par with Spider-Man, even surpassing Peter, who had not yet fully matured. Now, having undergone genetic mutation, Dr. Connor's powers had been significantly amplified beyond their original levels. Bant even suspected that Connor's physical abilities might rival those of the Hulk in his normal state. This was no foe that Peter could confront alone. Bant dashed into the classroom and retrieved the serum, glancing at his watch, but opting not to activate it. Instead, he pulled out a red spider suit, an advanced version of the costume. He replaced the blue accents with black, the enormous white spider emblem resembling a skeletal figure enveloping his entire being. Last night, when besieged by that group of monsters at Oscorp, Bant had regretted not crafting a web shooter sooner. Since returning from Kamartaj, he had transformed into a flash of light, rapidly fashioning himself a new suit. In the process, he nearly wore out his home sewing machine. As for the web shooter, it remained somewhat rudimentary, but he could only hope to enhance it later. Swiftly donning his formidable battle suit, Bant leapt through the window, his wrist flicking as a silken thread shot forth, propelling him like a cannonball into the night. This marked his inaugural experience of swinging through the city since acquiring his spider-like abilities, and one could hardly deny the exhilarating sensation it provided. No wonder Peter relished his nighttime escapades. The lenses of his suit did not hinder his vision in the slightest, allowing Bant to pinpoint Connors in the corridor on the second floor with precise accuracy. With both hands, he seized Peter, his colossal palms engulfing him entirely, monstrous claws gripping tightly, intent on crushing every bone in Peter's body. A cry of agony escaped Peter's lips. In stark contrast, Connors appeared remarkably composed, his protruding jaw nearly brushing against Peter's face, terrifying fangs extending half the length of Peter's visage. Mockery dripped from Connors' expression. "Poor Peter Parker, why do you oppose me?" Peter was rendered speechless. Should Connors tear off his mask at that moment, he would discover that Peter had long since turned crimson, the constriction of his body impeding blood circulation, leaving him dizzy. "You have no father, no mother. How lonely you are," Connors lamented. "From this day forth, the entirety of New York will transform into my kind, save for one, Spider-Man. You shall be the sole aberration, Peter, but fret not. No one will look down upon you, for you will perish here." "He will not." Just as Connors prepared to snap Peter's neck, Bant's voice resonated suddenly. Connors immediately turned towards the window, where a red and black silhouette sped past. With a resounding crash, Bant, wielding extraordinary strength akin to a meteorite, shattered the glass and struck Connor's shoulder, sending him flying. Furthermore, he was not alone. He had a cousin. Bant landed gracefully after a somersault, casting a glance at Peter, who lay crumpled on the ground as if disassembled. "Are you all right?" Bant inquired. "I'm fine, just a few broken ribs," Peter complained. "If you had been any slower, I would have been a goner." "Well, you're not dead yet," Bant retorted, tossing a vial of serum to Peter. "I'll hold him off. You find an opportunity to administer the injection." "Wait, Bant," Peter hesitated. Bant assumed Peter was concerned for his safety. "Don't worry about me." "No, I've merely noticed an issue," Peter said, eyeing the slender syringe of serum with distress. "This thing won't even penetrate his skin." Bant replied, "I apologize. I only considered Connors in his lizard form when creating the serum." He lamented, "How could I have anticipated that the lizard would transform into a dinosaur?" Boom. Connors leapt with tremendous force, crashing through the ceiling, reappearing before them once more. He opened his cavernous maw, exclaiming, "Two bothersome spiders? I was unaware that Richard had another child. Never mind." He relinquished his thoughts, a cruel smile revealing itself upon his monstrous visage. "This is a fortunate turn of events. Congratulations, Peter, you shall not walk the path of death alone." Connors cackled, and in the next moment, he lunged forth like a beast. Chapter 41. The Four-Armed Tyrant. Quick! Take cover! Peter shouted. Without needing his prompting, Spider Sense had already made the optimal choice for Bont. As the dinosaur-like creature charged forward with a foul wind, both he and Peter leapt through the windows without hesitation, swiftly turning midair and shooting webs that adhered to either side of the window frame. The webs, taut like a slingshot, propelled him once more towards Connors. Spider kick. Another powerful kick was unleashed, this time executed in tandem. Connors felt as though his head had been struck by two massive wooden mallets. A resounding crack echoing in his ears, his skull surely shattered under the combined assault of Bont and Peter. Having succeeded in their initial strike, Bont and Peter prepared to launch another attack, but Connors was already driven to madness by pain. He flailed his massive body, his enormous claws creating a tempestuous gust, and his robust tail crashed against the corridor walls, reducing them to rubble. Bont hastily dodged, his form remarkably agile, bending low to evade the incoming tail swipe. Yet, Connors' razor-sharp claws followed swiftly, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a spear piercing the void. His strikes were blindingly fast. However, Bont remained unperturbed, shifting his body with a calmness that defied the chaos around him, relinquishing the need for sight as he followed the instinct of his spider sense. Undeterred by a missed strike, Connors lowered his hulking frame, his protruding fangs poised to snap at Bont's head like a guillotine. In that critical moment, Bont crouched low, knees slightly bent, and as Connors' massive maw descended upon him, he sprang forth, delivering a whirlwind kick that struck Connors squarely beneath the jaw. The resounding thud echoed through the air. Despite Connors' formidable size and strength, he could not withstand the force of Bont's kick, flipping over like a fish on a grill, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Peter did not hesitate. He leapt from the ceiling, delivering a crushing blow to Connors' relatively soft abdomen. With a resounding thump, Peter's strike drove Connors through the floor, plunging them deep into the corridor below. Just as Bont intended to follow, he witnessed a flash of red and blue hurled rapidly from the gaping hole, and Connors' protruding spine pierced the ground like a knife. Like a shark's fin cutting through water, Connors cleaved through the second-floor corridor. The floor seemed to react in a chain reaction, collapsing layer upon layer, as Connors carved a path through 2 levels of space. At last, he stood upright, free to move with ease. The situation appears to be rather dire. Peter, clinging to the wall, looked at Connors and said helplessly. Initially, they had managed to gain a slight advantage due to their agility and the cramped space being a hindrance for Connors. However, even with that, their attacks proved to be far from effective. Now, having fully opened up the space across 2 floors, Connors had gained even greater agility. At this moment, Connors threw back his head and unleashed a ferocious roar, his primal voice transforming into a terrifying sonic wave that shattered every window in the building. Bant cast a worried glance at the vial. Fortunately, Osborn's test tube remained relatively secure, fortified with double-layered protection. "I shall eliminate you, detestable vermin." Connors charged once more. This time, his movements were significantly more fluid. Bant and Peter attempted to flank him, but Connors was directly confronting Bant, while his tail, akin to an additional arm, swung menacingly, preventing Peter from approaching. As that tail lashed out, it even caused the air to explode upon impact. Peter witnessed, in disbelief, how a wall several centimeters thick was pulverized by it. Bant found himself in an even more precarious position. Connors had directed the majority of his attention toward him, his arms darting out with blinding speed. Despite Bant's incessant dodging, rendering Connors' attacks ineffective, the creature could afford countless missteps while Bant could only afford one. "What should we do now?" Peter shouted. "Use the web to ensnare him, wrap him like a cocoon." Bant exclaimed as he executed a backflip to evade an attack. He understood that the web would likely not hold Connors for long, but they needed a brief respite, even if it was merely for a few seconds. And then inject the serum into Connors' eyelid, Bant declared. Even though Connors was now several times more resilient than steel, Bant did not believe that his eyes were invulnerable. By targeting that vulnerable spot with the serum, they could at least weaken Connors, or perhaps restore some semblance of his sanity. "Not a chance, you 2 little insects." Connors, of course, overheard their loud plotting, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, for Bant and Peter, who had decided to alter their strategy and no longer confront him head-on, it mattered little. They created sufficient distance for safety, opting instead to harass Connors from afar like persistent mosquitoes, continuously launching threads of webbing toward him. Connors relentlessly tore at the strands clinging to him, but soon enough, it seemed as though he was enveloped in a light layer of frost, his movements gradually becoming sluggish. "It's working," Peter exclaimed with excitement. As Connor's action slowed, he grew bolder, leaping directly onto the creature's back, climbing around him like a true spider, weaving layers of webbing around Connors, until not a single thread of silk remained. Bant and Peter ceased their activities. In due course, they had completely wrapped Connors into a cocoon, even binding his crocodilian mouth shut. Connors lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. At last, it was done. May the serum yield favorable results. Peter picked up the antidote and approached Connors, gently prying open his eyelids. "It may sting a bit, but do not hold it against me, Dr. Connors. After all, the only part of your body more fragile than your eyelids at this moment is likely your posterior." After a sigh of relief, Peter resumed his light-hearted banter. Bant stood nearby, his head bowed, preparing to replace the empty strands of silk. The next moment, a jolt of electricity surged through his skull. In that instant, the world seemed to don a peculiar filter. His body bristled with dread as he turned abruptly towards Peter. "Peter, be careful," he shouted at the top of his lungs. But it was too late. In that fleeting moment, Connors' muscles convulsed, his scales standing erect like blades slicing through silk. He surged to his feet. The cocoon-like web shattered around him. A colossal shadow loomed over Peter. At that moment, Peter's spider sense finally kicked in. Instinctively, he aimed to ensnare Connors' eyes with webbing, only to remember that he had none left. Connors grinned maliciously, retaliating with a swift strike that rendered Peter unconscious. The monstrous figure then twisted its body, cruelly regarding Bant. "You're next." His eyes aflame, he declared, "I shall crush your skull. I have every intention of doing just that." Bant raised his left hand, and a mechanism sprang forth. Four-armed Tyrant. Chapter 42. The Battle, a Request for Continuation. Four-armed Tyrant. Upon pressing the watch, Bant's body began to undergo a transformation. To Connors' astonishment, his battle attire vanished, replaced by a striking black and white striped suit, his skin turning a vivid red and rough. Suddenly, he grew taller, a second pair of arms sprouting from beneath his ribs. In that moment, Bant felt as though he possessed the strength to lift the entire world. He extended his forearms, unleashing a pent-up force that reverberated through the building. His height doubled, reaching 12 feet, nearly matching the colossal Connors, who resembled a dinosaur. Tasramans. Among the original 10 heroes, he epitomized strength and combat. His accolades included defeating Princess Luma, the mighty Tyrannosaurus, placing him at the pinnacle of all Tasramans as the king of combat. "Are you ready to be hit, Connors?" Bant's four fists collided, producing a thunderous crack. In contrast, Connors, though sensing a formidable threat, appeared more perplexed than intimidated. With crimson skin, for hands and 4 eyes, "Have you truly transformed into a spider?" He chuckled, his gaze towards Bant surprisingly less aggressive, resembling that of one observing a kin. "Look at your current form. How formidable you are. You have finally shed the wretched flesh of humanity. Having experienced such power, why do you still seek to hinder me?" He clenched his fists, speaking passionately as if delivering a grand speech. "Why even ask? It is simply because I refuse to entertain the idea of dating a foul-mouthed, repulsive lizard," Bant declared with an air of conviction. The very thought of Felicia or Mary Jane transforming into a creature resembling Connors was unbearable for Bant. With their sharp fangs and rancid breath, a mere bite would likely be withstood only by the likes of Diamondback's younger brother, wouldn't it? "You are truly selfish," Connors retorted disdainfully. "You had the potential to alter the course of the world, yet you foolishly seek to monopolize the possibilities of human evolution. Your selfishness is ushering humanity towards its doom." Upon hearing Connors' words, Bant let out a cold chuckle. "Do not jest, Connors. The potential for human evolution? Do you truly believe you can speak on behalf of humanity? Do you consider yourself a deity? Do you genuinely think that everyone yearns to become a monster like you? And how can you ascertain that they do not?" Connors countered. "How can you be so certain that those who are flawed, those tormented by illness, those who are belittled and trampled upon, do not desire such power?" Each of his words resonated not only with himself, but echoed the plight of every individual living under the splendor of New York, those who endure humiliation. Faced with such harsh realities, many would be willing to strike a deal with the devil. Even Bant himself, without his superpowers, without his little gadget. Would he truly fear becoming a monster in exchange for the strength to protect his family? He would not. Yet now, he could not allow Connors to proceed. He understood that Connors might genuinely harbor intentions to benefit all of humanity. But he also recognized that there are indeed individuals who would willingly engage in a pact with the devil. However, he was indifferent. He only knew that Uncle Ben and Aunt May would never wish to transform into monsters, and he did not desire a world overflowing with superhumans. It would only place Uncle Ben and Aunt May in greater peril. His singular thought was, I have nothing to discuss with you, Connors. Prepare to face the consequences. Bont's fists collided with a thunderous clash, unleashing a powerful gust. Connors, evidently losing interest in conversation, now regarded Bont as a thorn in the side of human evolution. At that moment, he merely wished to tear Bont apart, to devour all four of his arms. Connors' claws slashed through the air. This time, Bont did not evade. Instead, he charged forth like a crimson tank. Connors' claws were sharp, and his skin remarkably resilient. Boom. As the two figures collided, a shockwave materialized instantaneously. The epicenter of their clash resembled the eye of a tempest, unleashing a violent whirlwind. The force of the impact left the surrounding walls riddled with cracks. In that fleeting moment of contact with Bont, Connors sensed an unsettling anomaly. The creature before him possessed an astonishing degree of strength. He felt as if he had crashed into an impenetrable fortress wall, while the crimson beast remained unmoved, leaving Connors with aching arms. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but found himself immobilized after barely stepping back, for the formidable arms of the four-armed behemoth had ensnared his wrists with an unyielding grip, rendering him incapable of escape. You intend to sever my head, do you? Bont snarled, his most robust limbs interlocking as he raised them high, poised to strike like a volleyball player preparing to serve. The shadow of his massive arms loomed before Connors. Raising his gaze, Connors met the dim glow of Bont's four eyes, and in that moment, he was once more reminded of the pitiful helplessness of his humanity. Yet, the fist the size of a cauldron descended with ferocity. Thud! In an instant, the ground beneath Connors shattered, seemingly sinking several centimeters. The immense force of the blow nearly obliterated his brain. The crushing impact forced his upper and lower jaws together, causing his razor-sharp teeth to shatter and fall away under such overwhelming power. Dazed, he felt his wrist loosen, only to be ensnared by another force that captured his head. Bont grasped Connor's skull, lifting him to eye level, his voice gruff as he demanded, "Tell me, where's Dong-Wu?" Though he had subdued Connors, the elusive Dong-Wu, the one who controlled the mutated genes, had yet to appear. In comparison, Dong-Wu was the true menace, a mad scientist of unparalleled danger. Dr. Dong-Wu, Connors murmured, dazed yet finding humor in the name. You have lost, Parker, he weakly declared. You believe you have defeated me, but soon. Dr. Dong-Wu will utilize the Canary device and the gene variator to evolve the entire populace of New York. He erupted into laughter, mocking. How many can you truly defeat? And among them, how many are your friends and family? These words ignited Bont's fury. The mere thought of Aunt May and Uncle Ben transforming into grotesque abominations fueled an uncontrollable rage within him, as if a fire had been ignited in his chest. All I know is that I can crush you, he bellowed, launching Connors upward, his forearms coiling into fists like a taut bowstring. Every muscle in his body coiling like a dragon. With a crack, the moment he swung his fists, the air erupted. His forearms moved with the swiftness of a torrential downpour. Chapter 43, Jurassic World. Yet in New York, Bont's forearms struck with a frenzy. His fists moved with the swiftness of a tempest. The rapid flurry of his arms created afterimages, indistinct like the flames at the muzzle of a machine gun. Yet their power far surpassed that of bullets. The tremendous sound of the air exploding resonated like a series of thunderclaps, the shockwaves erupting in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the school, the students who had finally escaped the confines of the building had yet to catch their breath when the shockwaves from Bont's punches reached their ears. The ground seemed to tremble, and Felicia turned her head, sensing that the entire building was on the verge of collapse. What on earth was happening? Were there terrorists armed with high-explosive grenades attacking just to take down a school? Lightning, still trying to comprehend the situation, found the booming sounds and the vibrations beneath him utterly terrifying, momentarily believing he had stepped onto a battlefield. Gwen navigated through the crowd, hastily making her way toward Felicia and Mary Jane upon spotting them. Felicia, have you seen Peter and Bont? She inquired anxiously. What should we do? Little Bont hasn't escaped yet. Felicia felt as though she might faint from worry. To be honest, if Connors knew someone was so concerned about Bont, he would undoubtedly feel quite aggrieved and would inform her that there was no need for such distress, as it was he who was currently on the receiving end of the blows. Bont had one foot planted on Connors' tail, preventing him from being sent flying with just a few punches, and then all his fists came crashing down upon Connors. In a single second, he could unleash dozens, even hundreds of punches. In the midst of this assault, a whirlwind seemed to envelop them. Bant, fueled by fury, had nearly turned Connors into a mere punching bag, his rage amplifying his strength. At this moment, the dinosaur Connors was being beaten into a wretched state. His protruding jaw had been warped, sharp teeth scattered across the ground, and his entire skeletal structure was on the brink of being shattered by Bant's relentless blows. The force of each punch penetrated his scaly hide, exploding within his body, severely damaging Connor's internal organs. Had he merely been a lizard man, he would have surely been rendered into a pulp by now. Even at this point, Connors had completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bant prepared to deliver one final blow. "How dare you threaten Uncle Ben and Aunt May?" His right arm rose high, twisting at the waist, every ounce of his strength coalescing in that arm. In his eyes, Connors was no longer Connors. He had transformed into a green baseball, and Bant was the batter ready to swing with all his might. With a punch, boom, a tremendous sound erupted as Bant's fist struck Connors' chest, awakening the slumbering spirit within him. It was as if a cannon had been fired. The immense impact sent dust soaring several meters into the air, and beneath his clawed feet, the ground shattered into powder. In retrospect, Connors was nearly struck blind by a single punch that left a crater-like indentation in his chest. The scales on his back burst apart under the force, scattering like bullets from a shotgun, piercing through the walls. Even Connors' tail was torn asunder by this blow, sending him flying like a cannonball, collapsing several walls in the process. The educational building could no longer withstand the devastation. When George Stacy arrived with a contingent of police officers, he witnessed the school's structure crumble like a block from a precarious tower, collapsing with a resounding crash. In the sewers, Bant held Peter in one arm while dragging the now mangled Connors with the other. His remaining hands were not idle. One clutched a vial of serum while the other, no larger than his current fingers, was pressed to his ear as he made a call. "Hello, Uncle Ben?" "Yes. The school has been attacked by a monster." "I'm fine. Peter is fine too. He was just knocked out by a cabinet. Please stay indoors, lock all doors and windows, and if possible, hide in the basement." "Felicia? I found Peter. Don't worry, we're safe. Spider-Man rescued us and took us to a different location. Can you help Mary Jane find a secure place to hide? The signal here is poor. Let us discuss tomorrow." After ending the call, Bant continued his journey through the sewers alongside Connors. Fortunately, Connors was of a similar sizable stature. Otherwise, Bant would have had to carve his own path. Connors mentioned that Dr. Octopus was already in motion, recalling that the Gonali device was likely situated within Oscorp Tower. Bant glanced at his phone, noting the absence of any news regarding an invasion of Oscorp. It would be ideal to devise a means to counteract the genetic variable device, he thought, scratching his head in frustration. Indeed, the intellect of the Tasramans was formidable. The most advanced engine in the universe was a Tasraman invention. However, the four-armed behemoth lacked the knowledge inheritance of the little gadget, and despite its cleverness, it would be impossible to manually decode a level 5 technological device. As he pondered, Peter groggily regained consciousness. "Bant, what kind of monster are you?" Upon opening his eyes and seeing Bant, Peter was momentarily paralyzed with fear. The sheer force of his panic unleashed a torrent of strength, yet to his astonishment, Bant's grip remained steadfast. "Wait," Peter quickly noticed something amiss. "I've seen that emblem before." He spotted the insignia of the little gadget on the left arm of the four-armed behemoth, and the expression beneath the mask shifted to one of surprise. "You can't be little Bant, can you?" "It is I." This time, Bant chose not to conceal the truth. His previous reluctance to disclose his identity stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting unwanted attention. However, Peter's awareness of it posed no issue, especially as Bant would soon require the assistance of the little gadget in confronting Dr. Octopus. In truth, once Plymouth has developed, he will no longer need to conceal himself. The power of capital in this nation is, one might say, immeasurable. By then, ensuring the safety of Uncle Ben and Aunt May will render any trouble insignificant in his eyes. To those who dare to trouble him, he possesses 10 distinct methods of demise for them to choose from freely. "How did you come to look this way?" Peter inquired anxiously. "Can you revert to your former self? If not, it would be disastrous. Those young ladies who admire you would surely be heartbroken. And Uncle Ben and Aunt May would be utterly distressed if they learned you had transformed into a monster. In just a few minutes, I shall revert. We can discuss this matter later. Our immediate priority is to locate Dr. Dongwu," Bant replied. At that moment, Connors regained a modicum of awareness, his self-healing abilities far superior to Peter's. He let out a feeble laugh. "It is too late. Soon, you shall witness a new world, a world belonging to the new humanity." "New humanity?" Bant scoffed. "You have been deceived. Dr. Connors. Do you truly believe Dongwu desires the evolution of all humankind? You could not be more mistaken. What? Bont coldly stated. What Dongwu has always sought is to return the world to its prehistoric era. He has exploited your intellect, Dr. Connors. Soon, New York will revert to a primitive world. That is impossible. Connors's battered face displayed an expression of disbelief. He desperately wished it were not true. Yet Bont spoke the truth. At that moment, Dr. Dongwu had already occupied the highest skyscraper in New York, directing the Canali device toward the heavens. He raised his arms triumphantly. Purify this filthy world tainted by humanity. Starting now, let us return to the Jurassic, New York. Chapter 44. Decoding the Little Broken Watch. Please continue reading. Dr. Dongwu stood atop Stark Tower, the tallest building in New York, with his arms raised high. The fierce wind tousling his white hair. He felt like a deity. Everything trivial in the human world appeared to him as pitiable and laughable. New York was still overly urbanized, he chuckled, but soon it would revert to a prehistoric world, becoming a paradise for my beloved mutated creatures. While he reveled in his own ecstasy, a light, mocking voice echoed from behind him. Interesting. I knew there must be a caretaker for the dinosaur darling. Dongwu turned to see a red suit of armor slowly descending. Tony Stark, do you intend to thwart me? Let me correct you. It is you who has cluttered my rooftop with your nonsense, Tony replied, raising the palm cannon of his armor with displeasure. This unwelcome guest reminded him of the fleeting star from not long ago. What? Did you forget to bring your little pet today? Hearing this, Dongwu laughed coldly. Why don't you look up? Tony instinctively looked up, only to behold a colossal shadow circling in the sky. It was a large avian creature, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, its terrifying talons seemingly capable of piercing a person through. Not only Tony noticed this gigantic raptor, but also Natasha, the Black Widow, who was currently surveilling him from Stark Industries. However, as a top-tier agent, Natasha had encountered myriad scenarios, yet this was one she had never witnessed before. Upon seeing the monstrous bird, her first thought was its sheer size, and her second was to contact Nick Fury, allowing him to grapple with the ensuing chaos. At that moment, Nick Fury, stationed at SHIELD headquarters and contemplating whom to recruit for the Avengers Initiative, realized the gravity of the situation upon receiving Natasha's call. What did you say? A scientific aberration aims to revert New York to a prehistoric world teeming with dinosaurs? Fury nearly doubted his own hearing. Indeed, he was atop Stark Tower, equipped with specialized gear from Oscorp. As Natasha conveyed through her earpiece that the individual responsible for the earlier assault on Oscorp might very well be the same entity. Damn it. Fury had long entertained the notion of assembling a team of superheroes, yet he hadn't anticipated that before he could even finalize his roster, a crisis would emerge. Nevertheless, he mused, perhaps this was fortuitous. Following the incident, the members of the Security Council would likely refrain from opposing his Avengers plan. However, the mere thought of the Security Council caused him a headache. While the director of SHIELD merely needed funding from the council, his responsibilities as director required meticulous consideration of various factors, including the art of financial manipulation and the intricacies of accounting. What shall we do now? Natasha inquired, noticing Fury's prolonged silence. It was imperative to recognize that Dongwu had not merely brought along a mutated parrot. In reality, alongside that aberrant avian was a monstrous bullfrog as large as a small mountain. Agent Norman, you hold them off. Reinforcements are on the way. Me? Hold them off? Natasha glanced at her palm-sized sidearm, questioning whether Nick Fury had had one too many. What was the difference between this and asking her to confront a demon? She cursed silently, but, as a dedicated agent, resolved to act. In the sewers, Connors, now fully aware of being deceived by Dongwu, appeared utterly despondent. Bant had reverted from his transformation and was waiting for his watch to cool down. Dongwu had brought the Ganali device to Stark Tower, and Bant believed they still had some time. He pried open Connor's eyelids and injected the antidote to the serum into his body. Previously, he had nearly shattered every bone in Connor's body. Had he deprived him of his superpowers at that moment, it is likely Connors would not have survived. Now that Connors has escaped the perilous phase, there is no need for concern. Stripped of the serum's effects, Connors feels a wave of weakness wash over him. He has not entirely reverted to his human form, as the mutated genes continue to exert their influence. Nevertheless, his physique has indeed diminished somewhat. Yet, he can distinctly perceive his strength beginning to wane. A sense of emptiness and anxiety envelopes him, accompanied by a tinge of melancholy. This sensation is akin to withdrawal. The loss of power is far from pleasant. However, his mind is remarkably clear. What foolishness have I committed? He buries his face in his hands. draped in the ill-fitting attire that Bant had provided. Now is not the time for self-reproach, Dr. Connors, Peter reassures him. Your intentions were noble. You were merely swayed by the serum. Connors shakes his head, fully aware that these are mere excuses. The root cause lies in his own hubris. At least there remains an opportunity for redemption. Bant sits upon the rudimentary workstation Connors has constructed. There are still ample materials here, sufficient for him to concoct a new serum. As for the mutated monstrosity, it should be reversible through Dong Wu's variable device. Dr. Connors, how much do you know about Dong Wu's variable device? Bant inquires, skeptical that Connors would allow Dong Wu to experiment on him without any understanding. I cannot grasp its principles, yet I can operate it. That suffices. Bant swiftly begins to adjust the antidote for the serum. For him, having already undertaken this task once, it is not particularly challenging. Before long, the serum is prepared. He then glances at Peter and Connors. Peter, feeling scrutinized, asks, "What's wrong?" Dong Wu is a dangerously unpredictable individual. To be safe, I believe it prudent to make further preparations. If fortune does not favor them, they may soon face countless mutated dinosaur men. What are your thoughts? Bant raises his left hand, displaying his watch. Decode it. Bant has long sought to completely decipher the little broken watch, yet two challenges have persistently hindered him. One is his insufficient knowledge base. Forcing a solution could result in the watch malfunctioning. The other is that when he transforms into the cleverest hero, Little Oddball, he cannot see his back, complicating operations. However, he has now dismissed the idea of using a mechanical arm and intends to have Peter operate in his stead. He activates the camera Connors uses to record his experimental data and turns to Peter. When I transform into Little Oddball, the camera will capture the imagery for me to review. You just need to follow my instructions. Sure thing. Although Peter does not fully comprehend, he feels confident in his ability to follow directions. Connors observes them from a distance, refraining from approaching. Then let us begin. Bant presses the watch's core. Chapter 45, Captain America, Reversal of the Celestial Forces. Seeking continued reading, this apparatus appears exceedingly intricate. Peter scratched his head. The structure of the small watch appeared deceptively simple. Yet within it lay numerous technological intricacies far beyond human comprehension. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply follow my instructions, Bant remarked. At that moment, Bant had transformed into a miniature warrior, a monitor stationed before him displaying an image of his own back. He pinched his chin thoughtfully. First, remove the wireless receiver. All right, but what exactly is the wireless receiver? Peter inquired. It is the detachable circular ring on the outer side of the watch, Bant elucidated. Be cautious. While the primary function of the wireless receiver is to protect the watch's core, it may also carry a trace of genetic information. Very well, I am wearing gloves. Peter nodded, realizing he needed to exert a gentler touch. Once the wireless receiver was removed, the core of the small watch was fully revealed to Peter's gaze. He found himself at a loss, unable to decipher its workings, other than acknowledging its coolness. Meanwhile, Bant lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Level 20 technology. Not only is replication unfeasible, but understanding it is also no simple task. Simultaneously, at Stark Tower, the citizens of New York were witnessing Tony Stark engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal monstrous bird in the sky. At this moment, the city's inhabitants had yet to develop a reflex to respond to supervillain attacks. Otherwise, they would not have been foolishly gazing upwards. Not only neglecting to flee, but even applauding Iron Man. Little did they know, Tony was thoroughly exasperated by the monstrous avian. The creature, augmented by Dr. Wong, was not merely a larger version of its former self. Its bodily structure had undergone significant alterations. Otherwise, those mutated beasts would not stand a chance against extraterrestrial heroes. Furthermore, with Wong's lizard serum serving as a template, the mutation rays had been greatly enhanced, complicating matters for Tony. Its speed in the air was astonishing, and the ineffective ammunition barely made an impact, while overly powerful weapons risked turning New York's skyscrapers into shields, leaving Tony in a precarious position. He was indifferent to the destruction of buildings. The concern lay in the ordinary lives at the base of those structures. Moreover, he spotted the enormous bullfrog wreaking havoc within Stark Industries. JARVIS. Evacuate all personnel from the tower, Tony commanded while soaring through the sky. What about Pepper? Ms. Potts is currently safe, sir. Mr. Carlson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is protecting her. Damn. When will they ever change that convoluted name? Tony grumbled, though he felt a sense of relief. Even if he believed SHIELD agents would be of little use, their presence in aiding the evacuation was a practical contribution. You are mistaken, Tony Stark. Is that you? Tony's eyelid twitched, recalling the last time the shadowy figure infiltrated his home, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Jarvis, expel him, he commanded. Not so fast. Nick Fury interjected hastily. He had exerted considerable effort to breach Tony's communication network, all to put on a grand display before him. His intention was to temper the arrogance of this self-important genius, thereby simplifying the process of persuading him to join the Avengers. My agents will handle the creature in Stark Tower. You can deal with that monstrous bird, Fury added, not forgetting to taunt. Surely the illustrious Tony Stark can manage a mere bird? Before Tony could respond, Fury abruptly severed the connection, fearing he might soon be ejected by Jarvis. At SHIELD headquarters, Fury opened the line again. Agent Barton, Agent Romanoff, you heard that, right? Handle the creature. Don't let me down. The pressure was now on Natasha and Hawkeye. Fortunately, SHIELD would not send just the two of them. An entire team of well-trained agents was already mobilizing, armed with the most potent handheld weaponry. Moreover, a recently thawed veteran was also participating in the operation. Captain, are you all right? Fury inquired with concern. On the helicopter, Steve Rogers donned his theatrical attire, pausing for a few moments after hearing Fury's words before responding. I just never imagined the world would change so drastically. To be fair, battling a gigantic bullfrog was not an everyday occurrence. Fury pondered briefly, feeling the need to clarify, lest this antiquated relic, who had been out of touch with society for decades, misunderstand the situation. However, in reality, the one with the misunderstanding was Fury himself. Steve had faced a Crimson Skull over half a century ago. An additional bullfrog hardly seemed daunting. What truly struck him was awakening to find a shadowy figure commanding him. It felt like a surreal twist of fate. In a previous era, who would have dared to imagine such a scenario? Yet, as the courteous captain, he maintained his decorum. Captain, we will arrive at Stark Tower in 5 minutes. Do we have a battle plan? Indeed, Captain America replied, unfastening his seatbelt and approaching the helicopter door. He opened it, and in an instant, the immense differential pressure whipped up a fierce wind, threatening to pull everything inside the helicopter out. Steve stood unwavering at the threshold. Undeterred, what is the plan? Attack. With that proclamation, Steve leapt from the helicopter, plummeting towards the rooftop of Stark Tower without a parachute, using his shield to protect himself as he descended. The other agents watched in horror, their scalps prickling with anxiety. Truly, he was Captain America, leaping from a height of several dozen meters. Even with the fortitude granted by the super soldier serum, one would likely find oneself shaken to the core. Fortunately, SHIELD, as individuals capable of devising a genuine plan. Agent Barton, you are tasked with providing cover. The rest shall infiltrate the building and eradicate the creature. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye nodded immediately. As a marksman, he was well accustomed to the role of protection. After the aircraft touched down, the agents surged into the building, while Coulson had already evacuated all personnel within. Pepper Potts, appearing flustered and distressed, exclaimed, Coulson, my assistant is missing. She may still be inside the building. Do not worry, Ms. Potts. In fact, Normanov is one of our agents. She will handle the creature, Coulson reassured her with a proud smile. However, Natasha hoped he would temper his pride, as she was nearing her limit. At that moment, all personnel had been evacuated. Yet the enormous bullfrog had been pursuing her as if she were its prey for over 10 minutes. The interior of the building was indeed constricted for the creature, but its formidable destructive capability rendered any obstacles inconsequential. She had exhausted her ammunition, yet had not even scratched the creature's tough hide. Now, devoid of options, the bullfrog had cornered her. Gazing at its tongue, which extended over 10 meters and was considerably thicker than her head, Natasha's complexion paled. One could easily predict the ensuing chaos if this were a scene from a film. However, there was no way in. Despair engulfed her thoughts. Thankfully, after enduring for so long, her reinforcements had finally arrived. Steve made a spectacular landing, swinging his shield, which struck the bullfrog squarely in the eye. Captain, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. In truth, Steve's combat prowess was not overwhelmingly powerful, especially when pitted against a ferocious monster where skill could not prevail. Yet, inexplicably, his mere presence instilled a sense of security. Leave it to me, Steve declared, raising his arm high, the shield ricocheting around the interior before returning to his grasp. At that moment, the bullfrog turned its attention toward him, its fierce countenance fixed upon Steve. Captain America tapped his shield. Come on, I could spar with you all day. Though the bullfrog could not comprehend human speech, it evidently sensed the provocation emanating from this morsel before it. Report. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to counterattack. Can this be tolerated? It then lashed its massive tongue, striking fiercely towards Steve. Before the tongue reached him, a powerful gust of wind slammed against Captain America's face. Yet, Steve remained undaunted. He raised the impenetrable shield. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Natasha quickly turned to see the bullfrog's tongue, resembling a colossal axe, cleave the building in two. The captain, who had just held the shield, had already fallen into the fissure of the structure, disappearing without a trace. Natasha, Captain, I'm back up. I took it down in one move. What more is there to say? Chapter 46. The heroes emerge. Seeking continued reading. What? Total annihilation? At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury fell into a stunned silence upon receiving the frontline agent's reports. Where's the captain? What about Agent Norman Novick? I'm fine. Natasha interjected into the communication channel, her voice sounding somewhat off. I've hidden in the ventilation shaft, she managed to say with difficulty. In truth, she was indeed hiding, but only halfway. Due to her somewhat ample figure, she found herself wedged in the duct shortly after she crawled in, leaving her in a precarious predicament. Where's the captain? He led the bullfrog away, Natasha replied with resignation. Steve had clearly underestimated the bullfrog's destructive capacity, while his shield absorbed the frontal assault. He did not anticipate that the creature would cause the very ground beneath him to collapse. Naturally, Steve was unharmed. His vitality rivaled that of a cockroach. However, his shield was sent flying. It was only after the agent team arrived that he had the opportunity to reclaim it. As for that team, after a barrage of ineffective fire, they were swept away by the bullfrog's tongue as if it were clearing the battlefield. Several unfortunate agents were swallowed whole, and even those who merely brushed against that tongue lay incapacitated on the ground, as if struck by a vehicle. Undoubtedly, their bones were shattered to pieces. Fury could hardly fathom how those well-trained agents had been so swiftly dispatched. After a moment of silence, he erupted in anger. Damn it! The formation of the superhuman task force is imperative. However, for now, the immediate crisis must be addressed. He picked up an old beeper. Must I really call her back? Summoning Carol just to battle a frog seems absurd, he thought. If all else fails, he would have to request heavy artillery support. After all, it was merely a monster. Fury could not believe that a few missiles could not eliminate it. Yet, such actions would likely obliterate the thriving Manhattan area of New York. The economic loss resulting from widespread destruction in Manhattan, a financial hub, would be staggering. Yet, if he refrained from taking action, the entirety of New York might be lost. Fury found himself in a dilemma. Fortunately, at that moment, the captain cut into the channel. I have a plan. This time, I truly have a plan. He executed a swift slide to evade the onslaught of the bullfrog and exclaimed loudly, the skin of that monstrous bullfrog is remarkably tough. It is challenging to breach from the outside. However, I presume its internal structure is not composed of iron and steel. Captain, what are your plans? The captain, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, wished to declare, of course, I intend to forcefully insert a grenade into its rear. Yet, mindful of his image, he opted for a more refined expression. We shall feed explosives to its belly. Allow me to take charge, Hawkeye interjected. At that moment, he was perched atop another building, skillfully providing cover for Tony with his bow and arrows. His efforts proved fruitful as he blinded one of the monstrous bird's eyes and simultaneously spotted Dongwu. Captain, lure the bullfrog to the rooftop. I will greet it with my explosives. As he spoke, he meticulously bound all his ammunition arrows together. Steve contemplated mentioning his own throwing skills, but merely nodded, recognizing that the threat was not solely the bullfrog. He also needed to thwart the mad scientist. Steve charged ahead with the bullfrog, which nearly hollowed out the interior of the building with its rampage. Several times, he narrowly escaped being ensnared by its tongue, fortunate to remain unharmed. At this moment, he had ascended to the summit of Stark Tower, and just as he emerged, a crimson suit whizzed past. Who invited the comedian? Tony was still unaware of Captain America's involvement. Steve had no time to exchange pleasantries with Stark. He executed a swift roll away from his position, and the next second, an enormous creature burst forth. The bullfrog reared back and lashed out with its tongue. Without hesitation, Hawkeye released the arrow he had drawn, and it found its mark, penetrating the bullfrog's throat with unerring accuracy. Such a large target posed no challenge. He shook his head. The bullfrog felt as though a thorn had suddenly lodged in its throat, and the next instant, a muffled thud resonated. Boom. The explosion's shockwave inflated its body, and soon after, it tilted its head as thick black smoke billowed forth like a wraith. Well done, Captain America cheered, raising his fist in triumph. Tony, soaring in the sky, nodded in approval at the sight. internal destruction, an excellent strategy. He contemplated taking notes. However, employing the same tactic against the monstrous bird proved to be far more daunting than with the gaping bullfrog. This commotion inevitably captured Dongwu's attention, who had been engrossed in calibrating his potion. Upon witnessing the explosion of his mutated frog, his expression darkened. "Surrender at once," Steve shouted. "Incorrect." Dongwu angrily stepped forward. "It is you who must submit to me, the genius animal Dr. Dongwu." He seized a vial of the potion nearby and forcefully injected it into his body. In the next moment, transformation commenced. Dongwu's skin began to take on a bluish hue, and his physique instantly multiplied several times over. He was no longer the frail human he once was, but rather a genetically mutated precursor of a new evolution in humanity. At this moment, Dongwu appeared far more fearsome than Canis. Curved horns adorned his head, fangs filled his mouth, and a pair of enormous bat-like wings unfurled behind him. He resembled a devil from the depths of hell. Prior to arriving at Stark Tower, Dongwu had made a detour to the prehistoric fossil museum, extracting numerous genes from long-extinct ancient creatures. The horns atop his head were indeed derived from mammoth tusks, his fangs from saber-toothed tigers, and the wings on his back from pterosaurs. He was the ancient biological version of a chimera. Yet, his power had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified under the influence of the variable device. His towering figure loomed over Stark Tower, as if the Demon King had finally ascended to his throne. Such formidable strength. Dongwu clenched his fists, reveling in an unparalleled ecstasy. His colossal form starkly contrasted with Steve's. In the next moment, Dongwu lunged forward, his claw seizing Steve and slamming him into the ground. The rooftop of the building was instantly breached. Dongwu hurled Steve through the entire structure, crashing from the top floor straight down to the grand hall on the first floor. The sturdy steel-reinforced concrete shattered beneath his touch as if it were mere boards used in a taekwondo demonstration. However, having plummeted hundreds of floors, Steve's eyes now glazed over, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. No matter how resilient his body might be, it could not withstand such an onslaught. Now, Steve's fate lay solely in Dongwu's hands. "Captain, Steve Rogers." On the intercom, Nick Fury's voice grew increasingly urgent. Yet, there was no reply. At SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury felt a chill settle in his heart. After a moment, he finally picked up the phone. Speaking heavily, "Prepare for firepower coverage over the Manhattan area in 5 minutes. Wait. Hawkeye interrupted him anxiously. "I don't mean to interrupt, but the situation has changed." "What?" "It's hard to explain, but it appears he is not the enemy." Above New York, a blazing shadow plunged downward like a meteor. To Hawkeye's astonishment, the fireball struck the swiftly flying beast, crashing it into the interior of Stark Tower. Boom! In an instant, Banter descended like divine fire. The hero has arrived. Chapter 47. Use the flame fist on him. Please continue reading. The hero has arrived. As the burning meteor struck the ground, it kicked up a massive cloud of dust, instantly filling the entire space. Dr. Dongwu could not discern the identity of the figure amidst the dust, but waves of heat surged toward him, scorching his cold skin. Within the haze, a fiery warrior stepped forth, his tall form radiating an intense light and warmth. Dongwu finally glimpsed the true appearance of his adversary. His head was enveloped in flames, the burning fire resembling flowing, dancing hair. Amidst the flames, a shadowy visage reminiscent of a skeletal mask emerges. His form appears to be sculpted from molten lava, encased in a fiery, crimson rock that resembles armor enveloping his being. Between the seams of this armor, flowing magma courses through like veins, permeating his entire body. He is the Flame Man, the inaugural extraterrestrial hero transformed by the young protagonist, Tian Xiaoban. Celebrated as a classic figure. Originating from the Paraneans, he possesses the extraordinary abilities to control, absorb, and unleash boundless fiery energy. The upper limit of the Flame Man's temperature is extraordinarily high. Much like the Hulk, he can accumulate rage. At the tender age of 4, upon his transformation into the Flame Man, Tian Xiaoban erupted in a fit of fury, generating a temperature so intense that it vaporized the entire subterranean cavern. At this moment, Bant radiates an intensity akin to that of a blazing sun, enveloped in orange flames. Though the Flame Man's stature is not imposing, he appears diminutive compared to the mutated Dr. Dongwu, resembling a mere child. Yet the heat emanating from him is searing, akin to that of a sun. "And who might you be?" Dr. Dongwu inquires, astonished. Despite his current demonic appearance, Bant's manifestation still elicits incredulity within him. A being composed of flames and lava has long surpassed his understanding. In stark contrast, Perhaps this entity is the true demon from the depths of hell. Do you not remember me, Dr. Dongwu? We crossed paths at the Osborn Tower, Bant replies, considering the arduous battle that lies ahead. His foremost concern while deciphering the small device is the matter of transformation duration. However, he does not merely lift the 30-minute constraint. Instead, he introduces a new mode to the device, the lifelock mode. This mode, conceived by Brook and Tsueba, is not overly challenging for Bant to implement, given that even they could devise it. In the lifelock state, Bant's extraterrestrial transformation is devoid of temporal limitations. Nevertheless, conversely, the device cannot perform any other functions until this mode is disengaged. Osborn Tower. A youthful visage of a student springs to Dr. Dongwu's mind. Were you the superhuman back then? His astonishment intertwines with anger. So it was you who vanquished my mutated creature? That wretched Connors failed to eradicate you? Initially, after meeting Connors and learning of Spider-Man, Dr. Dongwu presumed the individual encountered at Osborn was Spider-Man himself. Thus, he and Connors had parted ways. With Connors tasked to eliminate Peter. You truly surprise me, Dr. Dongwu exclaims, extending his hand, his fingertips gradually curling inward as if grasping something within his palm. He shows no hint of mourning for Connor's failure. The apparition of Bont, the fiery being, before him shattered his understanding of life forms entirely. On Earth, all biological entities are carbon-based, and flames can annihilate the majority of species. However, if he could acquire the genes of this extraordinary creature, he could forge even greater beings. With you, I could create more formidable mutant organisms, transcending the limitations of carbon-based life. In fact, within the original animation, he indeed succeeded. Merely relying on a minuscule overflow of genes from the infinite receiver, Dongwu conjured a plethora of alien mutant creatures. For instance, an army of insects endowed with the gliding abilities of the mighty Kong and Ditto, colossal bats possessing the powers of the flame entity, and even transforming Tianma into a grotesque swarm of insects. I shall become a deity. He raised his monstrous arms, his enormous physique resembling a meticulously sculpted figure of a devil. In the vast hall of Stark Tower, beneath the towering edifice that pierced the clouds, the serene moonlight streamed through the breach, akin to the gentle caress of a goddess descending into the abyss, illuminating the monstrous Dongwu. There was indeed a sense of the divine. Yet, that was merely the moon. Now, Bont was the blazing sun that would illuminate the darkness. Observing Dongwu beginning to convulse once more, Bont was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. His orange palms ignited, unleashing a searing torrent of flames toward his adversary. Come forth. Dongwu did not flinch. His arms were thicker than an elephant's legs, adorned with scales and bony protrusions. He sought to test just how intense Bont's flames truly were. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the moment the flames collided with Dongwu, a tremendous force erupted. It was as if dozens of barrels of oil had been detonated, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the ground. Fool! Bont scoffed. The flames of the fire entity were far more than mere combustion. In addition to reaching temperatures capable of melting high heat-resistant metals in an instant, Bont could manipulate the flames at will, creating explosive effects. Moreover, the destructive power surpassed that of a missile. This ability was something the other flame hero, Swamp Fire, lacked. Of course, conversely, Swamp Fire's powers were far more diverse, with greater versatility than those of the fire entity. Dongwu was hurled backward by the explosion, tumbling several times across the ground. His arms were singed, emitting a charred and acrid stench. Yet, in the next moment, the scorched remnants of flesh fell away, and fresh tissue regenerated within seconds. Clearly, the abilities possessed by Connors were also within Dongwu's grasp, and even more formidable. You actually managed to injure me. At this moment, he rose again, his gaze toward Bont now laden with newfound seriousness. His skin is a remarkable amalgamation of various prehistoric genes. And under the influence of mutagenic rays, his defensive capabilities are nothing short of astonishing. The fact that Bont's flames can inflict harm upon him attests to the formidable nature of his opponent. Although he possesses extraordinary healing abilities, he is not impervious to pain. In fact, due to the significant enhancement of his senses, his perception of pain is equally intensified. However, his endurance has also been proportionately elevated. Yet, as he gazes at Bont, there is a palpable excitement in his eyes. If I could acquire your genes, I can scarcely fathom the extent of my potential strength. Alas, you shall not obtain it. Despite being engulfed in flames, Bont's tone remains frigid. He has ascertained that the temperature of his flames can indeed harm Dongwu. Thus, there is no cause for concern. From this point onward, all that is required is to gradually escalate the temperature. He clenches his fists as flames blaze intensely. shifting from their original orange hue to a deep, blood-red brilliance. At this moment, as he observes the fervent determination in Dongwu's gaze, a singular thought flashes through his mind: unleash the flame fist upon him.